You know what I miss now, even more than ever before? The good old days of classic Cartoon Network. A commonly held opinion among those of us who grew up with CN in the 90s and 2000s is that those powerhouse and city eras were when the network was at its peak. But unfortunately, as with everything in life, nothing is ever permanent, and all good things must come and go. And yeah, I know I'm preaching to a country-sized choir here, but Cartoon Network fell off hard after 2006. Like, sure, there was a slight resurgence in the early 2010s, but man, the channel really hasn't been the same since, and watching it deteriorate through the 2010s and 2020s to the point of basically being all but dead, it's a pretty sad demise to have seen play out. And no, I'm not trying to go all back in my day or anything here, but I really hate to see something that was once so great become a withered corpse barely hanging on for survival. I mean, Cartoon Network was like the first big source of entertainment in my life. Before video games, before movies, before recreational activities, I had CN. CN to me feels like an old friend I lost contact with in 2008, saw them at the store once or twice in 2013, and have never heard from them again. It's sad, honestly, because it was such a thriving network back in its heyday, and everyone's fondness of the classic bumpers and shows online, even to this day, are a testament to that. To anyone not in the know and at risk of aging this video slightly, Cartoon Network's website was completely shut down so that it's long gone. The Cartoon Network building in Burbank, California was also closed down in the middle of 2023 after nearly operating for 25 years. It's not looking good, guys, and honestly at this point Cartoon Network's most likely future is merely existing as a brand name rather than a full-blown network. I don't know what the future of television holds, but there's still potential for Cartoon Network to adapt and blend into the streaming mold as new series can still be created for it, albeit on a different platform. Just because it's the end of an era for CN doesn't mean it's the end of the era for Powerpuff, however, and PPG can continue to live on through streaming for plenty of people to still remember and enjoy for many years to come. Well, so much for that. And speaking of Powerpuff, it's time to get into the main subject of today's video. Yes, my friends, this may be a bit overdue, but we're moving into season 2 of the Powerpuff Girls here with yet another colossal season-sized video talking about every episode. Just as with season 1, which you should also check out if you haven't seen that video yet, I'm going to be covering every episode of the season one at a time in release order, but you can use the chapters as always to skip around and ahead to whichever episode you want to hear about in case you're more interested in particular episodes over others. I kind of went through the whole spiel during the season 1 video on my personal experience with the series and why I care for it so much, so I don't really see the need to dwell on that too much here. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into my reviews of every episode of the Powerpuff Girls Season 2. Rolling right into the first episode of Season 2, and fresh off of the heels of Uh-Oh Dynamo comes a return to the 11-minute format in the form of Stuck, Up, Up, and Away. I think the play on words here is pretty obvious, given it reminds me of one of those before and after puzzles on Wheel of Fortune, but it's a mashup of the phrase stuck up combined with the phrase up, up, and away, which originates from early Superman comics. Although there's also a 1967 song by the Fifth Dimension that also popularized that phrase as well. Honestly, given that the main villain of this episode is Princess Morbucks, I feel that there really isn't a better title that could be used here. I mean, her whole character is essentially that of a spoiled rotten brat. Veruca Salt, if you will. Which actually, the character was a direct inspiration of Princess Morbucks, and honestly, the show pretty much nails it. She's got the snobby attitude, the self-centered worldview, the ignorant belief that she can just do or have whatever she wants, all because her dad is a one-percenter who can afford anything in the world at the drop of a hat. I know that Princess can be a relatively disliked character amongst a lot of people, but quite frankly, she's actually one of my most favorite villains in the whole show. Probably third after him and Mojo, honestly. Jennifer Hale does an absolutely incredible job voicing the character too, and I think it shows in her performance how much fun she was probably having while recording her lines. Between the whiny voice cracks, the gruntled screaming, and the arrogant smug tone, you really get a good idea of just how much range Jennifer Hale has as a voice actress. She brings so much life into the character that honestly I couldn't imagine anybody else voicing her. She's absolutely perfect for the role, and casting someone else in her place, if she were available, would be the most foolish thing you could possibly possibly do. It'd be a total snub of talent and probably make the show worse, honestly. I think Princess Morbucks is such a great foil character to the girls too, especially in a better way than the Rowdy Rough Boys ever were. She's the same age as the girls and goes to the same school no less, and has similar interests in being a superhero. But of course she ends up becoming evil instead out of sheer jealousy of the girls not allowing her to be a part of the group. She's even got a single father, presumably, because to my knowledge we never get any confirmation that Princess's mother is in the picture, which again is a great parallel to the girls who also have the same sort of parental situation in their lives. The difference is that the professor raises the girls attentively with care and affection, while Daddy Morbucks can't be bothered to give her any attention whatsoever, which is why he just gives her money to go away. Yeah, you know, like any apathetic parent who just sticks their kid in front of a screen instead of actually giving an effort. No wonder Princess is lacking in social skills, as depicted in the beginning of the episode.
We're not really accepting new members at this time, but thank you for your interest in our group. What?
I actually really like how Princess gets introduced here. I think it really just sets the stage right away in showcasing Princess's first day of school, where she immediately comes in with this me attitude. She sees all the other kids as being beneath her. She doesn't want to ride in the cardboard choo-choo train because she only rides first class. It's absurdity. She's 5 years old. It's just ridiculous that she could have an attitude like that, but she's a hyperbolized, spoiled, rich kid. It just does such a good job of setting up who this girl is within the very first scene of her appearing in the show. And that's another thing, actually. I always found it interesting that she never made an appearance at all in season 1. Despite the fact that she's seen in the intro of the show since the very beginning, she never appears, which is attention grabbing because it implies that the character was probably devised before season 2 ever came to fruition. Was the plan to have her featured in a season 1 episode? Uh-Oh Dynamo was originally going to be an 11-minute one, was stuck up and away, meant to be the back half of that, but it ended up getting pushed into season 2 due to Dynamo's extended runtime? Did they even know they were getting a season 2 when the intro was made? All of these questions and more. It really makes you wonder. I suppose it'd be nice to ask Craig or somebody else on the show sometime what the situation was with this. I've always wondered about it, but never really asked. What I love most of all about the dynamic between her and the girls, though, is the entire reason why Princess becomes a villain in the first place. Her motivation as a character, which is absolutely perfect given the context and personality we're dealing with here, is that the girls have the one single thing in the whole world that she can't have: being a Powerpuff Girl. Having seen this for the very first time seems to awaken an ideal within her, a burning desire to be able to do what the girls can do, and so Princess attempts to weasel her way into the group by stating that she's going to be a Powerpuff Girl too. But little does she realize that's not how it works. The girls have superpowers, for starters, which she counter-argues by saying Batman buys his superpowers, which, I mean, yes, that is kind of true, but he also still does a ton of physical training to get himself in peak performance mode, and masters combat so that he can stop villains in the night, whereas I don't think this 5-year-old has put in any effort whatsoever into doing that, but hey, not saying she can't start. Still, it's certainly an interesting beginning that seemingly doesn't lead anywhere after the girls fly home. But upon getting back to school the next day, they see Princess arrive with a brigade of horns and a fancy new suit designed to look just like the girls, but better, according to her. Honestly, I do like Princess's design here. This is her main outfit she'll be wearing for the majority of future episodes, and it's pretty great because yes, it emulates the girls' outfits with the colored shirt and black stripe through the middle, but you'll notice that Princess's also extends off her waist a bit to give a more jagged edge to it. It symbolizes a slight sharpness when in comparison to the uniformity of the other 3 girls. She's a little more rough around the edges in terms of experience and attitude. She's also got the tiara, which sort of one-ups Blossom's bow in her hair. The conflicting headpieces show differences in status, where Princess attempts to outshine with a more glamorous accessory, where Blossom's is practical in its simplicity, which ultimately reflects in how she wins out in the end. Anyways, conveniently, the hotline rings and the girls head off into Townsville to stop a crime that Princess royally screws up with her failed attempts at throwing tiara rangs and a grappling hook that comes up short. Also, small detail I've always loved is that the word jerk flashes on screen for a split second as she falls to the ground. A very appreciated touch, I must say. It's at this point, though, that the girls sort of reprimand Princess for screwing up and allowing the bad guys to get away, which, you know, In one way, Princess could have just accepted she wasn't meant to be one, but there's another thing she was never taught by her neglectful father, and it's how to handle rejection. Honestly, I feel this lesson could expand far beyond just this scenario of being excluded from a group. I mean, it could be a relationship thing, a business transaction, a job interview. Honestly, rejection is all around us in many forms, and learning how to handle it is a pretty important skill that a lot of people can struggle with. Heck, even I struggle with it from time to time. But the best thing you can do in the face of rejection is accept it as a reality. And what does Princess fail to do? That's right. And instead, she goes running back to her dad and whines and kicks and screams and cries because the money he gave her wasn't enough to buy her a good enough suit, and instead of punishing her for misbehaving, he instead chooses to just give her more money so she'll shut up and go away. A pathetically terrible father right here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, lo and behold, the next day Princess comes flying in with her fancy new suit and proceeds to start a fight with the girls.
The girls already know this rule, but you're new, so I'll let you know. I don't allow fighting in the classroom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I love the way that Miss Keene just sort of breaks it up right here. She doesn't try to stop the fight from happening or anything. She's basically just like, please go outside and make a mess out there, which doesn't seem like something a teacher would do, but hey, it's for the sake of a pretty awesome fight scene, so I'm not gonna complain. This combat is pretty great. As many will point out, it's straight up a reference to Dragon Ball Z between the way the fight is animated with the fast flashing punches and kicks, the sound effects, the different shots with light streaks representing the battle and fast movement, and of course, the shot that everyone loses their mind over with Blossom tilting her head to the side to avoid Princess's tiara blast from hitting her square on. An admittedly badass moment for the character that deserves all the attention it garners from people. Yes, it's silly, but it's cool at the same time, and this is one of Blossom's most serious moments yet. Sure, I like the way the other two girls sort of let Princess get to them, which causes Buttercup to go head on with total aggression, and Bubbles gets riled up by Princess's verbal smack talk, but Blossom keeps it calm, collected, and focused on nothing but putting this girl in her place, and she does. I appreciate Blossom being the main focus of this conflict, primarily because it invokes the rule of 3 in such a good way. Blossom has had to let Princess down 2 other times, and she won't get it in her head, so she has to resort to more direct measures. Princess can't be a Powerpuff Girl. Even with her fancy new suits and abilities, she doesn't have the experience nor the attitude of a superhero, and the girls aren't really looking for a 4th member at the time anyways. Blossom's let her down pretty easy in all honesty that apparently Princess just didn't get the memo, so now she's had to resort to teaching this girl a lesson the hard way. And she does just that while pulling in her other 2 sisters at the end to give them some solace and giving her a bit of a whooping too before freezing the suit off of her and giving her one last remark on why she can't be a Powerpuff Girl. And then they throw her in prison.
Ooh, nice bracelet. Oh, they'll just be smashing with your new prison wardrobe.
I love how they literally throw a 5-year-old in jail. That's so messed up on so many levels, but you're not supposed to think about it. This is a fictional cartoon. It's just amusingly odd because you've normally got guys like Mojo or bank robbers rotting away in there, not some kindergartner. But hey, overall, I really do appreciate Stuck Up, Up, and Away as Princess's introductory episode. It's probably my favorite of all the recurring villains' introductions, truthfully speaking. I mean, it helps that the show's hit its stride at this point, but even still, Princess has a compelling motivation for why she hates the girls beyond mere world domination. The girls are the one thing she can't be, and that drives her mad because her greed has manipulated her into the mindset of being able to have whatever she wants, whenever she wants. Unfortunately, the real world doesn't quite work that way.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the real Powerpuff Girls.
Conjunction Junction, I'm Just a Bill, and The Shot Heard Round the World. What do these 3 things have in common? Well, you probably already know, they're Schoolhouse Rock songs. Songs that I heard so many times throughout my educational years in school, and quite frankly, still find myself humming from time to time, even to this day. Unfortunately, this next episode is lacking in the catchy song department, but its title does act as a reference to the aforementioned series in its name, Schoolhouse Rocked. Here we have an episode that's meant to be 100% situational comedy. There's no serious storylines here, no major evil scheme or hard-hitting plot thread, just a simple episode about what would happen if the Gangrene Gang were sent back to school. The twist on the concept here, however, isn't just a group of rowdy teenagers going back to school, it's a group of rowdy teenagers being sent back to school against their will and having to start it all over, all the way back at the beginning with kindergarten. The fact that the show doesn't acknowledge how there's a bunch of these large green bullies in their teenage years just picking on all these poor defenseless 5 and 6 year olds makes it such a memorable concept. Even if I don't love this episode personally, I can't deny it has some pretty great moments in it through and through. For starters, I really appreciate the entire arcade setting we get to see, considering it's the only time we see it in the entire show. But man, I miss arcades. Well, I'm like old enough to just remember when those were still a thing, and nowadays it feels like the only two places you can go to really get that experience is Dave & Buster's or an amusement park. In the last few years, I've gone to arcades in both of these places with friends, and we had a total blast doing so. Like, man, I'm envious of the generation before me that got to enjoy these recreational hangouts at the arcade all the time, third spaces, if you will, and the Powerpuff Girls shows off some really cool elements of it. I mean, you get this cool 1v1 fighting game a la Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter where Ace fights as Fuzzy Lumpkins, as Snake as Bubbles. Wonder if the girls actually have a licensing deal or not. Also, a shame this game doesn't actually exist, but I guess Mugen is the next best thing. Probably better, actually. Grubber's also riding this cowboy simulation ride, which is amusing too, with the movie in the background being taken from an old Western film. Before long, though, we're introduced to Jack Wednesday, a character that I really enjoy listening to talk. Kinda thought the guy was a prick when I was younger, but as I aged, I came to appreciate his written dialogue way more.
Wednesday, Jack Wednesday. I'm a truant officer. What's a truant officer, you ask? Well, the only way to answer that is to be smart, and you boys aren't very smart, are you? Didn't think so.
He's a total smartass, and the boys aren't even sure what to make of him. But before they know it, they're being shipped off to Pokey Oaks Kindergarten, where the remainder of the episode basically plays out. And apparently, Miss Keene just accepts new students to her class at the drop of a hat, because Princess just showing up one day in the last episode and now the Triple G showing up here, I guess she's just open to letting anyone in at this point in time. Maybe she's desperate for headcount or something, I don't know. From this moment on, though, the episode just becomes a series of gags related to how these rough and tough teenagers might bully a bunch of helpless kindergartners right under the teacher's nose. And while the Powerpuff Girls do try to stop it, Miss Keene just seems to be a roadblock in their way. Getting this criticism out of the way now, because I do see this as a potential hindrance if you don't appreciate Miss Keene's obvious neglectfulness, it feels like the way this was written could be improved by writing Keene into situations where she is completely unaware of what's going on. I still think it's silly that this teacher would completely ignore the warnings being given by the 3 superhero saviors of the town that she's known for a longer time period than these 5 new students that just showed up 1 hour ago. I appreciate giving the benefit of the doubt to new students, but in all honesty, there's really no excuse for Miss Keene to just neglect the girls' complaints about how the boys are treating other students. Take, for instance, snack time. During this sequence, the boys basically go around smashing the cookies, dunking milk on the other kids, and stuffing the entire plate into one child's mouth. The last of which Miss Keene directly sees with her own eyes. There's really no excuse to be made here because she's already caught the gang red-handed, yet she chooses to shrug it off and even go so far as to state later in the episode that she hasn't seen any evidence of the Gangrene Gang doing anything wrong, when she did. It's right here. Personally, I think this is just a small oversight in the writing that isn't a big deal because it's important to remember the context of what the episode's trying to accomplish, and the way it's communicated is mostly solid. It's just something like this as a small blemish. Really, you could have fixed this by simply changing the moment where the boys are stuffing cookies in the kid's face to them sitting at their desk with halos over their heads and acting like nothing's wrong. Just like a really fast cutaway gag or something like that. That's honestly all it would have taken, I would think, to resolve this. So if you find Miss Keene to be an unlikable character in this episode, I can't say I blame you. She doesn't get to that point for me in this one, but I'd get it if you have issues with it. Putting that one flaw aside though, let's talk about some of the messed up stuff that the gang decides to do here.
Let's all have fun, okay?
We'll have fun, all right?
Good thing Elmer's not here, right? Yeah, between the glue fight and the horrible treatment of the kids during snack time, it's pretty harsh. It really makes you feel for those innocent kids that didn't really ask for this. I mean, they don't deserve it. But I will say my favorite part of the whole episode is easily the show and tell section where we come to find out Billy is a Cyclops. And Grubber, well...
Why, hello there. I'm Grubber. Very nice to meet you all.
The sheer look of horror on these kids' faces is enough to give me a mental image of what they must be witnessing with the sheer amount of uncomfortable body contortion Grubber is performing off screen. But the punchline of his potential and reserved demeanor and the way he says, "Hello, I'm Grubber. It's very nice to meet you all," is such an out of left field thing that you never expect it watching the first time. I honestly love how Grubber is treated as the wild card of the gang. Each member has a notable personality, but Grubber's is shown through his ability to imitate voices and apparently contort his entire body into a different form. It's so weird but so memorable that I just can't help but love it. Also, Arturo's whole speech about his comb and the girls completely mistaking it for a pocket knife is something that I only came to appreciate as I got older. As a child, I never really recognized that as being a switchblade, so it just sort of flew over my head. But now I think it's super clever, and Blossom's overreaction to the realization of what it actually is such a great punchline to this misdirect.
No fighting, no fighting!
But Miss Kane, Arturo's holding a deadly comb.
See, this is the kind of thing that absolutely puts the Gangrene Gang in favor of Miss Keen instead of the girls, because she blatantly witnesses them go after the boy for an unjustified misunderstanding, in her eyes. Obviously, the girls know they're villains, but their teacher gives them the benefit of the doubt, likely because she has no idea who they really are. Eventually, she does come to learn the truth, however, because when she's lecturing the girls, a dodgeball comes flying through the window. It was during that time that, you guessed it, the gang were tormenting the kids on the playground, and it's only then that Miss Keen gets the idea to let the girls go outside and play dodgeball with them. It's a clever loophole, I suppose, and again, I do appreciate the consistency of there being no fighting in the classroom. But it's kind of the same thing the last episode did too, where Miss Keen admittedly didn't ask them to go fight outside, but basically let Princess and the girls settle their differences. That's why I sorta always found this episode pairing a little weird, because while it's not exactly the same as the last episode, there are some parallels here that are a little too similar that would have made me decide to maybe swap this episode with another one and put this half of the pairing somewhere else. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, the pairings really don't matter since every episode is an isolated 11-minute cartoon, and it would be one thing if this were episode 1 and 2 in terms of half hours, but this is a pairing, meaning these episodes practically always aired back to back during its original time on the air, so even back in the day, that redundancy may have been felt by some viewers.
You ask why I take care of these boys? That's right, because someone has to, and it's not an easy job taking care of children, making sure they're not getting into trouble, watching out for their well-being, but you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
In the end, when Jack Wednesday shows back up again out of nowhere, he's not as funny as he is the first time around, but honestly, the fact that he basically just appears and is like, "Alright, I'm taking these boys elsewhere," feels so far out of left field. I guess at the very least, it's nice that Miss Keen knocks him out with a dodgeball, so that's appreciated, because he is kind of a jerk. But yeah, it's a succinct ending that brings the status quo back in line. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing the Gangrene Gang back at Pokey Oaks anymore. At least not until season 3. But yeah, as a whole, that's basically the episode. Again, I don't really hate this one by any means. Is Schoolhouse Rocked the greatest? No, it's not, but it's perfectly fine. It has some good moments, good writing, a fun concept. It just isn't a standout episode, that's all.
Once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
It's always cool when an episode manages to maintain its relevancy despite having decades of time pass since its initial writing and production, and Collect Her is a true testament to this still holding up. Given that nerd culture at the time was, admittedly, a few decades old, it was a tried and true archetype that existed much before the rise in entertainment through mediums like TV, movies, and video games. Granted, toy culture has also had its fair share of the greater pie that is nerd fandom in the form of collectors and the like. Now, I don't know if the crew of Powerpuff were deeply ingrained in this culture or not, but given that both Powerpuff and Dexter had episodes surrounding it, I guess it was somewhat prominent, even though I don't think very many children would really understand it. I mean, as a kid, I had no idea what a convention was and didn't really understand the whole adult side of things, which is probably why the villain of Toy Story 2 was completely lost on me as a child. But hey, even if I didn't understand it, NRFB has been an acronym I've known since kindergarten, and I will never forget.
Never remove from box!
NRFB! NRFB!
But nowadays, considering nerd culture has only grown in popularity in the decades since this episode and before, it's become seemingly more applicable to today's crowd, and Collect Her, while hyperbolically stereotypical, does maintain a persisting image of what most people think of obsessive nerds. And I mean, yeah, there are those among us that do make an intellectual property their entire identity on the internet and willingly defend it to the death despite its flaws, which is a resemblance of the villain we have depicted in the episode, Lenny Baxter.
Toys are not for playing with. They are an investment, and opening the container of said item would dramatically decrease its collector's value.
The episode in question is a pretty straightforward story about the superhero nerd who's made Powerpuff his entire identity, and has what may as well be a full-blown addiction to collecting and hoarding Powerpuff merch. And while the episode itself isn't really about the concept of hoarding and the problems that can surround it, it does have an underlying connection to it, but the episode clearly wasn't interested in really diving into that as deeply as it seems to be more focused on everything regarding fandom gatekeeping. I feel that's a more applicable idea that you can read off of the episode because this is still a prevalent issue that some fans of a property seem to latch onto even to this day. I mean, heck, as an elementary school kid, I was kind of a jerk about this too, because when I was in 4th grade, my favorite Pokemon was Mew. It should have been Umbreon, but Umbreon didn't cement itself as my favorite until middle school, and it has been ever since, by the way. But either way, I basically gatekept Mew as my favorite Pokemon on the playground. No other kids were allowed to say it was their favorite. Not that anyone really wanted it to be. Quite frankly, I was stupid for this, and if I could go back in time, I'd kick my younger self's butt. Anyways, the next year in 5th grade, a new kid joined my school, and by a stroke of sheer dumb luck, his favorite Pokemon was, yeah, you guessed it, Mew. Needless to say, I was mean to him that day, on his first day of school, in a new school district. Yeah, I'm not proud of that one. But in the afternoon, I came around and apologized, and lo and behold, he's actually one of my 3 closest friends to this very day, and that is a completely true fact. I literally talk to him every week of my life. The moral of this tangent is to say that A, gatekeeping is stupid, and quite frankly, gatekeepers deserve to be bonked in the noggin, and B, don't be mean to people because they could end up being your best friends for life. Wish I never got off on that foot with him, and I still regret it to this day, even if we've let bygones be bygones all those years ago. I mean, if we didn't let it go, we wouldn't be best friends now, would we? Lenny Baxter here is a gatekeeper who apparently is so obsessed with the girls that he doesn't want to let anybody else have them, going so far in his collection obsession as to kidnap the girls themselves. The episode alludes to this in several manners in both a direct and indirect sense.
You can't even get these anymore.
That's because I bought them all.
Which is also still a very prevalent problem with today's society. You tend to see this with scalpers of trading card games like Pokemon or Magic the Gathering, and honestly, I don't see how anybody that selfish can live with themselves, but hey, here we are. Whatever, I'm not ingrained in the TCG realm myself, I just have several friends that are, that lament to me about this sort of thing all the time. Yes, my friends, despite the seemingly exaggerated depiction of our antagonist here, there are many, many, many Lenny Baxters living among us, and that's twice in this episode review so far I've said that phrase. Kinda sus. Quite frankly, I think the episode is well written and depicts a lot of what should be common sense, given its conclusion is the most logical response any human being should properly have to this sort of thing. Honestly, take it from me, I don't think there's anything childish about being a nerd. It's totally cool to like whatever you want and be a fan of this, that, and the other thing. But when you're just a self-centered loser that only cares about themselves, well, that's when you're truly pathetic, as the episode shows us. I mean, yes, it is a little critical of the episode in the way the characters sort of respond to Lenny's obsession. There's nothing inherently wrong with being a fan of something, and the only characters that should really be acting weird about this are the girls themselves.
Oh, this is 7 kinds of creepy. Cool! Bubbles! Sorry!
Because quite frankly, if I found myself in a room full of nothing but toys based on me, I'd probably feel weird about it too. I do like the way that they inflict harm to him is completely non-violent though. I think it's a clever way to basically tear down this completely normal guy by, well, RFBing him and destroying the collector's value of all of his belongings. Yes, I guess you could argue this is unfair to him because they're effectively damaging his property, but the dude literally kidnapped children, so I think he absolutely deserves it. This concept does tread water into borderline creep territory, which is also why it's a good thing he's portrayed as the bad guy, because this sort of thing just is not acceptable. Lenny has basically become synonymous with the stereotypical chronically online nerd of today because you can see people using his likeness everywhere on the internet when referencing people like him, which I think is yet another testament to his presence in the show, considering this is like the one episode he ever does anything in. Another fact I find interesting about Lenny is that, like Princess, he's seen in the intro of the series from the very beginning, so he was likely also planned at some point ahead of season 2. I think this could potentially discredit my theory about stuck-up up in a way, being the second half of Dynamo's original pairing before it was extended into its own episode, but I don't really know for sure. As for some details of the episode I appreciate, for starters, I think the intro sequence is pretty interesting because it opens with the narrator's introduction, but then it immediately switches over to an instrumental track as all dialogue and sound effects vanish while we watch Lenny show up at a toy store and buy the newest edition of whatever Powerpuff merchandise just arrived. We basically just get a brief sequence to show us some setup for the episode as opposed to the traditional monologue that the narrator would give us, which is a nice change of pace that mixes up the formula.
This isn't good. Now what'll I do? Collecting Powerpuff stuff is my life.
One thing that was once mentioned in the DVD making of documentary for the series that Craig and his crew talk about is the fact that they didn't want this episode to be a commercial for actual products that would be able to be purchased in the real world. Things like kitchen utensils and golf clubs and record players were made up instead of traditional kids' toys, and I really respect that. Granted, I think the end of the 90s were far enough away from the toy-focused cartoons of the 80s that seemed to dominate Western animation at the time, but cartoons based on toys were far from extinct as well. So the fact that the show staff didn't want to cash in on something like that is commendable to say the least. Not that they would have gotten any residuals from that anyways, but you know. Also, I think some of it ended up coming to be later on, but at least at the time the episode was written, it did not exist and they did not have the foresight to predict the sheer smash success that Powerpuff Girls would become. Also, can we just talk about the silliness of this episode concept? The entire basis for Lenny's hyper-fixated freakout all stems from the fact that he completes his collection of Powerpuff merchandise. In essence, he caught them all, in Pokemon terms, and now he's left wondering what his purpose in life is meant to be since he has achieved his goal. Of course, a normal person would just sit and wait for the next line of Powerpuff merchandise to release, unless of course the brand went into dormancy or something because the characters ceased getting pop culture references or something like that. But given that in-universe the girls weren't going anywhere anytime soon, Lenny shouldn't have had that problem. This is where I see the argument that Lenny could be representative of an addict. Somebody who's an addict to collecting things needs to continue to get that fix even after they've completed their collection because of that dopamine hit of being so important to them. So if anyone chooses to read it in that way, I definitely see where they'd be coming from. It is amusing, however, that he goes so far as to, you know, instead of just collecting something else, he basically goes to the girl's house and steals things like Bubbles' crayons and Blossom's hair clip, giving us a little bit of conflict there in the middle of the episode with the girls bickering about it.
You stole my side of beef! I did not! I'm a vegetarian! Besides, you took my drawing!
But of course, that's not enough, and that's when Lenny tricks the girls into showing up at his apartment where he apparently manages to vacuum seal them into powerful packaging that they cannot break. I don't know why Lenny of all characters is the one that's able to capture the girls in a state that they have no escape from, but hey, let that be chalked up in the Powerpuff lore that Lenny was the most successful villains at capturing the girls. I mean, they can't even speak inside of those things, which prevents anyone from being able to find them when the professor shows up with all the kids later on. I will say, however, that the entire sequence leading up to that scene with the mayor is probably the best part of the episode. This one honestly has some of the best writing for the mayor in the entire season.
Where's Marjorie Wilson? I knew it! Only an evil mind such as hers could do such a diabolical thing.
I'm right here, Mayor!
Was that you, Marge?
Can I also just say that I love the fact that the way the mayor is able to deduce who the culprit is for why the girls went missing is because he hosts a town hall meeting where he runs through every citizen of the city and determines that the person that is not there must be the person responsible. And it just so happens that Lenny Baxter is the only person in the entire city of Townsville that is not present for that meeting. It's so ridiculous, so unrealistic, but it gives me a chuckle when I just think about the silliness of the idea. Also, there's a cool shout out here too when the mayor name drops Craig and Gendy via a combination of both of their names.
Now, who's not here? Kenzie Matthews, Lloyd Hoopley, the Fanny Brown, Goofus McGurk, Gendy McCracken.
So in essence, robbery and kidnapping are crimes, gatekeeping shouldn't be respected, and going outside is a good thing. Trust me. Overall, yeah, I mean, Collect Her is a great episode, and it's no wonder it's an episode a lot of people remember for all sorts of various reasons. Given that this resonates with so many fandoms, I'm sure most of us online have encountered someone this obsessive before, and yeah, it's just craziness. I tend to stay away from those people. I mean, there's toxicity in almost every fandom, and it's important to remember that they're the vocal minority at the end of the day, and honestly, some of them are probably bots too. I really appreciate Collect Her and how it's managed to maintain its ideas pretty well over all the years since. I know I said it once before, but it really is a testament to how well written the episode is. And the fact that it's probably more relevant than ever just further cements that.
the day is saved. Thanks to the citizens of Townsville. Collect 'em all.
Okay, I think the pun on this one should be pretty obvious, going from generic supervillain to supervillain. And while a basic title like this could be seen as an underwhelming or lame one for an episode when so many others have been more clever or interesting puns, I think the blander title works in this episode's favor given what it's about. An average, everyday, run-of-the-mill working-class father who has a job he hates and a family he resents. Sounds all too familiar to American culture that has permeated it for decades without ever really seeming to have gone away. In the episode, our star of the show is Harold Smith, who we come to learn wants nothing more in life than a change of pace, a new lifestyle, a new passion to pursue. Like most middle-aged men who go through their midlife crisis, Harold seems to be working towards something he's always dreamed of, becoming a supervillain that can take down the Powerpuff Girls. Now, quite frankly, so far in Season 2, we've gotten one serious villain episode, but beyond Princess's debut, we're just getting more comedic episodes, and I honestly think Harold Smith is no exception to that side. However, what sets Harold Smith apart from the Gangrene Gang or Lenny is that Harold here is comedic in a different way from the other two. Whereas the Gangrene Gang were amusing due to their juvenile delinquency, and Lenny through his cringiness, Harold is amusing because no one can take him seriously. Neither the characters in the episode nor the audience are really meant to take this guy dressed up in his pajamas as a serious supervillain, and it isn't until he pulls a hairdryer on the professor that the girls even know what to make of him. Supervillain is such a weird episode, but in such a good way. For starters, we get to see the juxtaposition of what an ordinary person's life in Townsville is like when they aren't being affected by monster attacks in comparison to what we know the professor's is like, as illustrated with the "My Life is Perfect" song.
Oh, I think I'll sing the My Life is Perfect song. My life is so perfect.
Yeah, rub it in there, Professor, why don't you? Honestly, with a neighbor like that, I can't blame Harold for resenting him, but at the very least I do find the Professor's song humorous because it shows us one of the reasons Harold might resent the Utonium family. And that's something I do appreciate about this episode. It doesn't really give us that much of a motive for the villain. We don't really need the show to flat out tell us, this is why Harold wants to become a supervillain and why he hates the Powerpuff Girls. No, rather we just see that he hates them, and the Professor's song is only an indication as to why he might feel that way towards them specifically. He's probably jealous of their family dynamic compared to the one he has. He wants what they've got because he lacks it. But there's so much open interpretation here that I think allows for a lot of different but cool speculation on this. For instance, we get to see Harold watch Mojo on TV where he takes the mayor hostage and later captures the girls, and Harold is over here on his couch getting all giddy like any sports fan would at a big game. Maybe he thinks it would be fun to be Mojo, or more likely, he probably has some sort of feeling against the good of society because he has no source of joy in his own life, and he wants to break free from the prison of a middle-class employee providing for a family. We get to see plenty of this with the opening montage where we witness what a day in the life of Harold Smith is like.
You'll never guess what's for breakfast. Pancakes!
He doesn't seem to have much to look forward to. Basically, he's a slave to the grind, and well, I'm sure a lot of us can relate to that. So much of the episode is dedicated to show us Harold being miserable. We get the montage sequence shown to us 3 times, and sure, they're sped up a little bit more each time, but we really get a sense of the monotony in his everyday life. It's only when he gets to escape into his basement or workshop and tinker on something behind closed doors that he really gets to get excited about anything. And based on the sounds going on in there, it certainly sounds like it must be something big. Until you realize later in the episode that it turns out to just be this, which honestly I think just adds to the silliness of the design because it completely misdirects you into thinking it's probably something greater than it is. I mean, the outfit consists of what? Red onesie pajamas, a towel for a cape, yellow rubber gloves, and some sparkler on his head? It's just goofy, but at the same time it shows how incapable Harold would truly be of being a supervillain. That doesn't stop him from pursuing his passion though, and after his wife Marianne tells him they're having guests over for dinner, we see see him begin to sweat out a discomfort for the social expectations that his wife just thrust upon him. I mean, to everyone else this should be a pretty normal, neighborly get-together for dinner, and yet instead Harold's over here thinking tonight could be his big night, and he's totally unprepared for it. He excuses himself to the restroom, and during this scene, I once again just have to point out the coloring of the environment, because man, I don't know what it is about using red and pink to shade things in darkness, but it just has such a comforting presence. While the rest of this episode never blew me away as a kid, this scene of him in the bathroom, looking in the mirror, always resonated with me purely out of the color choice. Like, the only thing I can really think of is one of those rooms that people use to develop photos, where everything is held in red lighting so as to not ruin the image of the photograph before it's finished developing. That was actually one of the coolest things I got to do when I was in high school. My school actually had one of those rooms where I got to develop old photographs, and being in there was just awesome. I love that. Anyways, where part 1 of the episode is all just set up for Harold Smith's big moment, part 2 is where things kick into gear, and this is what most people end up remembering the episode for, as Harold basically grabs a hold of the professor and holds a hairdryer to his head, threatening to melt it in mere seconds before the girls can stop him. And the one thing I've always wondered is whether or not this hairdryer could actually do that. Is it really a laser gun, or is he just playing pretend? I mean, the professor takes it seriously the entire time. You can tell based on both his dialogue and especially his facial expressions, such as with the panning shot of the family eating dinner at the table. I also really love this shot. I always thought it was super cool how they pull off the effect by essentially panning the foreground in one direction and the background in the opposite, so as to give the illusion that the camera is resting in the center of the table and rotating on a pivot 360 degrees while the dinner slowly progresses. The first time around you see the characters with full plates, the second time their plates are completely clean. A really cool effect that also shows the passage of time in one continuous shot through the details of the background and the foreground. Honestly, I know everyone loves the eat your pee professor moment, but to be quite honest, I think this panning effect that they got to do while around the dinner table is the most standout moment, at least for me. But yes, without question, the eat your pee professor line is one of the most iconic moments of the entire series, bar none.
Eat your pee, Professor.
You know, once again, as a kid, I didn't really get the comedy of this scenario, but I've come to appreciate just how long and drawn out it is because, well, for starters, who wouldn't drag it out in that situation? But the whole idea that the only reason he hasn't blasted the professor with his hairdryer is because his wife worked hard on her dinner and he doesn't want to ruin that is just great. And it shows that he still respects her, despite being miserable in most of his life. Like, Marianne here doesn't even do anything to stop Harold either. Sure, she questions him when he shows up in the living room, but when it comes time to intervene, she instead just demands everyone sits at the table, and quite frankly, I can't blame her in that sense because she probably did work hard on it, and it wouldn't be fair to her to let all that effort go to waste. But the fact that outside of everyone eating at the table, she doesn't seem to care at all about her husband holding this man at gunpoint really shows where her priorities are.
Who wants dessert?
I do. Oh, for crying out loud, Marianne!
And that line right there is possibly my favorite quote in all of Powerpuff Girls. Do you know how many times I say to myself, "Oh, for crying out loud, Marianne"? It's pretty much a go-to response for me when it comes to things interfering with plans I had made, whatever that may be. My computer not functioning properly, a friend doing something counterproductive, whatever it is. I quote that line a lot, and I always get asked, "Who's Marianne?" Which I then have to explain because nobody in my personal life but me cares about the Powerpuff Girls, and so I'm all alone in my references to the show that nobody else understands or remembers. But oh well, enough of the woe is me. Pretty soon we get to the dessert food fight, and this is where things take a turn because Blossom is the first to act here, not Harold, inciting a total food fight that basically ruins Marianne's dinner entirely. You know, the one thing Marianne did not want Harold to do, as she alluded to several times leading up to this in the episode.
Those Powerpuff Girls ruined my dinner!
Any fan of the show knows this will be relevant later, but besides that, I always found it contradictory that Blossom's the one to start the food fight, yet she's also the one to try and get everyone to calm down because they're acting ridiculous.
Then eat up, Harold! Have you all gone mad?
What's going on in here?
He's got a gun!
Like, Blossom, you threw the first pie. What did you expect to happen here? don't go taking that moral high ground. Nah, of course, I don't really see this as a tough criticism or anything. It's just a contradictory observation is all. It doesn't really ruin the episode or anything, and it sets up another episode later in the season that I really enjoy, so it doesn't really bother me that much. Also, I love when the police show up out of nowhere and the Utoniums are just like, he's got a gun, and Harold's immediately arrested without question. No hesitation, no interrogation, just bam, right in the slammer for him. Nah, I mean, I'm sure they explain it off screen or something. It wasn't really necessary to see that in the episode, but I just love the sheer sudden response and the hard cut basically just bringing the conflict to a close in such a rapid succession. It's so amusing how fast the police just bust in out of nowhere and arrest him. It's like it builds and builds and builds and then just stops. But yeah, as a whole, I mean, Supervillain is one of those more iconic, wacky episodes that the Powerpuff Girls prides itself in. I really do think this is one of those classic episodes that everyone should see of the show just because it really seems to resonate with a lot of us. Both of the episodes in this pairing, actually. I don't know that I'd go so far as to say it's the best pairing of season 2, but it's certainly a solid one, without any doubt. I appreciate the episode for giving us an average middle-aged father as a villain. It really does go to show just how broad the cast of characters stretches in this series, when this is the same season that we're going to see giant monsters, a genius chimp, and the literal devil also show up to give the girls utter hell, and yet those episodes can also coexist with a comic book geek and an ordinary dad as villains. Man, this is such a great cartoon. I love it so much. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on and see what comes next, shall we?
So once again, the day is safe. Dinner is ruined thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Okay, look, I know these episode titles haven't been super thrilling recently, and this one is no exception, but trust me, they do get better. Birthday Bash here is just going by the phrase of the same name, no pun or inside joke or anything like that, but as one would infer by the title, it is indeed a birthday episode featuring the Powerpuff Girls and how they would celebrate their birthday. Now, to those that choose to really invest themselves into the fictional world of Townsville and follow every little piece of lore that the show gives us to piece the logic of everything together, this may immediately call into question the concept of the girls' age. Now, Craig McCracken himself has always said he thought of the girls being around the age of 5 years old, which makes perfect sense given that 5 to 6 is usually the age of kindergartners and the girls are included in a kindergarten class at Pokey Oaks. So, you know, one can argue that this is their 6th birthday or whatever, but I'll be honest with you, it doesn't matter. Maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but now that I'm older, I've come to realize what is and isn't important to a show based on its premise, structure, goals, and execution. We do not need to take a birthday episode seriously as though the girls are 6 now instead of 5. It's irrelevant to the goals of the show, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter. It has no impact on anything whatsoever. I only bring this up because there's a later season episode where it's their birthday again, and so then we'd be like, oh, they're 7 now, but they're still in kindergarten or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I see people get hung up on this in regard to all sorts of different shows, myself included when I was younger. It's not exclusive to Powerpuff, but I feel like when it comes to the episodic shows that don't have much chronology to them, it's meant to be irrelevant. It honestly just feels like an excuse for someone to ego boost themselves by saying, that doesn't actually make any sense, when it's fiction. There isn't a canonical lore in the Powerpuff Girls that follows the rules of our reality's flow of time either. We're not meant to think about it. This is a show where the characters are malleable and meant to be placed in any given scenario at any point to see how they react to the events that are depicted. This is similar to the mindset I have with those hypothetical who would win questions that people like to debate about. And like, please understand, I do enjoy the fun of debating that sort of thing, but at the end of the day, the reality of those who would win scenarios is that it would be whoever the writers dictated would win. Stan Lee basically said something along these lines, and I'm glad that quote is becoming more popular because I've basically had this mindset most of my life, and a decade ago, I was always vilified for thinking that way, but like, it's true. In fiction, any character can beat any other character if the writer wants them to. If I wanted Goku to lose in a fight to Jigglypuff, I'd write it so he did. I don't know, I think some just get too hung up on being literal when it comes to this, when the reality is it's all fiction and we can do whatever we want with it. But hey, What do I know? Anyways, this tangent aside, I did want to emphasize that point about the girls' ages because it seems to be called into question by a lot of people when, again, their age doesn't play a role in the events of the episode. It's just that it's their birthday. Beyond the fact that they're kindergartners, we don't need to apply real-life logic to aging when it's a cartoon. These episodes could take place at any point in time. Now, there are criticisms to be made if the girls were put in a setting where, oh, I don't know, there are high schoolers there too, and it creates a really jarring clash of an environment because nobody knows what level of education the girls are actually supposed to be in, and everybody else around them looks way older. But no, in this show, we know they're in kindergarten, and as such, we know they're surrounded by other kindergartners. So we can infer their age is somewhere around kindergarten. 5 to 6, that's what it is. But I digress. Birthday Bash is a fun episode in which the girls celebrate their birthdays and they get a ton of presents from villains in prison who seemingly attempt to thwart the girls' special day. Once again, we have another action episode, but this one features a bunch of villains interacting with each other, and if Telephonies was anything to go by last season, we know we're in for a real treat with this one. Now that we're getting into that territory with Birthday Bash and having more of the villains interact with one another rather than just putting all of them in separate episodes, we're really getting to see what the show's writers can do with these characters. A first for the series, Birthday Bash basically takes place across two settings in parallel with each other: the girls' own backyard and Townsville's jail. Let's start with the girls first here.
Live in front of the Powerpuff household, where a birthday party is finally getting underway for Townsville's favorite heroines, the Powerpuff Girls.
So as we can see, the girl's birthday is being broadcast to all of Townsville for everyone to see on the local news. I suppose one thing we could bring into question is whether or not this is the girl's first birthday party relative to the events of the Powerpuff Girls movie, but it doesn't change the way this episode is perceived, so I don't think it's relevant to the conversation. That said, we do get to see that the whole town is gathered together for the event, including the likes of Rainbow the Clown, who's back out of prison, and Princess Leia, too. I guess she's just saying thanks for blowing up the Death Disco Ball in Season 1.
You girls can't open presents until after you've had cake.
Cake time! Sit down!
God, I love the way the girls just scream at everyone to get on with it and just blow past everything. I've also heard in recent years someone make the observation that Bubbles cutting everyone off when they begin singing the word happy could actually have been in reference to the fact that at the time, Happy Birthday was reserved under copyright and Cartoon Network didn't want to pay the legal fees associated with using that song. I don't actually know if this is true or an intentional gag because they ingrained Bubbles' response to their singing so well into the situation itself, but hey, if it was a clever commentary on them not being able to legally sing that song, it gives it some bonus points in my book. Man, do I miss the thrill of being a kid getting presents on my birthday though. Honestly, as I've gotten older, as most of us have gotten older really, I'll be the first to admit that there aren't a lot of birthdays I can remember distinctly anymore. A lot of my childhood ones have been forgotten, both in terms of events and presents received, but you know, if there's one that will always stick out to me, it's unironically my 6th birthday I had right before I went into kindergarten. For my 6th birthday, I don't remember a whole lot, but much to my parents' dismay, it's the day my childhood was taken over by Pokemon, which I'm still, albeit less thrilled with the franchise compared to back then, a fan of to this day. My 6th birthday awarded me with a Game Boy Advance and 8 games that came along with it. My first ever handheld games, one of which was Pokemon Blue. I also got a bag full of Pokemon cards from my not blood-related cousins who I'm referenced previously in any of the instances that I've talked about Battle for Bikini Bottom, and quite frankly, if it weren't for him giving me those cards and getting his Pokemon Blue, I probably wouldn't have gotten into Pokemon until a few months later because all the kids were already into it anyways, so it helped that I got to go into kindergarten knowing about Pokemon ahead of time because it basically allowed me to make friends much more easily, one of which ended up being my roommate during my freshman year of college, which is pretty crazy to think about. Man, I don't know what it is about this episode making me tangent so much, but it's just invoking things that I really want to get off my chest, I guess. Anyways, let's divert over to the villain side of things, where we see Mojo, Princess, and the Amoeba Boys all devising their evil schemes and how their birthday presents to the Powerpuff Girls will finally take them out once and for all.
No one will be able to resist this perfect package. I'll have my people deliver it tonight, and by tomorrow, this princess will be queen!
Also, I love how Princess's cell is so well kept and pristine because of course it is, a subtle detail that never gets acknowledged but is so fitting for the character. There's another scene later on where we also see the thugs in prison giving her a manicure, and I just think that's the funniest small detail that I appreciate so much. Just an added thing that shows more care was put into the placement and blocking of the character rather than just having her stand there and talk. This episode basically gives us a rundown of each of the villains' attempts to defeat the girls once and for all by gifting them evil birthday presents with the intent to kill them on live TV. Mojo summons a giant robot while Princess has a missile launched directly towards them. While Mojo's is very typically Mojo's style, I really appreciate Princess's attempt because of the way the girls have to throw the homing target all over the place like a hot potato, watching everyone sort of freak out and try to get it away from them while this rocket propels right for them. Eventually the girls get away in time though, and so another evil scheme is thwarted. I gotta say, the Amoeba Boys gift is such an amusing one in comparison to the others. As we may remember from Gazoon Fight, these guys are the most incompetent villains in all of Townsville, and I love getting to see the other villains like Mojo and Princess, who are on the upper end of the scale, bounce off of their sheer incompetence. Even the professor makes a jab where he says those boys can't do anything right, and they all laugh.
From your bestest pals, the Amoeba Boys.
Oh, well, no worry. They can't do anything right.
Honestly though, the payoff of this is great. After having seen the two serious attempts of having the girls and the citizens of Townsville murdered, the Amoeba Boys just get them dolls.
You gave them dolls?
Voodoo dolls. Let the torture begin. You pinheads.
I couldn't think of a more perfect concept for the Amoeba Boys to absolutely squander than this. I mean, I don't need to explain it, it's just a perfect joke befitting of the characters. It's also pretty great when him shows up too. Of the four plans, I like his the most just because it's an excuse for the girls to fight a giant monster that rampages around and terrorizes everybody. Also, we get another instance of him apparently using his devilish capabilities to bend reality and manipulate the minds of the girls and the professor without them even seeing him, while simultaneously breaching the limits of live television broadcasts in order to communicate with the rest of the prisoners in jail. And his excuse for when his plan ultimately fails just displays how much of a sore loser him really is.
Just admit it, you lost.
You destroyed no one. Yeah.
Why destroy what I can torture with tooth decay?
And so this is where we get another hint of him being a more charming character than just flat out evil. I know we got a taste of that with him exercising in season 1, but as we move further along down the series, especially starting with season 3, we're going to be seeing more of him's humorous side, which is one of my more favorite traits of his. Honestly, him is my favorite villain. I think he works just as well as Mojo when it comes to finding that balance of seriousness and humor. It's just a different style of humor that doesn't rely on stupidity necessarily, but rather more situational kinds. All in all though, the episode is a pretty nice one. It's got some great lines and it isn't all that super serious, but the different bouts of action we get are nice to watch. I think the pacing is great as we sort of get a bit of action followed by a cooldown with the villains responding to each of the evil plans, and the witty commentary they provide on each successive failure really allows the pace to maintain a very steady flow. I also just love the fact that these criminals are gathered around the TV almost like it's a sports pub or something, and people are placing bets on fights or games and everyone's getting super into it. I don't know, that's just the sort of setting that this imagery invokes in my head. But yeah, on the whole, Birthday Bash, it's a fun episode. The ending line by the narrator is also a pretty fun closing because we first hear Tom Kane as Stanley Whitfield give the classic, "And so once again, the day is saved" line, but then Tom Kenny comes in as his character and is like, "Whoa buddy, let me show you how it's done," and then proceeds to just like bass his voice up a bit and add a reverb effect to exaggerate his dramatic projection a little bit more. It's a nice touch to close it out. I love it.
So, once again, the day is saved. Thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Oh, I'm good.
Ever wonder what would happen if the Powerpuff Girls got tired of saving the day all the time and just decided to call it quits, leaving Townsville to the mercy of its own people being incapable of solving its problems? Well, Too Poop to Puff has got you covered because that's the exact premise of this next episode. Honestly, I think it's a great idea for the series given that this seems to be a scenario that a lot of superhero media suddenly starts to deal with because the town, city, country, or world starts to become dependent on these heroes saving the lives of everybody else around them. What would happen if the heroes suddenly disappeared but the villains continue to terrorize the town? Well, that's what we have here, and oh boy do I enjoy this episode quite a lot. I think it really goes to show not just how complacent and stupid the citizens of the city truly can be, but it can also be applied to our everyday lives and the conveniences we get to experience that people in the past once lacked. For example, let's just look at electricity. Up until the 19th century, the common person completely lacked any sort of electricity within their own home. Nowadays, our entire society depends on electricity for a multitude of different different things, and branching off of that is the internet as well. From media to businesses to communication, a large percentage of the world has become dependent on the internet for everything, to the point that we can only speculate about all the ramifications of it collapsing if it were to ever become unsustainable. People would probably lose their minds, businesses would go under due to their inability to operate. It'd probably be a catastrophe. Could we recover? Maybe, but a lot of the damage would be done. And Too Poop to Puff is a more kid-friendly, simplified cartoon version of that. The title is also a reference to the phrase Too Poop to Pop, which honestly I wouldn't blame you for having never heard that before if you're under the age of 30, because quite frankly that phrase was way more common in the mid-1900s than it is today. But hey, it is a pun, so I wanted to acknowledge it for what it's worth. When it comes to TPTP, it's hard to deny that the episode is a bit on the slower side. The introductory sequence is fast, sure, but once we get to the main conflict of the episode, things seem to slow down and pace considerably, to the point where it basically becomes a several-minute-long conversation of the citizens being idiots while the girls get frustrated with their inability to accomplish anything and derive any logical or reasonable conclusion from the constant back and forth that they're having with the girls.
Why shouldn't you put a toaster in a bathtub full of water?
Because your toast would get soggy.
And it has some memorable and quotable lines, to be sure. This one in particular has made the rounds on the internet before as a recognizable quote from the episode that really displays the stupendous ignorance of Townsville to its full extent. No rational person should deduce that soggy toast is the reason you shouldn't put a toaster in the bathtub, but Townsville as a city has become so complacent with the girls saving the day all the time that they've had no need or desire to do more than the bare minimum because there are other people out there doing their job for them. And now that I think about it, that's another important lesson out there that could also be procured from the perspective of the girls rather than the citizens. Don't let other people take advantage of you. Obviously, superheroes have a sworn duty to the people they're protecting, but as the opening montage of this episode shows, it just ends up amounting to being a bunch of menial tasks that the girls don't need to do. I mean, fixing a tire, plumbing, cleaning a litter box, these are things that the ordinary everyday people should be handling, and it's, quite frankly, insulting that they're too lazy to perform their own responsibilities and just default to the girls coming to save them instead. You can obviously apply this idea to yourself in the real world, in that there will be people out there that want to take advantage of you, your generosity, your skills, and it's important to recognize when that's happening because you need to stop them from doing that. Don't let them benefit off of you if it's for their own selfish or lazy gain. They need to be capable of handling their own problems themselves. I guess that makes this episode pretty polysemous in this regard, and as longtime viewers of me might know, I like that. It's usually a sign of great writing, and again, even if this episode isn't the most exciting or laughter-filled one around, it still presents a great problem that I'm sure most superheroes would probably feel after doing their civic duty for months or years on end. I mean, everybody gets burned out from time to time. We all do. It's just a fact of life. Heck, I do when it comes to making these reviews. That's why there's such a large gap in time between my release of season 1 and 2, to be honest with you. Yes, obviously we all wish we could accomplish everything and help everyone, but realistically speaking, everybody's got to take time for themselves, and when the girls were getting run around nonstop by everyone in the city the way they were here, it was only a matter of time that the girls would get tired of it. I mean, come on, as amusing as the scene is, did Miss Keene really need help cleaning chalkboard erasers? Did they really need to help with this guy's untied shoe? I mean, the mayor I understand at least.
Help! Help!
Girls, help.
No!
Huh?
That is definitely a situation worth crying for help over. Poor guy. Another compliment I'd like to provide the episode is for the character designs. We get some really cool and unique designs between the citizens we see in the opening montage to the crowd that are talking to the girls while the monster is trapped in the telephone wires. Honestly, it really shows to me that the team probably had a lot of fun coming up with all these different styles for the citizens. I mean, they each have different shaped heads and proportions and voices even too. It's just really cool, especially because most, if not all of the designs here are new ones made specifically for this episode. They aren't just regurgitated from other episodes previous, such as Major Competition from season 1, which also featured a crowd of citizens. Anyways, I appreciate TPTP for its concept, even if the execution isn't the most exciting thing in the world. I think it's pretty amusing to see just how dumb Townsville really is under the circumstances, and really excels at showing what can happen to people when they grow so accustomed to be fully dependent on somebody else taking care of their problems for them. It results in incompetence and laziness and ignorance when it comes time for them to handle things themselves, and well, I think we see that enough in the real world all the time to get the picture. I'd like to think that would change someday, but only time will tell.
So, once again, the day is saved.
with no thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Hey, I did that all by myself.
Coming into the next episode pairing, Season 2, Episode 4A and 4B were actually selected for a Primetime Emmy nomination in the animation category that year. And although it unfortunately lost to The Simpsons, I'm not exactly mad about that because, in all fairness, I think this pairing is good, but not award-worthy. Was there a better pairing I would have nominated? Well, yeah, based on the time frame that the Emmys would have allowed in the year 2000, I would have chosen the episode pairing following this one, Dream Scheme and You Snooze, You Lose, for reasons I'll get into when we get there. Although any fan of the show can probably realize it's pretty obvious why I choose that pairing. But hey, either way, coming into this one, we've got Beat Your Greens Up first, and this episode right here is a pretty fun one from beginning to end. As the title implies, the episode is about the kids eating their greens, as the age-old saying goes, so that they can grow up big and strong. Yeah, I'm sure we've all heard that one before. Although, it is true.
Eat your green vegetables.
That's what my mom is always saying.
But this is another one of those episodes where the writers basically took another relatable concept to kids, specifically the subject of picky eating and kids not liking vegetables over other food groups like sugary sweets, and personified the vegetables into an alien race that the kids are basically forced to eat because they're put in a position where they have no other choice. The episode has a great setup to establish this too, as it does the uh-oh dynamo thing of foreshadowing not only the settings where we see the episode take place, but the families of all the kids that refuse to eat their vegetables and how they are all differentiated from one another. You've got the tough football player kid, the siblings where the younger one copies the older one and everything they do, and of course you got the 3 Powerpuff Girls who even they aren't exactly thrilled by the sight of that icky green stuff, as Bubbles puts it.
I know it's not a hamster. You eat hamsters? No, I like hamsters, and I know I don't like that stuff.
And yeah, that hamster line is yet another one of Bubbles' many adorable comments that just can't help but put a smile on your face, you know? And honestly, there's a lot of these charming moments present across all of the episode, ranging from some notable references to things like Star Wars Episode 4, when the dad is trying to feed his small child broccoli, or Dexter's dad, actually, who's seen working within the city of Townsville while the narrator is giving us a rundown on the average life of a Townsville citizen. And for all you lore junkies out there, we get our only appearance of the town of Farmsville. That's Farmsville with an S. It's not a reference to that old web browser game that used to be popular on Facebook in like 2009. By the way, did you know they made a Farmville 3? I sure didn't. That's a fact I learned during the writing of this episode script. Not to get meta or anything. Ironically, despite the Star Wars reference existing during that father's attempt at feeding his child, the main bad guys of this plot don't really have much of a Star Wars-y vibe going on here, which is appreciated considering Boogie Frights already sort of did that last season, so we didn't really need a retread of it here. What we do get instead is the main setup for their scheme. Basically, the Broccoloids infect the humans of Earth by sending down a Sporpedo, clever pun, and infecting all of their crops so that they can later activate their dormant ability to hypnotize these humans into a vegetative state that they can control at the push of a button on their scepter. You are what you eat, am I right? Okay, enough of that. The one thing they didn't account for, however, is all of the children on Earth that refuse to eat their vegetables because they're all picky eaters. Thus, the episode becomes focused on this battle between the evil alien Broccoloids and the children fighting back to rescue their parents. After this initial wave of panic occurs, all of the children gather up in the center of town, which is where the girls decide they're gonna go find the culprit of their parents being turned into these inanimate zombies. And as they fly off to go find this torpedo in the field, I wanted to call out that there's a random monkey in the crowd here when they fly off. This was pointed out to me by my friend the last time I was watching it, and now that I've seen it once, I'll never be able to unsee it every time I watch this episode for the rest of my life. And hopefully, you won't be able to either. And gosh, there's just so much to say about this next sequence. It's my favorite part of the whole episode, and I mean, where do I even begin? Basically, the girls arrive in the field where the Sporpedo is located, and they discover that it contains a bunch of these mind-controlling spores. However, they don't have long to react before the Broccoloids end up arriving themselves, and they end up hiding inside this scarecrow. I absolutely love the sequence that plays out between the girls and the Broccoloids here, with each of the girls carrying a component of the scarecrow's outfit. Blossom wears the hat, Buttercup has the shirt, shirt and Bubbles has the pants. And the line that Bubbles has about her being scared is absolutely the most memorable line of the entire episode. I also really love Blossom's line about the spores being diabological, as well as the fact that when the Broccoloid zaps her hat off, her bow responds when she tilts upward, almost as to enhance the emotional expression that she's giving off in reaction to that happening. The little bit of fighting that takes place in this action sequence is fun, as I mentioned too, although it's not the most intense by a long shot compared to other fight sequences in the show, but enjoyable nonetheless. It serves its purpose in ultimately showing that the Broccoloids are capable of regeneration, thus making it very difficult for the girls to be able to defeat them with their superpowers. So Blossom has a recollection back to what the professor said in the beginning of the episode, hence me mentioning the foreshadowing, and we get to see her react by eating one of the Broccoloids when it jumps at her.
Barbarians!
Always love that reaction too.
Swallow your pride, girls. We gotta eat him to beat him.
That one, not so much. I feel like some people read into this line a little too much, and quite frankly, I don't feel that it was intentional personally, but what do I know? The girls do carry on and eat a bunch of Broccoloids, but unfortunately the main Broccoloid leader, who doesn't have a name, calls in a bunch of reinforcements, and so the girls end up retreating back into the city of Townsville, where they regroup with the rest of the other children and explain what they had witnessed out in the field. Ergo, all of the kids prepare to rally together and defeat these Broccoloids by teaming up with each other and agreeing to eat them to their ultimate demise. With this, we get treated to a really cool montage of the girls and the kids teaming up to prepare themselves with all sorts of different food weapons, such as salt and pepper shakers and a battle map and a fireman's hat for some reason. It's silly. Whereas the Broccoloids bring in their vegetable blasters in these giant tanks that will zap all the children into dust. There's also this one kid who appears in an NWO shirt, which some people attribute to being a reference to the World Championship Wrestling staple New World Order, given that it was owned by Ted Turner, who also created Cartoon Network at the time, and I guess that could possibly be legitimate, although it could also be a coincidence. I feel like it's intentional though, given that they draw attention to it in the show itself, and the show is full of pop culture references as it is. I don't know that I'd ever really have thought of the episode this way prior to really starting to think about it analytically, but yeah, honestly, this is a war episode, and that's kind of funny to say given the premise of this show. I never really thought about it this way before, but it's honestly true. I mean, this gets brutal. There's a lot of moments in this sequence when the kids are fighting the Broccoloids that seem very reminiscent to the brutality of war, while keeping it within a kid-friendly premise and visual setting. There's this one kid in particular as he's kind of eating this Broccoloid covered in cheese that has his mouth wide open with it all around his lips, almost as if he's eating something cannibalistically that's just visually symbolic for blood. It's really messed up. There's a lot of these reaction shots too from the Broccoloids where they have these absolute looks of terror and petrification on their face that really just sells it even further. Like, it would really suck to be a Broccoloid in this fight because they're at such a disadvantage. Now, granted, we do get this moment where the kids start to appear full, including one kid in particular that's laying on the ground who makes a reference to a line from Apocalypse Now because the show just can't seem to help itself from referencing movies in this episode. But one thing in particular I've never truly been able to figure out is if this next moment in the episode is a reference to anything when the Hungry Cavalry comes in on these goats.
Here comes the Hungry Cavalry.
Like, is this a reference to something? I feel like it is because the show brings so much attention to it and it seems oddly specific, but maybe this is completely made up and it's just a creative idea that someone on the show had. I'm not particularly sure. I don't know, but either way this kind of draws the episode to a close because the kids end up turning the tide once and for all and end up devouring the leader of the Broccoloids into oblivion, allowing Blossom to destroy his scepter by stamping it into mush. Yeah, I mean, overall, this is a really fun episode. Like I said, it runs with another creative idea that's applicable to children's situations and make some fun fantasy high action superhero story out of it. I wouldn't necessarily call this episode groundbreaking in any respect, and it's certainly far from my top 10 personal favorites, but again, that's not to say this is a bad episode. I really feel that the vast majority of this season consists of a lot of good episodes that really do the show justice. We will be getting to some particularly standout episodes as we get further into the season, but I definitely do not want to detract from the quality of this one when I get to them. Beat Your Greens is a fantastic episode. It's really fun, it's really creative, and it's really silly. Plus, I love the final ending scene.
Give them heck, troops! We'll show them who's boss! You can never be too careful!
Honestly, you couldn't have ended this episode in a better way than this. So yeah, overall, I'd give Beat Your Greens a really good rating. It's an episode that any fan of the show can get some enjoyment out of, even if it's not an absolutely mind-blowing one.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls and the hungry little tykes of Townsville.
Following Beat Your Greens comes the second half of the episode with Down and Dirty, which is of course a reference to the saying of the same name. Now granted, while I wouldn't say this episode title is the most unique or creative one of the season, it does at least have a double meaning in the sense that it follows the literal interpretation of the phrase as opposed to the figurative one that it's typically used for. In this episode, Buttercup literally gets down and dirty fighting a bunch of monsters and refuses to take a bath after every encounter. What starts as an ordinary everyday monster battle quickly takes a turn when Buttercup begins to stink up the entire town, forcing everyone else around her to completely abandon her presence. This is another one of those action-heavy episodes of the series because we get treated to a lot of different monster battles here, and I mean a lot of battles at that. All primarily taking place between Buttercup and the monsters specifically. Yep, this is a Buttercup-centric episode, the first episode of this season to be focused on only one of the girls as the main character of the story, although it certainly won't be the last as we've got a very healthy share of episodes coming up that'll focus on the others as well. Now be warned, this is meant to be a gross out episode, which I know some people aren't particularly privy to, myself included in most cases, but luckily for me, I don't really find this episode to be that disgusting in all honesty, and I feel like a lot of that is just chalked up to the fact that the episode doesn't go over the top with it, visually. I really feel like cartoons in the early to mid 2000s really upped the gross out a lot more, but thankfully with this hand-drawn cell animated season of Powerpuff, it didn't quite get to a disgusting or uncomfortable level that really made me want to stop watching the episode, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, it's definitely disgusting, the kinds of stuff that Buttercup finds herself covered in, such as snot from one of the monsters. There's also oil. At one point she gets covered in the acquired waste from a septic truck. Which, by the way, that septic truck has this little saying on it that says, "We're full of it," in quotation marks, and I've always loved that line, because if you know what this truck is, you know exactly what they're going for there. I actually think this is probably one of the most clever things the Powerpuff Girls ever got away with in the entire series. It's my favorite visually written gag in the entire show, I would say. Now, this episode follows a basic structure overall. Basically, what we get is an introduction to the premise of the episode, that being Buttercup getting covered in a lot of the monster's residue while fighting the first enemy, and the other girls in the town getting dirty on the side as a result of the fight. This then continues to carry forward as Buttercup fights other monsters and continues to get more and more dirty with every passing battle, whereas the other two girls are constantly cleaning themselves and taking baths after every fight in order to stay fresh and clean. Of course, Buttercup, being the tough tomboy that she is, doesn't see the need to take a bath because she's just going to end up getting dirty again. And while logically, yes, you can make an argument in terms of efficiency that she would just end up getting dirty again, so it's a waste of time, obviously, as anybody knows, there are more harmful side effects as a result of not bathing or cleaning oneself.
Buttercup, you stink. Take a bath.
Ugh, what's the sudden interest in my personal hygiene?
This is an episode about hygiene, and having good hygiene at that. I mean, besides the obvious fact of being courteous to others around oneself, and not absolutely annihilating their nostrils with abhorrent body odor, there's also a lot of health risks that one maintains by continuing to not cleanse one's own body of dirt and grime. The episode doesn't really talk about the complications and health risks that come with not showering, because it decides to take a more literal approach to focusing on the effect that Buttercup's body odor has on everybody else around her, getting to the point of causing the entire town to rise up and form an angry mob, chasing her out of the city because she refuses to continue taking a bath. It's ridiculous. I always found this to be such a silly concept that the entire city is affected by this one 6-year-old kid's inability to take a shower to the point where nobody can actually live their life comfortably. I mean, we get this one scene where everybody in the city is calling the mayor constantly on his phone, as all the lines are ringing him simultaneously about this odor that's permeating the city's sky. It's like Buttercup's flying enhances the smell and just makes it worse for everybody. In the end though, Buttercup argues that as long as she can continue to fight monsters, she's never going to take a bath because she still gets to do the number one thing she loves more than anything else. But that's where things take a turn at the climax of the episode, because she attempts to fight this one monster that's cleverly designed to inhale oxygen in order to breathe fire, and she gets stuck in its nose, forcing it to cry out in agony at the sheer amount of burning that it's causing the monster, and he begins to head home immediately afterward, telling Buttercup that he doesn't want to fight her anymore because she stinks so bad. This is a very fitting line in the sand to be drawn that ultimately forces Buttercup to go back and take a bath. It's not her sisters, it's not her father, it's not anyone in the city. It's the monster that she wants to fight refusing to fight her because of this issue that she finally caves in and agrees to take the bath even if she's not happy about it. It just shows how headstrong of a character Buttercup can really be. I think it emphasizes her mental toughness. You know, Buttercup is always referred to as the toughest of the three girls, and most of the time that's referred to in a physical manner. But mentally, I think it really showcases that Buttercup is the most mentally strong as well, being this committed to this sort of thing, no matter who gets in her way and tells her that she can't be doing it, even if she's wrong. Now, this is another episode of the series that I wouldn't necessarily call particularly deep. It's pretty literal in how you're meant to interpret it, you know, take a bath, keep yourself clean. It's courteous and respectful to everyone around you, and quite frankly, most of the time will make you feel a little bit better, more refreshed, ready to go, energized, and whatever other synonymous adjective you feel like throwing in there. So, alas, I don't have a lot of deep meaning to really glean from this one. It's just a solid episode. Again, I think the real appeal of this episode is just getting to watch Buttercup fight all of these different monsters. I mean, there's one where she literally blasts the creature's eye right open, just like that octopus monster from the Rowdy Rough Boys in season 1. And then there's this other fight where she fights the Cyclops monster, and after punching its head off, literally, the head actually grows feet and runs away, and then she has to fight these two bicep monsters instead after the torso rips itself in half. It's a really interesting monster that, honestly, I'm gonna have to translate into like a D&D campaign at some point, because I love the idea of having this creature start as one whole being and then gradually splitting itself apart into 3 smaller forms that comprise the larger one. That's like a perfect boss monster right there. Let's see, what other parts of this episode do I find really amusing as well? Well, I always found it amusing how Buttercup finds this running through the forest scene to be particularly ridiculous after she catches herself doing it.
Doing?
Like, one moment she's running for her life, and then the next she's like, wait, what am I doing? It's just the best delivery of that punchline. I've seen some people oddly enough take issue with the fact that the professor kicks Buttercup out despite her being like 5 years old. But honestly, if you chalk that up to the professor being a bad parent, I think you're reading a little bit too deep into it, because A, she's already proven to be a superhero who can handle herself, and B, he's not doing it out of malice, he's doing it to teach her a lesson, and it's a cartoon, so it can get away with that. This isn't portraying the professor in a bad light, nor does it make him a bad father. If anything, he's doing what a father should do. Admittedly, a little hyperbolically, I don't suggest this in real life, but he's doing what he should do, teaching the girls a valuable lesson, not only for their benefit, but for the respect of others around them. And I think equating the effect that the ramifications of Buttercup not taking a bath to how it causes others to respond to her is a very interesting way of depicting that. It's not the simplest and easiest way to depict it, you know what I mean? Also, another side remark I really want to make about this episode is that I have a very nostalgic memory of watching it when I was really young in my grandparents' bedroom. The same one I alluded to at the beginning intro sequence of my season 1 review, where I can distinctly remember laying in bed watching the moment from when Buttercup is being chased out of town to when she has the confrontation with the monster. I don't have any other recollection of that night, but I remember this one specific moment laying in the bed and watching that particular sequence. I don't know why Buttercup talking to the monster is so prominent in my brain, but it is. Maybe it's because of the cool design it has, maybe it's the way Buttercup got trapped in its nostril, or maybe it's because the voice you hear it speak with is one you'd least expect.
Hey, wait! Where are you going?
I was gonna go home.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you stink!
Yeah, you know, it's probably the last reason. So overall, yeah, Down and Dirty is a great episode. Again, I think it's a little straightforward and there's not a lot of depth to this one, but it does give you a lot of action and a pretty important moral that I think a lot of kids need to take away from it. You know, I can admit when I was a younger kid, I probably didn't want to take a bath from time to time, and that's something a lot of kids can relate to. That's what I think I appreciate most about this particular episode pairing out of all of them this season. This one seemingly has 2 episodes back to back that both have these extremely relatable scenarios that plenty of kids find themselves in, myself included when I was that age. There's certainly more to see in season 2 and I'll be pointing them out as we go along, but I can definitely commend this pairing for just being an all-around enjoyable half hour. Again, I still wouldn't necessarily call this Emmy award worthy personally speaking, but it's good, so not too many qualms from me.
Ripe you are, Buttercup. I mean, right you are, Blossom. And so the day is made, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Now, this episode pairing here is the one I would personally nominate for that Primetime Emmy Award I mentioned for the last one. Primarily for this episode I'm talking about, although the second one has some good characteristics to it. There's a lot going for Dream Scheme as an episode though that honestly makes it worthy of being recognized for an honor such as that, even if it isn't my favorite episode of the season. I mean, this episode has a lot of different experimental ideas crafted within it, such as the fact that the entire episode is written in a constant rhyme from beginning to end. And you know, at first I thought it would have been a pretty interesting idea to write this review in rhyme as well, but I quickly began to realize just how difficult that is in order to be able to both convey a coherent idea of what I want to say about the episode, as well as make it flow and understandable, and I feel like it might end up just coming across as annoying if I'm being honest with you. I tried writing this episode in rhyme for about 10 minutes and I didn't get very far, so I wanted to highlight the episode for managing to pull it off over the course of like 11 straight minutes. That's no small feat, so credit where credit is due. I clearly couldn't do it. We could also talk about the fact that this episode has a very interesting and artsy dream sequence that does a lot of different things in order to kind of expand on the whole premise of sleep and nightmares in particular. I might be jumping the gun a little bit here, but honestly, I think the nightmare sequence is probably the highlight of the episode, so I just kind of want to start there. Basically, in the episode, the Sandman goes around the world putting everyone to sleep. He's a magical creature equivalent to something like the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, essentially, where he is responsible for helping everybody sleep at night. But unfortunately, given that the world is on a constant 24-hour rotation, some part of the world is always going to sleep at any given moment, meaning the Sandman is never able to get any sleep for himself. Year after year, day after day, this Sandman is forced to do this on a never-ending loop, almost as if it was some form of punishment that he's forced to endure for the rest of time. The episode showcases him getting to his breaking point. He's been doing this for so long and he's never gotten so much as a wink of sleep for himself, and after the never-ending torment of getting so close to slumbering off before another country or time zone needs them to help him sleep, he decides to concoct one giant evil scheme to put the entire world to sleep all at once, so that he can finally get his shut-eye that he feels he so rightly deserves. Of course, the only people that stand in his way from completing the scheme are the Powerpuff Girls, which the episode kinda hand waves away the fact that they aren't affected by the Sandman's laser by saying they just have insomnia. And like, yeah, you could make the argument that it's Chemical X. They're superheroes, maybe they have super insomnia, but I don't know, man. I've been dealing with it for years myself, and I feel like the Sandman's laser wouldn't have worked on me either, so I don't really know how much I buy that criticism. Believe me, if I were to actually have a superpower in real life, it would be super insomnia. Trust me, it's literally midnight when I'm recording this, and I am wide awake. But yeah, he ends up zapping them with his handgun version of the laser, and that manages to knock the girls out, so it's not really a big deal, and I'm not losing sleep over this little minor oversight, pun intended. That's what then introduces us into the dream sequence, which is the highlight of the episode for me. See, shortly after the girls get zapped and fall asleep, they end up finding themselves in each other's dream, discovering another new power that they never knew they had before, but is actually pretty cool all things considered, especially because it gets called back to a couple times later in the series. Thus, they get the idea to go on and torment the Sandman, forcing him to never be able to sleep again. This negative sequence has always had me wonder what the music sounds like because it's clearly being played in reverse here. So I decided to take it upon myself and reverse the footage now so we can hear what it actually sounds like. Huh, well, there you go. Mystery solved. But that's just one of the many moments in this entire nightmare sequence that I appreciate. There's also some really interesting imagery with the whole dream inside a dream idea that gets referenced here when the Sandman wakes up from the nightmare of him being attacked by the girls with pillows, only to find his bed grow to this abnormally tall size and climb out of his ceiling. I have another distinct memory of seeing the bed kind of rise up with a little like Aurora Borealis like flare in the top right corner of the screen that just strikes me in a way I can't really explain. There's like a nostalgic feeling to it that reminds me of seeing like old futuristic sci-fi when I was a kid a little bit. I don't know, I'm really struggling to find the words to describe what vibe it really makes me feel or what it reminds me of. It's like a very niche thing and I'm just lacking the words right now to be able to explain it. It's like, the best thing I can come up with is it makes me feel the same way I feel when I think about the future as it was depicted by people 50 years ago. Also, the fact that at one point the Sandman finds himself on this raft in the middle of the water and then he gets eaten by a giant bubbles shark monster in an homage to Jaws. Yeah, if you followed my videos for a few years, you know I have a very relatable fear to that because your boy's got thalassophobia thanks to the original Freddy Fish 1, amongst other things. So yeah, I definitely find myself in this situation in a nightmare I'd be having that would make it difficult for me to sleep. I don't really know if there's any symbolism behind the girls being giant chickens and attacking him or if it's meant to be a weird with no other meaning behind it. This is another one of those cases similar to Beat Your Greens where it feels like this might have been a reference to something, but I'm just not seeing it. And let's talk about those backgrounds in some of these sequences too. There's a lot of stock footage at play here, such as this really trippy background when the girls are chasing him as giant chickens. A small detail I really appreciate about this moment too is every time the girls peck the ground and there's this loud impact sound effect, the background briefly changes to reflect the impact of that occurring to only further enhance the overall feeling that's created by him being attacked, which is really chaotic and makes it a more immersive experience that enhances the severity of his nightmare. The sunset water background during the Jaws sequence is also really cool, and I love the juxtaposition of color between the bright orangish yellow water background that's a very realistic looking image, contrasted by the hand-drawn deep blue water that's in the foreground. It creates a very striking clash in between the two, and in fact that clash is present through most of the sequence. Again, it's present during the chicken scene with the foreground being very prominently plain and the background being replaced with stock footage. It almost seems reminiscent of that tunnel scene from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory now that I think about it. Yeah, you know the one.
There's no knowing where we're rowing, or which way the river's flowing.
And you know, now that I think about it, there's a moment in that sequence where a chicken gets its head cut off, so maybe that's the correlation here? Or it's a coincidence, who knows? So let's talk about the character of the Sandman for a minute, because design-wise, I think he's pretty unique. I mean, let's face it, it's really hard to ignore that gigantic nose he has. The guy is voiced by Greg Eagles, who is known for a bunch of other cartoon character voices too, such as some of the characters I've displayed on screen here, and I feel he does a pretty good job with the Sandman. He gives him an older sounding voice that makes him sound very tired and worn out, and it really fits the kind of design that the character has. It's a more unique fantasy-like character that I don't really see a lot of shows typically depict. I mean, when I think of Sandman, I think of the Spider-Man villain, and then I think of the Metallica song, which isn't necessarily a character. Apparently there was also some Netflix series about some Sandman character at one point too, so I guess there's that as well. Maybe I'll check that out someday. But yeah, in comparison to things like the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and even Cupid, the Sandman is way down on that list, so I appreciate the Powerpuff Girls for utilizing him. I will say I have seen some controversy about the reception of this episode online. Apparently there's a subset of people that really find this episode to be negative because the episode depicts the Sandman in a sympathetic light and it makes the girls look like villains. And like, I mean, I see that motive could be very sympathetic because the guy does deserve to sleep as well, who doesn't? So it doesn't necessarily seem fair to him that he doesn't get to, but I would still argue that the girls are justified in defending the entire human population from being forced to sleep forever. I mean, if you want to get literal about it, everybody would starve to death in like a week, so people can't necessarily sleep forever, and there's a line here where the Sandman says he's gonna sleep for like 17 hours a day, so he clearly intends for this to be ongoing for a long time. It's not like he was just taking a one night rest and then getting back to the grind the next day, he comes across as though he plans to make this permanent.
I'll build a machine. Oh, this is so clever. A machine that will put them all to sleep forever.
So, I don't really agree with the idea that this is a bad episode because the Sandman is painted in a sympathetic light. You can get sympathetic villains all the time, but the ends don't justify the means. I think that makes for a more interesting villain dynamic when they aren't necessarily pure evil, it's just the actions that they are taking are wrong. But, I mean, then again, I'm also someone that finds the Rainbow the Clown ending to be perfectly fine in the episode Mime for a Change, so like, maybe I'm not the best person to ask. Clearly, there's other people that feel differently than me, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at least from my perspective, I don't really agree with this criticism of the episode. Aside from that, like I said, I really do appreciate the episode for being written in rhyme. It's very impressive and there's a clear rhythm to most of it, plus there's a lot of fun lines in here.
But Professor!
No buts, and I mean it.
Does anybody want a peanut?
Yep, that was a reference to the Princess Bride, alright. That's a fun little thing right there. I do think that maybe like 5% of the rhymes in this episode kind of feel forced in the way that they're portrayed, and I feel like some of the lines I have issues with are a result of different reasons. Like sometimes it's just the length of the sentences being written where one feels too short or too long to get to the rhyme of the previous or the following line, but then other times I feel like it's just the delivery and the way that the voice actor presents the sentence. And like, don't get me wrong, again, I've praised the voice actors on this show, they do an amazing job, but occasionally you get that one quirky line that just feels like it needed to be delivered a slightly different way, as seen in the examples I present here. And maybe this should be chalked up to voice direction rather than acting, who knows.
We'll infiltrate his dreams and give him a fright. Yeah, scare him so bad that he'll never want to sleep again. Bubbles, you're clever.
But again, that's a small amount relative to the entire episode as a whole that really flows from beginning to end, and I do respect the episode for this. I guess I may have over-exaggerated a little bit because the episode's not in rhyme for the full 11 minutes since the entire nightmare sequence is actually completely instrumental, but it's still impressive nonetheless when they do talk. Oh, and I forgot to mention that this title is actually a pun on the song Dream Scene performed by one of the Beatles members, George to be specific. In case you weren't aware, Craig and a lot of the other Powerpuff staff were huge fans of the Beatles, and there's a lot of references to them through the entire series, especially a particular episode we're going to get towards the end of season 3. I mean, heck, even him was inspired by the Beatles. Yeah, all in all, even if some may disagree with my take on this, I'd say Dream Scheme is a great episode. Not a personal favorite of mine, but a noteworthy episode all around for season 2.
Thanks again to the Powerpuff Girls.
And lo and behold, you know what? I can commend you Snooze You Lose here for being another episode that ties back to its previous pairing partner. Similar to how Beat Your Greens and Down and Dirty shared the similar theme of a childhood experience, You Snooze You Lose and Dream Scheme share the same idea of sleep between both episodes presented in completely different contexts. Yep, unlike the last episode, which consists of a very interesting and creative take on presenting some very different visuals compared to what we've gotten out of the series thus far, You Snooze You Lose takes a step back and decides to give us a more traditional episode of the Powerpuff Girls with a specialized focus on comedy more than action. And yeah, the episode title is just taken from the phrase of the same name, but in the literal sense of Mojo physically losing his plan rather than figuratively falling short of something for being lazy. This episode here is our third and sadly final appearance of the Amoeba Boys in the classic 4 seasons of the show. That's right, after this, we're not going to see them again as the main antagonist of an episode ever again outside of one episode in season 5, which is a shame because I really feel like the Amoeba Boys were great and hilarious characters that could have appeared in a couple more episodes to add some more stupid fun into the mix. Still though, that doesn't take away from how much I enjoyed this episode on a comedic level because I think this is probably the best of the Amoeba Boys episodes in the show, personally speaking. The premise of this episode sees Mojo Jojo coming up with an evil scheme to defeat the Powerpuff Girls once and for all, one that he calls his greatest scheme yet. Alas, due to an open window he left before going to bed, his plan gets blown out by the wind and into the hands of the Amoeba Boys, where they proceed to do absolutely nothing with it, and the episode kind of plays itself out from there. It's actually strange because when it boils down to it, the Amoeba Boys barely have any lines in this episode at all. They acknowledge at the very beginning the plan that landed in their lap, but then from there they barely say a word, with most of the episode just being Boss Man saying, in a response to a line one of the girls said to him. Slim doesn't really do much of anything, and Junior just produces a bunch of really weird items out from his stomach when the girls are asking for them. And yet, for an episode where the villains have very few lines at all, this is still a hilarious episode to me, thanks to the fact that the girls basically interpret what the Amoeba Boys are doing for them, since they're too stupid to realize anything that's going on.
So, you guys must be on a scavenger hunt, right? Great, we'll help.
How many other episodes of a superhero cartoon are there where the heroes end up willingly building the evil contraption for the bad guy without being deliberately tricked? Keyword is deliberately. That just hardly seems to happen. If it ever does, it's usually a plan by the villain, but thanks to the Amoeba Boys being the most incompetent buffoons of the bunch, the girls don't see them as a threat and they can't even come up with this. They're just harmless, so what evil could the Amoeba Boys even possibly be capable of? Well, it has to be an accident. There's a believability to the lack of ill intent that the girls perceive here. They're genuinely convinced that the Amoeba Boys just want to build a fun contraption or a ride of some kind based on this scavenger hunt, and so they completely go along with it without questioning anything. And I can't say I blame them for that. They've never really been threatened by them before. So most of the episode consists of the girls working with the Amoeba Boys to acquire these different items, such as a flashlight and paper clips to that of a giant bathtub and a crustacean. Really makes you wonder what Mojo thought of this plan that made it his most evil genius plan compared to everything else he's ever done. And while all of the machine parts of this contraption are being gathered, Mojo's busy tearing his lab apart bit by bit in order to find the plan that he so desperately wants to acquire, going so far later in the episode to basically be making Swiss cheese out of it.
Nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing there.
And I just love that his way of finding the missing plan is to completely rip his entire facility apart with his giant laser, essentially creating giant holes everywhere and completely ruining his home. It's like the stark opposite of what we witnessed in Just Another Manic Mojo, where he truly valued everything that was inside of it. Now he's destroying it. And then he's later asked by the girls for them to borrow his death laser that he wants to use on them in order to destroy them as part of the plan. And he never catches on to this. That moment when Buttercup's banging on the door to get him to open up and then Bubbles is politely and sweetly pushed into frame so she can ask him if they can borrow the laser is easily my favorite moment in the entire episode. It's so adorably charming and yet hilarious at the same time, the way he completely goes along with it and glosses over the request as if it meant nothing.
Could we please borrow your supercharged high-tech laser, please?
Okay, just don't bother me again. I'm trying to find my plans on how to destroy you.
At the climax of the episode, it's eventually revealed to the girls that this machine they've helped construct actually ended up being an evil weapon that's meant to destroy them in the end. However, and this is the best part, I love that Mojo jumps in at the last second when he looks out his window and sees his contraption built. He pushes the Amoeba Boys off the machine. He tries to take credit for the entire thing. So not only for the entire episode has he already been driven completely mad trying to find his evil plan, but now he's bumped into somebody else attempting to take credit for his plan that he concocted himself. This amazing genius plan that was sure to defeat the Powerpuff Girls no matter what. And then it turns out they can just get out of it by chewing the chewing gum and beating up Mojo? Yep, some plan alright.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Honestly, this whole thing has just been a build-up of getting to a giant Mojo Jojo freakout, and I'm absolutely here for it. The show clearly saw how fun Roger L. Jackson was capable of making Mojo's portrayal when he gets frustrated and then throwing a temper tantrum can be, and so they came out in full force swinging with season 2 because this is such a great moment for him, and I always look forward to seeing it every time I watch this episode and subsequent ones after this. His dialogue literally gets to the point where he's not even speaking in full sentences anymore because he's just that exasperated over his frustration of what has occurred. In all fairness, he is technically correct, and we as the audience know that. The girls have just been perceiving the scenario incorrectly the entire time because from their perspective, the Amoeba Boys are the ones behind it. And that's actually ironic because at the end of the day, they're the stupid characters for once, instead of it normally being the other way around with the villains.
I did it, not them. I am the criminal mastermind. I am the evil genius. I smart, they dumb. I am responsible for trying to destroy you.
Okay, then you go to jail.
That's right.
And I've always loved that I smart, they dumb line. It's just so funny. Yeah, You Snooze, You Lose complements Dream Scheme in the sense that it's a very contemporary episode relative to its partner. They complement each other by contrasting each other because they show a different component of how the Powerpuff Girls can be while sharing a similar motif. The show has always been that dynamic in the first couple seasons, and that's really put on display here. I strongly believe that this pairing would have been the better contender for the award nomination if you ask me, but at the same time, I've done my research and realized that the Primetime Emmys have basically been rigged forever when it came to the animation category anyways, so I really wouldn't put it past them to have not voted for this episode anyways had it been nominated. All in all, even though I didn't have a lot of depth and detail to really discuss with You Snooze You Lose, it's a really funny episode, and I'm not really asking for much more else from it if I'm being honest. You can't go wrong with this one, unless you don't find it funny.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
You ever have those episodes of cartoon that you really didn't like much at all as a kid, but as you've kind of gotten older and your taste developed and changed over time, you've either come around to it or at least become indifferent? Well, the latter of these two are applicable for me with this episode here, Slave the Day. An episode all about how the Powerpuff Girls rescue Big Billy from getting run over by a subway train while the Gangrene Gang is busy committing acts of vandalism within the Townsville subway. Of course, the episode title in question here is named Slave the Day, a play on words of the phrase save the day, which is what the girls do basically every single episode, as implied by the narrator's closing signature line. Well, as a result of the girls rescuing Big Billy in this episode from getting hit by a train, he ends up dedicating himself to serving the girls as a way of repaying them for saving his life, essentially becoming a sort of butler for them in Buttercup's words. Now, as a small child, I used to find this episode annoying because I really found Billy overly intrusive and didn't really enjoy seeing anything he did on screen, but at the same time I also really didn't like the way Blossom kind of overreacted and got angry with him, even though I feel that she's justified in this scenario. And as I've grown older, I've come to not really be bothered by Billy's actions and dialogue and whatnot anymore. I actually think it's pretty charming and sweet, even if he is a little bit on the duller side of the drawer, so to speak. But I think the important takeaway that I really interpret from this episode is that no one is inherently justifiably wrong. This is a very gray area episode, for the most part, and I'll get more into what I mean as we talk about what happens in the episode. As a minor aside, I just kind of want to talk about the opening establishing scene when the Gangrene Gang is busy spray painting graffiti everywhere all over the subway tunnels. I really love that each member of the gang has their own kind of stylized way of committing this act of vandalism. Ace has the most well-designed and coordinated looking graffiti, a very traditional art style that most would associate with it. Whereas Grubber is over here with a much more rounded style, and also the words that he's spraying on the wall are just raspberry noises, which is amusing. And then you've got Snake, who's just off to the side, not even spraying any graffiti, but just making the sound effects with his mouth because he's Snake, and the noise is similar to that of a spray paint can, I suppose. And then there's Billy, who's essentially just written the word graffiti on the wall because he doesn't actually probably grasp the full concept of what he's doing, while also writing it with poor penmanship because he's probably not the most coordinated, and trust me, I know what that's like. My penmanship is also terrible, so I feel it. Like seriously, even though a lot of graffiti is typically an act of vandalism, which is a crime, some of the stuff that people are capable of basically spray painting on freehand is actually very impressive, so like, I envy their creative talent on that front. It's just kind of unfortunate they're defacing something. However, not only is Billy unaware of his horrible penmanship when it comes to graffiti art, but also the fast-moving subway train headed straight for him. Thankfully, though, the Powerpuff Girls show up in the nick of time to save him via another method of a unique entrance we haven't seen in the show before. I really love the way they kind of establish the girls' presence without directly showing them on screen, merely being represented by the wind that blows and the debris that follow after they've already passed by. It's just a cool way to bring them into the episode in a very triumphant manner. It's like they sprung into action so fast that the episode itself couldn't keep up with showing the audience, you know what I mean? Anyways, yes, this is basically how Billy ends up realizing he owes a life debt to the Powerpuff Girls and is willing to do whatever it is they ask of him because he feels forever grateful, later visiting them at their home and helping them with things like getting ready for bed and cleaning their mouths during dinner and whatever else Billy may feel he needs to help the girls with at the current moment. On the action comedy scale, I would definitely say this episode skews a little more comedy focused, as a lot of the episodes in this season have, but honestly there is a little bit of action here that you never really would have expected from a character like Big Billy. Like when it comes to the Gangrene Gang, they usually aren't the most action heavy villains to be featured featured in an episode fighting anybody, they're usually just up to lesser, pesky, no-good crimes, so to speak. So getting to see Billy actually have some agency and do something here is pretty interesting. Like, for instance, at first Billy's helping with the girls just with basic things around the home. He's watching TV with them, he's helping them get ready for bed. But then when they get a call from the mayor stating that the bank robbing gang is robbing the bank, Billy springs into action.
The Powerpuff Girls!
Billy, help!
Billy, what are you doing?
Help me!
Now granted, every attempt he makes in trying to help the girls to defeat the bad guys ends up failing because he ends up doing more harm than good. Whether that be letting the gang get away, or defeating the Salami Swami by destroying a bunch of priceless art in the process, or defeating a giant monster and accidentally knocking over a bunch of skyscrapers like dominoes. Leading up to this moment in the episode, we've seen a lot of resentment building in Blossom over the course of Billy's many actions and how she perceives them. What starts as her simply being off-put by seeing Billy in their bedroom and introducing himself quickly turns for the worse as she begins to become increasingly more irritated with everything he says and does. We can easily see this in the contrast between Blossom's reaction to Billy compared to the other two girls. Buttercup and Bubbles are way more receptive to Billy's presence and way more open to having him around, seeing as they not only express more joy and excitement around him, but are also able to fall asleep more easily to the story that he tells in the middle of the night, and they're much more calm reactions compared to Blossom's, especially when she has her big blow up. And like I mentioned earlier, this is where I basically see both sides of this, because in a sense, it's not necessarily Billy's fault that he's not the brightest guy, and doesn't have the same spatial awareness that the girls do when it comes to fighting crime and keeping people in the environment around them as safe as possible during a conflict. But, at the same time, I understand why Blossom gets frustrated, because no matter what she says, Billy seems to just run off and do whatever he wants without stopping to listen or think. So on one hand, while I do feel that Blossom is very harsh on Billy for only trying to help, I completely understand her point of view, and I can understand why her emotions got the better of her, because it happens to everybody from time to time. It is a bit peculiar to me that Bubbles and Buttercup don't really have a moment to talk with Blossom after her freak out happens, or do anything to help calm Billy's emotions and make him feel better. There's a piece of reconciliation that is just missing here. They just sort of let him go and it's never really brought up again, which is okay. It wasn't necessary for the story, but it might have been nice to see some follow-up here for sure. There's also this ongoing gag with the Gangrene Gang where they just have no issue with Billy's absence whatsoever.
Hey, where's Billy?
Didn't he get run over by the train?
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Like, there's these moments where they make these side comments asking where Billy is and then completely move on like it's no big deal. This particular form of darker comedy is one that resonates with me a lot because I like to take a lot of serious things and just make them seem like they aren't a big deal in some sort of silly way, and that's why I love this gag. Honestly, given that the Powerpuff Girls is full of a lot of comedy like this, I have to credit the show for basically helping me develop my specific sense of humor, because a lot of it matches what's seen in this show.
Hey, Billy, we thought you were dead. Deal him again, Snake.
Oh, hey, Billy, we thought you were dead. Like, so nonchalantly. It's great. I do also appreciate how the episode basically comes full circle, and then we end up seeing Billy and the Gangrene Gang go back to the subway and attempt a second plot where this time they intentionally make Billy seem as though he needs help to trap the girls down there and attempt to defeat them once and for all. And surprisingly, it works. I mean, I understand that some would probably argue that the girls should be able to break out of that train rail, and yeah, I am inclined to agree, but at the same time, I realize it's written this way in service of the character moment that Billy has when he recognizes he's returning the favor to the girls. The episode doesn't really bring attention to this much, and I don't know if refusing to acknowledge it was necessarily a bad call or not, but it does essentially undo the life debt that Billy owes the girls, thus allowing the status quo to return to normal. I also find it interesting because this ending falls in line very similarly to the way that Mime for a Change does, in the sense that Billy ends up redeeming himself by rescuing the girls after doing something bad, but the girls still beat him up anyways because he's the one that put them there in the first place. And truthfully, this is a principle that is pretty applicable in the real world. I mean, just because you do something good doesn't necessarily mean you're acquitted of doing the bad thing you did first. Redemption doesn't equal being absolved of any and all crime, especially in a case like this where you know they attempted to murder the girls. Like, sure, Billy rescued them for the train and probably killed a bunch of people that were on that train, which the episode doesn't acknowledge, but as the narrator states, he put them there in the first place, so he still needs to be taught a lesson, and honestly, I agree with that. Undoing something bad you may have done doesn't mean that it should just be completely forgotten about. You still did the bad thing and you deserve to be punished for it. Recognizing that it was a bad thing is a good first step, but that doesn't mean you should be absolved of all responsibility. But hey, that's just me. I'm sure some disagree with that. Slave the Day overall is a good episode. I don't really have any qualms with it, and younger me was just getting annoyed over petty little things. I really don't mind the episode as much anymore, so I don't have any issues if I ever have to watch it again. It's totally fine here. The next episode though, well, that's a different story. In a good way.
And And so, once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
The next episode that we're going to be taking a look at here, Los Dos Mojos, is widely considered to be one of the most popular episodes of Season 2, and rightfully so. Just as we had Down and Dirty not too long ago as a Buttercup-centric episode, Los Dos Mojos here is a Bubbles-centric episode, and easily one of her best. I can still see some people arguing that Bubble Vicious is the best one she's ever had, but Los Dos Mojos is a pretty fair contender, I won't lie. In the episode, Bubbles ends up getting hit in the back of the head with a giant construction I-beam, and as a result, she ends up losing her memory and thinking that she is Mojo Jojo. After waking up from her coma, she heads to Townsville and ends up trying to take it over herself. The primary appealing aspect of this episode is easily the fact that Bubbles ends up behaving like Mojo Jojo for the majority of it. And I'm not just referring to the fact that she acts evil and her sisters have to stop her. I mean, she flat out speaks like him. She acts like him with his mannerisms, Mo-linguish and all.
Enough of this chatter! It's time to meet your maker! You leave the professor out of this!
That was just one of the many lovable sequences in this episode where Bubbles goes off the deep end and just lets loose. For me, this is easily one of the funniest episodes of the season because I absolutely adore all of Bubbles' dialogue here. She's full of wisecracks and witty retorts to pretty much everything that Mojo and her sisters say, and it feels out of character, but that's the entire point of the episode. It's to get Bubbles out of her typical character you would expect from her and see her acting like a complete maniacal villain for once. It's so fun. I mean, the Powerpuff Girls isn't normally known for having its dialogue be the central focus of an episode, but that's also another aspect that makes this episode so unique compared to everything else we've seen before it. There isn't a ton of action here, nor is there a lot of crazy visuals. The writing is the central focus of this episode, and I really think it's pretty apparent just with the fact that they decided to go for pitting two characters up against each other that are both speaking in the overly verbose dialect that Mojo had become known for in the show by this point. This episode begins with an interesting setup too, because we get quite a number of visual gags right off the bat before we really lean into the story that I just wanted to highlight really quick. Most people know about the reference to the Big Lebowski with the dude appearing as one of the side characters on the street right here, so, you know, not much to say about that, but what a lot of people tend to glance over is the fact that this joke takes the under construction idea to the literal extreme. See, the narrator begins the episode with,
"The city of Townsville is under renovation."
And we proceed to see a ton of visual gags complement this exact idea right off rip. One thing I never really noticed until I actually bothered to slow down the episode and analyze it more deeply for this video is the fact that the city skyline itself is actually under construction beneath the initial shot. Like, if you look at the actual layering of the foreground and the background here, it's implied to look as though Townsville is renovating the base portion of the city skyline, which makes absolutely no sense from an engineering point of view, and obviously that's the joke that I am now explaining. But still, I absolutely love that detail, and I never really noticed it before. So I'm still catching on to new things about this show decades later. It's still happening. Then of course there's also these examples with the office workers just sitting on the construction site trying to do their job, as well as the people that are waiting to get on the incomplete bus. But that's just the opener. This is immediately interrupted by Mojo Jojo being chased down by all three Powerpuff Girls and trapping him in a corner where they attempt to blast him with their I-beams, only for him to hit Bubbles in the head with a giant construction I-beam, and I love the play on words there. Definitely feels like something a campy supervillain would say in a cartoon like this. The storyboarders also established this with a visual implication on how Bubbles ends up thinking that she is Mojo Jojo by making it a point for Mojo to fly up in front of Bubbles' eyes while she's laying on the ground and falling unconscious, establishing himself as the last thing she sees. Subconsciously, when she wakes up, she ends up thinking that she is Mojo because it's the last thing she saw in her mind when she was all disoriented, so it makes complete sense why she has a sudden change in character, and I think it's a really solid way to kind of establish that as opposed to not doing so. In the next scene, after Bubbles flees her home, we see her kick Mojo out of his volcano lab in his towels because he was in the middle of taking a shower, and only then do her sisters get a call to run back to the construction site that they were just at to find that Bubbles is the one that is taking over the city, not Mojo.
Bubbles? 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 Bubbles?
Bubbles.
Bubbles? Yeah, this is pretty much the definitive moment that the episode pivots off of from here on out, as the situation turns from a serious encounter with a supervillain to the two Powerpuff Girls trying to get their sister to remember who she is, while she and Mojo go back and forth a bunch with the way that they overly explain everything. I also love that Bubbles goes to the trouble of dressing up in Mojo Jojo's outfit, and Tara Strong gives her best impression that she can of what Bubbles would sound like if she was impersonating Mojo. It's all just so charming and fun, and I really can't ask for anything more from an episode like this.
The Bubbles you know is gone!
Throwback. We get a great recurring gag where Buttercup just immediately jumps to punching Mojo in the face before she even asks any questions when Mojo is clearly not guilty, as established by the fact that he's wearing nothing but a towel and he's soaking wet from his shower that he never got to finish. There's another gag where Bubbles ends up tossing Blossom into a wall and she's about to fight back before Buttercup comes in to interrupt her, only for Bubbles to insult Buttercup and have her come to the same conclusion.
Suddenly we're all hitting each other, then we'll all be right back where we started. What's the matter, Buttercup? Afraid I'll whoop that skirt off ya? All right, let's kick her butt.
I've always loved Buttercup's 180 here in particular. It is hysterical to me. Of course, this merely leads to Bubbles ultimately starting to beat up her sisters, pretty brutally I might add, and ultimately beating them into the ground, which Mojo uses as an opportunity to attempt to convince her to join his side so that the two of them can rule the world together now that the Powerpuff Girls have been defeated. Mojo's only mistake, however, is that he addresses her by the name Bubbles instead of Mojo Jojo.
I'm not Bubbles. Bubbles is not my name. For the name Bubbles is not the correct name to address me by, because it is not my name.
If I could play this entire sequence for you, I absolutely would. But due to copyright law and things like that, I don't want to risk having the video struck down, so unfortunately I have to cut it here. But this goes on for quite a while as she just reiterates, I repeat, reinstates the same thing over and over again, until Mojo ends up getting fed up with her, tells her to shut up, and smacks her in the head with another giant I-beam. As one might expect, of course, Mojo ends up taking over now that all three girls have been knocked down, but Bubbles ends up waking up pretty quickly and takes matters into her own hands to defeat him once and for all, while Buttercup and Blossom watch from the side.
It looks like Bubbles is back to her sweet old self again. That's good, because there certainly isn't enough room in the world for two Mojo Jojos. I heard that!
Yeah, so did we, about 1,000,000 times.
Aw man, can you blame the narrator here? Like, I love the minor detail that he says so did we as opposed to so did I, essentially acknowledging the audience and incorporating them into the experience with the narrator as though he's watching with us at the same time. It's a subtle little fourth wall break that really just makes me appreciate it a bit more than I already did. It's like, I'm sure to a good portion of people watching this, they were probably also getting a little annoyed by the overly verbose dialogue. And so the fact that the show at least has the self-awareness to acknowledge that it may have been that way for some people's viewing experience is pretty cool, but I find the humor definitely overrides the annoyance that this could possibly implicate, so it really doesn't bother me at all. I'm here for it. I could have sat through another 5 minutes of it if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, I mean, overall, Los Dos Mojos is easily a hilarious episode of the series and one of the best of season 2, no question. I definitely would say that Los Dos Mojos' strongest attribute is the written dialogue that clearly had a lot of effort put into it by the writing team, and that's another thing that really makes the episode stand out amongst the rest. It's similar to the Bare Facts in the way that this is a very dialogue heavy episode like that one, but it's presented in a completely different context because the Bare Facts was experimenting with different visual art styles, whereas this episode was more so trying to take a more comedic approach. So even though these two episodes are kind of going for the same style of presentation to the audience with how the events play out, mostly being spoken word rather than physical actions on screen, the two episodes are completely different from one another. And that just goes to show the sheer versatility of the series. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, the episode title of Los Dos Mojos is just Spanish for the two Mojos, but it's got a nice ring to it that rolls off the tongue and it rhymes. So even though it's not really a clever pun at all, I still give a credit because in a bit of a stretch, it is still an acknowledgement to language, which is the central focus of the episode, even if it is indirect because Spanish and Molinguish aren't exactly the same thing. Language is meant to be the thing you're supposed to draw attention to. Bubbles really is the star of the show here, and once again, just getting to experience the Molinguish back and forth between Mojo and Bubbles and their constant arguments and bickering. Even the narrator gets into it just a little bit at the very end during the closing sequence when he begins to start talking in the Molinguish dialect as well. Also, I realize that I constantly keep referring to Mojo's manner of speaking as Molinguish because that's what an episode in season 6 refers to it as, so even though it hasn't been established yet in the series, I'm just kind of retroactively using it back in season 2, but if you were confused as to why I kept calling it that, well, that's why. It's referencing season 6.
I do not talk like that. The way I communicate is much different. I do not reiterate, repeat, reinstate the same thing over and over again. I am clear, concise, to the point.
As I said, this is a very dialogue-heavy episode, so if that isn't necessarily your cup of tea, I could understand why you wouldn't enjoy this one, but for me personally, I think this is one of the funniest episodes of the season, so I definitely give it a strong commendation for me personally, and always look forward to watching it. Definitely a highlight of Season 2, to be sure.
And so, once again, the day is saved. Thanks to Mojo Bubbles, the Powerpuff. Heck, the day was saved. So says me, the narrator. So called because I speak the narrative of the story. I advance the plot. I begin and end each episode of Powerpuff Girls. Me, the narrator.
Alright, I'm just gonna come out swinging with probably one of the most controversial takes I'm going to ever deliver on a Powerpuff episode right away. A Very Special Blossom is not a bad episode. In fact, it's a perfectly good episode that I enjoy quite a bit and am willing to come here and defend right here, right now, because I feel like the hate for this episode in particular is completely overblown and unjustified. I feel like some aspects of this episode get overlooked, misunderstood, or inaccurately represented to the point that hyperbolic accusations about the severity of this episode's negative portrayal of the events and the way that it punishes Blossom for her actions is ridiculous. Do I love A Very Special Blossom to the point where it's one of my favorite episodes in the season? No, it's not top 5, but I do think the episode is perfectly fine, and the ending conclusion that results from the events that occur are a perfectly accurate representation of how the real world works, and I feel like those that misunderstand the ending conclusion and the reason why Blossom gets punished also don't comprehend the way that the real world works either, so I intend to hopefully shed some light on this episode now. Am I saying that the episode is 100% realistic? No, but the logical conclusion that is meant to be drawn from the events of what happens at the end is accurate to how things work in the real life, regardless of if it's morally correct or not, and that's the point. The episode title of A Very Special Blossom is a reference to two things combined together, and I think that makes this one of the best titles of the series. It's a reference to a common trend in a lot of American television series that had these episodes that centered around a particular subject that tended to be a little more serious than what you would expect from the show on a normal basis. These could be things like drugs or abuse or death or things like that that tend to be a little more difficult or even controversial to talk about. It's also a reference to a 90s sitcom that went by the name of Blossom. I don't expect a lot of people to remember this show because quite frankly, I don't even remember it. I just had to research it. But this was a very, very notorious show for having very special episodes in it basically every single time. So obviously they're playing on the fact of referencing that show while also incorporating the main Powerpuff Girl of the episode, Blossom. We've had a Buttercup episode, we had a Bubbles episode. Yep, now it's a Blossom episode. Now granted, in the context of this episode, I actually think it's a genius way to kind of allude to what's being discussed here without it necessarily talking about any of the subjects that I just mentioned. The episode brings up a very interesting ethical question regarding the Powerpuff Girls and the role that they play in the city of Townsville that I think gets overlooked a lot of the time because this episode usually gets looked at from a literal point of view as opposed to a figurative one. I would consider it a very special episode of the Powerpuff Girls in that context, even if it doesn't follow the normal trend of what qualifies as a very special episode. There is no need for a viewer discretion is advised warning to appear before it, unless you consider stealing a very offensive act, I suppose, but stealing is still a moral conversation to have because in the eyes of pretty much anyone, it is wrong. But I also understand there is a gray area because sometimes people are hoarding things for themselves and that's also wrong, and so there's this whole debate about things like that. You know, Robin Hood is usually an example to be cited in conversations regarding this subject, so I don't really know if there's a right answer or not, but that's kind of the point, is that this is a very important issue to be thought about and discussed, and I think it is important for every single person to kind of develop their own perspective on the issue, because it could affect everybody at some point in their lives. You never know.
Everyone is excited and getting ready, even Professor Utonium and the Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, girls, Father's Day is my favorite holiday.
Why?
Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to celebrate it.
Yeah, not too often you get a Father's Day episode of a cartoon, huh? Well, indeed it is Father's Day in the context of when this episode takes place, and the professor is talking with his daughters about how much he appreciates them for allowing him to basically be the reason he gets to be a father. It's sweet, and watching him run down the gifts that his girls got him for Father's Day last year is even sweeter because it portrays the family dynamic perfectly. Plus, you also get the perspective of a parent compared to a child, where you know the parent isn't necessarily going to use the gifts that their child got them, but they can appreciate it from the perspective of knowing that it was made out of love and appreciation for them by their child. It's the thought that counts. I know that's a cliche saying, but it really is true, especially in this context. Of course, the professor goes on and says that he doesn't really need a material item, only to immediately see this set of 2,000 Pro golf clubs sitting in the window display of a nearby store, which immediately catches his eye. Apparently, the allure of these clubs is enough for him to stop dead in his tracks and drop these really expensive eggs on the ground. But it's not enough for him to warrant spending over $2,000 on these clubs, and quite frankly, I don't know why anyone would spend $2,000 on a pair of golf clubs, but you know, there's someone out there crazy enough to do it. The girls, of course, witnessed his reaction to not being able to afford these and take it upon themselves to attempt to make their own set of clubs, which doesn't go as well as they had hoped, until Bubbles quickly realizes they could potentially be paid for their services they provide to the town, which, I mean, in all fairness, that's a completely valid point. The service that they provide to the city is probably one of the most highly valued services that the public has, and the fact that they do it all for free is extremely generous. I get that this is a trope in a lot of superhero media because most heroes just take it upon themselves to do the right thing regardless of whether or not they're being paid for it, because, you know, that's kind of what defines them as a superhero. They aren't driven by greed or anything like that could corrupt a normal person. Now, I could understand the argument that perhaps the government and the mayor see as though the damage that is incurred from the girls saving the day is what offsets any sort of payment they would provide, but what's established at the end of the Powerpuff Girls movie kind of contradicts that argument, so I don't really see it as a valid one within the context of this show's world. But also, this episode was written before the movie, so if you want to play that card, I suppose that's fair. You could maybe call it a retcon indirectly, I suppose. But personally speaking, I feel like the girls should be fairly compensated for what they do, given that it's such a major protection for the lives of the city's citizens. But I don't know, that's just me. It is cool that they don't demand it, but like the fact that the girls are asking this one time, like, hey, could we have some money to buy our dad these golf clubs? I think what they've done is worth $2,000. I mean, the next opportunity they get where Mojo has destroyed the town because he was upset that a hobby store didn't have a model ship he wanted to build is a perfect opportunity for them to ask. And when they do approach the mayor to ask him for, you know, $2,000, it sends him into an absolute panic. But I don't know, man. I mean, the sheer amount of damage that Mojo caused in that last scene would have cost way more than $2,000 to repair, and coupled with that, all of the prior crimes that have been committed in Townsville over the last however many years that the girls have helped clean up, I still think that $2,000 is not asking for a whole lot from the city's government. Adjusted for inflation from 1999/2000 when the episode came out to the mid-2020s at the time of this video's release, those golf clubs would be worth almost $4,000 in the present day, which is still ridiculous, but on the scale of government, that's still a total drop in the bucket for them, given that they're, you know, a city. But I digress. I guess it's not really owed to the girls if there's no real written agreement, so they don't have to pay them anything, and that's the important thing to keep in mind. Morally speaking, I think they should just be paid this one time and let it go, but the sad reality is that they don't have to be paid if it isn't negotiated, there's no contract or anything like that. Of course, the girls could also just stop saving the day in that regard, but the episode isn't about the girls receiving fair compensation, it's about stealing, which is where we're gonna get back to now.
Miss Bellum, my heart bills.
Sir, I think these little ladies were just having some fun.
Fun nothing. Look, I'm no sugar daddy. Those days are over.
Also, yeah, wow, how did that line get in there? Seriously, that's an odd thing to say there, Mayor. Whoa. But with the girls having been turned down, Blossom sees another opportunity when she's off by herself helping to clean up Mojo's mess, and she ends up stealing the clubs to present to the professor herself the next day for Father's Day. She ends up gifting him the clubs, which he then takes with him to go golfing with the mayor, only to be arrested for stealing them because it turns out it didn't take long for law enforcement to catch on to the fact that the clubs were removed from the scene of Mojo's crime. Blossom catches wind of this from the professor, who calls the hotline from down at the police station, so she heads to Mojo's lab where she kidnaps him and attempts to frame him at the jail for selling the stolen clubs to her. And this is where I want to jump into my deep discussion about the morals discussed within this episode, because it's kind of the main talking point. I have seen plenty of criticism targeted towards this episode for things such as the fact that the professor should be blamed for influencing Blossom in the first place, Blossom's punishment not fitting the crime, the episode punishing a child for committing this act, and so on and so forth.
It is her first offense.
It is very sad.
But the law is the law!
But here's the thing, and I really think that it's odd that this gets completely ignored when the episode outright states it directly for the audience. Crime doesn't pay, and the law is the law. No matter the circumstances, and no matter what the situation is, at the end of the day, the only thing that the law cares about is whether or not it's been broken, no matter what the circumstances are surrounding it. And despite everything I've already talked about and all of the criticisms I just listed, at the end of the day, Blossom stole golf clubs from a store illegally. She committed a crime. It doesn't matter that her motive was to impress her father. It doesn't matter that she was influenced by him into doing it because she thought he needed it more than anything else. And it doesn't matter that the mayor refused to pay them despite providing a service that was well worth more than that dollar amount. Which, granted, my last point doesn't even get brought up in the episode, even though it's a valid perspective to possibly view this from, but I digress. In the eyes of the law, it was broken, and a punishment must be given. If the law isn't followed, what's the point in having it? The law is supposed to be a known agreement amongst all members of society in order to maintain fairness and balance in the rights of the people living within it. Okay, now that I'm done preaching, granted, I'm fully aware that the real world is full of corruption and that things like the government and the law are never followed to a T the way they're supposed to be, and there's always those that are going to attempt to abuse it to find loopholes and bend the rules in any way possible for their own beneficial gain at the expense of others. And I'm not going to get political here in this at all, but I don't think it's really that outrageous to say that everybody should equally be held responsible for the same crime regardless of the circumstances. I believe that everybody deserves equal treatment, equal rights, and equal respect, but that also means everyone should be held with equal accountability and equal expectation. If we make exceptions for scenario A, then scenario B, C, and D are all going to question why there was an exception for A. And then fairness leaves the conversation, and what's the point in having law? Laws for thee, but not for me? That spits in the face of the concept of the law in the first place. In the context of this episode, somebody was negatively affected by this happening. The seller of the golf clubs. They may have purchased those clubs for, I don't know, $1,500 and were attempting to sell them at a slight markup in order to make a profit, the way a store would. Instead, they had property that belonged to them, stolen from them, and now they had lost something of value to the extent of $2,000. That is blatant robbery, and Blossom completely deserves to be punished for doing that. Otherwise, what precedent are we setting here? And some argue that the professor deserves to be punished instead of Blossom, but quite frankly, human beings need to be responsible for their own actions. I get there's a morally gray area because people can be brainwashed into thinking one thing or feel completely pressured into doing something because if they don't, they may face an even worse consequence to themselves, such as violence or harm, or worse. There are certainly bad people out there that manipulate others into doing illegal things because they threaten them if they won't, they'll do something else worse otherwise. So I get that there's obviously more to the conversation if that's a scenario that's occurring, but that's not what's happening here with the professor. That's not the case. The professor never pressured Blossom into getting those golf clubs. He never bribed her, he never threatened her, he never forced her, and he certainly never asked the girls to get the clubs for him in the first place. Blossom's actions were of her own doing, and it's clear that she knew what she was doing was wrong at the time she committed the act. It's clearly depicted that she's wrong. She has a conscious conversation with herself about whether or not this is the right thing to do. Plus, with the way she responds to answering the hotline phone and being questioned in the prison by her sisters, it's also clear because the thought never crossed her mind before the opportunity presented itself to her. She, Bubbles, and Buttercup were never going to steal those golf clubs in the first place, and it was never an option on the table for them they even considered. It was only when Blossom got to find them by herself with no one around that she caved in on her own selfish behavior. Yes, did the professor maybe put too much value on a material item and it was interpreted by his daughter to be something that influenced them to make the decision that they did? Sure, but just because somebody influences someone doesn't mean that that influencer is responsible for the actions of someone else. There's a difference between the professor saying how much he wants the golf clubs and outright telling Blossom to steal those clubs for him. Does he obstruct Buttercup's questioning of Blossom during the kitchen scene when Blossom gives the clubs to him? Sure, and maybe one could argue that he's ignorant for not asking more questions and just telling Buttercup to shush because he wanted the clubs so badly. But he got caught up in the hype. And he didn't know they were stolen and tried to cover them up at this point. He assumed that Blossom got them because why would he ever have had any reason to doubt her if she's such a morally good person the other majority of the time? I understand giving benefit of the doubt to an extent. He was never in cahoots with Blossom here, and that's why I don't really think he's responsible for anything more than making the realization he already had in the episode, which I feel is a completely justifiable reconciliation for his character specifically. The professor realizes that he does have a serious influence on his his daughters, and he kind of lost sight of that, so ideally he learns from this experience and is more self-aware of what he's saying around his girls in the future so that they don't make a mistake like this again. In fact, I think this actually supports the moral of the episode and the lesson that you're supposed to take away, which is that you are responsible for your own actions. Blossom has to learn the hard way that she shouldn't let somebody else influence her decision making. She shouldn't cave into somebody else's wants and desires if she's risking her own life for it. Maybe not in a life or death scenario, but in a reputation scenario, in a legal scenario as we see here. It is a good lesson to see. Even if someone else wants you to do something illegal, you're going to be punished for doing the illegal act. That's the way it works, or is supposed to. At least. Again, I know there's a gray area and the real world is way more complicated than that. The point of this episode is that actions have consequences and stealing usually has negative ones. Like, I genuinely don't understand how there are those that criticize this episode for having a negative moral when stealing is blatantly wrong. Stealing is always at the expense of somebody else, and no matter what the context is, I really don't condone it. I know a common counter argument is Robin Hood, like I mentioned, but quite frankly, rather than stealing from the rich, why don't we just arrest the rich for the laws they've broken, dissolve the corruption, redistribute their wealth instead? I mean, easier said than done, I know. I could sit here for the next several hours and constantly go back and forth about this example and that example and blah blah blah. If there's any one criticism that this episode should be given, it's that the ending punishment Blossom receives is community service, but isn't that what she already does for the town on a regular basis? Like, if you consider it from that perspective, she really didn't get a punishment at all because she was literally seen cleaning up the town in a previous scene within the same episode. Now she's just doing it wearing a yellow suit with a bunch of people under a highway. But like, she was already doing it of her own fruition. Is it really a punishment if she already sees this sort of act as a responsibility of hers as a hero of the town anyways? Like, I don't know. I think complaining that the punishment wasn't justified is flat out ridiculous because she basically didn't receive a punishment. She basically got told, go clean up the town for a little bit, which she would do anyways. Like, I don't know. Whatever. I digress. I like the episode. I never call this one bad by any means. It is good. I really don't understand why there's so much vitriol for this one. It really just doesn't come across that way to me at all. But the next episode, however, is a different story.
Once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Well, two of them at least.
So this episode has an accomplishment to it that no other episode in the series has. It single-handedly manages to make me dislike Miss Keene as a character. Like, honestly, she was never my favorite character in the series in the first place, but I think she does a fine enough job as a teacher for the girls in most of the episodes. However, in an episode like Schoolhouse Rocked, where she's blatantly ignoring the fact that the Gangrene Gang is up to trouble, to this episode here specifically, it pretty much cements her as my least favorite adult character in the show. I tend to be more optimistic towards this series than a lot of less diehard fans do. I'm a very big fan of the show, obviously, and I mostly see the positivity that comes from all of the episodes that it contains and appreciate that way more than I do the negative aspects. I'm very aware that I'm reviewing these episodes with a very positively skewed bias, but honestly, what reviewer out there isn't biased in some way, shape, or form? I mean, that's what reviewers are. As long as I'm still using factual information to back up my perspective, I'm holding up my end of the bargain in reviewing the subject matter at hand. Making ridiculous claims that have no support to back them up or no examples to illustrate what's being described is the sign of a bad reviewer. I don't disregard other perspectives, like a respectful person should. However, despite my usual optimistic outlook on all of these episodes, even I cannot defend an episode like Daylight Savings from being an actual trash episode of this show. In fact, in the entire first 4 seasons of this series, this is the only example that I would flat out describe as being a terrible episode. I cannot stand it. I've never liked it as a child, I hate it even more now as an adult, and I've got a thing or two to say about it. So let's get into it. First things first, the highest compliment I can give this episode is its title, because it's actually more clever than a lot of people seem to realize. Literally speaking, it refers to the major climactic reveal of the episode in which the professor becomes aware that daylight savings time has occurred, which has caused the clocks to be set back 1 hour, allowing the girls to save the day at the end of the episode. But the other meaning to it is the fact that the girls are only permitted to save people during daylight, hence daylight savings. So I really really appreciate that. Well, that and all of the puns that the narrator makes at the very beginning of the episode.
Watch as they wind up the crime every time.
The concept that this episode then decides to explore is how the girls' education would be affected by being forced to maintain the responsibility of their superhero duties in protecting the city of Townsville late into the night. This concept isn't exactly unique to Powerpuff Girls, as this is kind of the main idea behind Peter Parker as Spider-Man and being able to balance his everyday life with that of being New York's superhero. But the major difference here is that of course the Powerpuff Girls are in kindergarten as opposed to a university, so they have to deal with something like a bedtime and adult supervision getting in the way of their ability to fight crime in a case like this. And I mean, technically it makes sense because one of the taglines of the series is saving the world before bedtime, so this episode is portraying that literally, but this is a result of a restriction rather than a capability of the girls doing that. The girls even present this counter argument to Miss Keene when she questions them for why they're sleeping in class, and this is the best response she can come up with.
We wouldn't be so tired if we weren't out every single night. Keeping Townsville safe from crime for you and its citizens.
But that does not excuse you from your responsibilities at school.
Which, like, I guess you can make the argument that education is important, sure, but this still kind of completely glosses over the point that Buttercup makes, which kind of right there shoots itself in the foot, because even the episode is incapable of creating a proper justification for the concept of the episode's existence that it's choosing to explore, and therefore it kind of hints that this was honestly a bad idea for the episode to begin with. I mean, I do see what the show was going for, so I understand it, but not all ideas are great ones, and I really think this is not one of them. This ultimately results in Miss Keene getting an idea, and I will admit this next moment is the only other moment in the entire episode that actually makes me laugh.
Parent-teacher conference!
Admittedly, the over-dramatized reaction of the professor is pretty hysterical, and I'm sure it's relatable to a lot of parents out there. Granted, I have no perspective on what this must be like because I'm not a parent myself, nor will I have the ability to experience this in my life anytime soon, although maybe I will one day, who's to say. But given that it's such a simple thing, I really think that the hyperbolic cry of the professor is quite amusing, especially because it's paralleled with a bunch of random imagery to kind of emphasize the sheer exaggerative exclamation that is presented to him by this note. It certainly doesn't help that the immediate next shot shows a woman running out of the office crying as Miss Keene looks to the professor and saying he's next. But what happens after he enters the room, however, is one of the most boring, drawn-out, pointless sequences that feels like nothing more than an excuse to waste time. I mean, this sequence just drags, and I get that it's meant to build suspense and tension between the professor and Miss Keene and what she's about to say to him, because we just sit there and see the professor feel more and more squeamish and squirmish in his seat as he begins to tap on his knees and sweat, while Miss Keene continues to write things down on a clipboard. I get there's a comedic element here, but it doesn't land. Quite frankly, we get the point of this after just a couple of seconds, and I feel like this entire thing could have been cut into about a fourth of the time that it is, and have been funnier. I feel like some may be quick to judge me because of how I defended the bare facts for having this over a minute-long sequence of a black screen, but in that context, it's important to remember that I praised it because it was able to audibly tell a story without the need for visuals. It was experimenting, and what it was doing was very interesting, unique, and different. Not to mention the fact that it was committed to telling the entire episode's events from a first-person perspective from beginning to end, and in order for the final punchline to work, we needed to not be able to see what was going on. Here, it fails to create any such effect, nor is it doing anything visually interesting to enhance the experience of sitting here and waiting, and it has no purpose in the greater scheme of the story that's about to take place. Like, I understand the point it was trying to achieve, but it just doesn't make for a good viewing experience for the audience, and as such, I would honestly cut this. It truly feels like nothing more than a time filler, and as I'll get to here in a couple of minutes, this time could have been used in service of something else to drastically improve the episode. But I digress. Next we get what is one of arguably my most quoted lines from the entire series, right up there with "Oh for crying out loud, Marianne," despite it existing within my least favorite episode of the first 4 seasons.
Saving the world's a big responsibility.
But education is a bigger responsibility.
Yep, that am true, Miss Keene, but...
Yep, that am true, Miss Keene. Don't ask me why this has stuck with me. I don't know, but it has. And I've been quoting it for decades at this point as a go-to response for when I agree with someone. Which is ironic to me because I don't agree with Miss Keene's argument that education is a bigger responsibility than saving the day as superheroes. Like, I'm sorry, but what planet is she living on? There is no argument here, and it's ludicrous to make the accusation that education is more important than saving people's lives. Like, there's countless countless people out there that don't necessarily have a college or even a high school education that are playing plenty of important roles in society. So while yes, I agree that education is a good thing people should have, it is not an absolute necessity in order to provide a service for the people around you, and in fact, sometimes the service being provided should supersede it. Usually, I like to present both sides of the argument when it comes to the ideas and concepts that the show is choosing to explore, but there is just not an argument here I will ever agree with. The reason why I detest this episode so much is because it's such a one-sided perspective and it's wrong. I just cannot be convinced that Miss Keene has any ground to stand on when it comes to this debate that she's trying to put up, and quite frankly, it comes across to me as though she is the one being childish and selfish because she doesn't care about the lives of many that the girls are saving and would rather have them sit in a classroom for 8 hours a day instead of keeping people safe, including herself. She is a member of Townsville. Like, what? I'm sorry. I'd like to put this more delicately, but I can't help it. This is just plain stupid. And her solution for this? Well, it certainly isn't anything logical.
What do you propose?
Well, I suggest you set a curfew.
Literally the dumbest solution to this problem you could have possibly suggested, Miss Keene. No accommodations for alternative education hours. No suggestions for possible home tutoring. Not even the proposal for a weekend class. Nope, just a curfew to outright obstruct the girls from preventing acts of injustice from ruining the lives of thousands. Bravo, Keene. You really hit the nail on the head with that one. So yeah, the rest of the episode then centers around the professor enforcing a curfew on the girls, which quickly results in the city of Townsville succumbing to the absolute worst villainy imaginable. And it's all happening simultaneously because the Powerpuff Girls are nowhere in sight, giving every bad guy in the city free reign to do whatever they want and commit all the heinous acts as they please. The professor knows this and sees this, and yet he still chooses to obstruct the girls from being able to prevent these things from happening. How he can live with himself for doing this too? I have no idea. If I were him, I would have just completely disregarded whatever Miss Keene asked of him and let the girls continue to save the day, because that's clearly the more superior thing they should be doing. I'm not necessarily saying right now that parents are always right and teachers are wrong. Absolutely not. In a lot of cases, teachers are actually the ones suffering because the parents are doing a terrible job of raising their children. So don't interpret this as me saying this is a blanket case that's always true, because it's not. It is not. It's just that with this particular premise in mind, Miss Keene is clearly in the wrong here, and there is no other way around it. The professor can literally hear the giant monster outside, just as the girls can, and yet he chooses to let it go, which is outright horrible on his part because he's essentially now responsible for not allowing the girls to save the day. Like, sure, I blame Miss Keene for all of this, but the fact that he's going along with it makes him complicit in the act. He has become the reason why everybody in the city is suffering, and that honestly upsets me as a fan of the professor as a character. This just isn't like him. I do love the moment where the villains are marching down the street that the girls live on and Bubbles notices that it looks like a parade, only to later be disappointed because of how short it is. But the pressure only gets to the professor more as the newspaper suddenly updates to show the city of Townsville on fire, the radio features an announcer screaming for help from the Powerpuff Girls because everybody is suffering, and then just about every single channel on the television is also set to some broadcast from Townsville about everybody being in danger. But as if that weren't enough, the big reveal, the big turning point of this episode that causes the professor to allow his daughters to go save the day is the fact that when he goes to the time channel, he realizes it's daylight savings time and the clocks were pushed back 1 hour the previous night. Yes, seriously. And that's the third reason why the episode is named Daylight Savings. Okay, sure, it's silly cartoon logic. I can get by with that. And with this revelation, the professor sends the girls back out to save the day as fast as possible because it's before their curfew. It's funny to watch him flip them off the mattress and then send them flying out the window, Mr. Incredible style, but this doesn't resolve anything. The episode just ends with the girls having saved the day with no actual resolution. Their curfew is just gonna come back around in another 40 minutes and then the problem is reappeared again. Miss Keene faces no repercussions for her delirious insistence on restricting the girls in this manner either. And how is this a future-proof solution when it's going to be an issue every single day afterwards again anyways? What, do the villains not adjust to daylight savings and say at 8 p.m. that they're done? Like, what? How much more nothing out of a resolution can you get? This is such a dissatisfying conclusion for the episode to to draw because it just leaves it completely hanging there. I don't feel good about this ending. I'm not appeased by it. There's no moral to draw from it. Not that every episode needs a moral. And I'm just annoyed that Miss Keen's curfew rule continues to stay in place despite it clearly being such a dumb concept that it's never acknowledged in a future episode ever again. Like, there really isn't a resolution here at all. It's just dumb luck that the professor forgot to change the time. Nothing is actually stopping crime from taking place after 7:30 p.m. that would just result in the same issue that's being faced now because the girls weren't springing into action. What's stopping Mojo from just waiting until 7:31 and then taking over the city? I'm sorry, this is just not a good episode from beginning to end. I did have some positive things to say about it because I still try to find the positivity in everything where I can. And so there's certainly no denying that this episode has its moments, but for the most part, this is just a very disappointing episode for me because it's easily the weakest one of the entire first 4 seasons without question. Granted, it's still far better than a lot of episodes in seasons 5 and 6, but we'll get there when we get there. Still, let this be the lowest bar for episodes, and just know that every episode before and after this one is at least better than it for the rest of the classic era. This episode doesn't really make me too frustrated in the end because at least the professor realizes how stupid of an idea this is, but the fact that Miss Keen just gets the final say and then we never get to see her react to how incredibly wrong she is so dissatisfying, and as I mentioned, it single-handedly makes me dislike her as a character because of how blatantly incorrect she is. This is where that time I mentioned earlier could be put into place because we could have a final resolution where Miss Keen realizes, oh, you know, maybe I was wrong about that. We should come up with another solution. There is hardly a gray area here at all, and her priorities are completely out of reality. I can't even begin to describe how incredibly selfish she is for thinking that her school class is more important than the lives of all of the Townsville citizens, but you know what? Again, I gotta let it go. I gotta digress. That's enough negativity for this video. I'm tired of talking about daylight savings now, although I'm glad I got to get my worst episode of the season out of the way and off my chest. So now I'd like to move on to more positive subjects. Granted, the next episode pairing isn't exactly the most exciting one in the world, but honestly, I'll take it over daylight savings at the very least.
And so, once again, the day is saved. Thanks to Benjamin Franklin's suggestion of setting clocks back during the winter for extra daylight to conserve economic spending on candles and the Powerpuff Girls.
Okay, so I honestly think that the reviews for the next couple of episodes are going to be pretty short relative to all the previous episodes I've talked about. That's not a knock against these or anything because I think the episodes are fine. They just don't warrant as in-depth of a conversation about them as the last few did. That being said, Mojob is still an interesting episode to me because it's a villain team-up episode before our evil Veruca Salt manifestation Princess Morbucks and the classical diabolical chimp Mojo Jojo. Mojob, a pun on the phrase snow job, which refers to a deceptive plan where one basically lies to someone else in an attempt to lure them in or persuade them. In this case, Princess pretends to be captured by Mojo Jojo in order to trick the Powerpuff Girls into showing up at his base, only for Princess to end up fighting them with powers on the same level as themselves. It's a pretty neat episode on that front because it's definitely a more action-focused one than some of the other ones we were getting prior to it. We get to see some pretty awesome fight sequences take place between Princess as she fights the other Powerpuff Girls because unlike her premiere episode Stuck Up and Away, this time around she's on an equal level of physical capability as opposed to having to rely on fancy suits to beat up the girls that only progressively get stronger. There's also the ever-looming threat of Mojo standing in the room with the Antidote X gun that can take away the Chemical X powers of the girls if they get blasted by it, which enhances the combat because it adds an extra level of stress and intensity during the fight for the girls to not get blasted while also trying to subdue Princess. It's a pretty tense plan, one that I think really does raise the stakes compared to most of the other threats that the girls have had to defeat so far this season. That being said, the episode begins by establishing that this one is going to be a Princess Morbucks episode by showing us her latest ingenious plan to destroy the Powerpuff Girls, sawing the city down and having it fall on top of them. Absolutely brilliant idea, Princess. This is almost as good as Mojo's plan to hit them with a giant stick. Seeing Mojo's latest scheme foiled on the news, however, Morbucks has a realization that she should hire Mojo to help her come up with a plan to defeat the Powerpuff Girls since she can't seem to come up with one on her own. And after another great dialogue sequence between the two arguing over a large distance, they settle on an agreement.
Who wants to know?
I do, you buffoon!
I'm not a baboon, you insulting twit!
I said buffoon! Buffoon!
This is similar to the conversation we got in Los Dos Mojos, where I wish I could present the entire conversation to you, but unfortunately, due to copyright, I cannot. It's an absolute gem of an exchange though, because the entire thing takes place over a giant shouting match due to Princess sitting at the bottom of Mojo's volcano while Mojo stands at the top of it.
What?
I love the little gag where the doorbell rings for Mojo and then he walks up and just sees nobody there, only for him to look down and see Princess 500 feet below him. This of course results in them shouting in a public area where everyone around them can hear what's being discussed with absolutely no care for the fact that they're being listened to.
I can pay you a lot of money!
What? I said what?
Gee, you don't need to get angry.
This coupled with the constant moments of them asking what to each other because they couldn't hear what the other said just adds to the comedy of the communication being had. But ultimately, Morbucks manages to pay Mojo with a lot of money and he agrees to do it, leading to the main scheme of the episode. Basically, the plot that Mojo has come up with this time is he's created two different chemical solutions. One that contains Chemical X to give Princess the abilities of the Powerpuff Girls, and Antidote X that's meant to take away the powers of the girls when they get blasted by it. They then commit the snow job I mentioned at the beginning of this review by having Princess scream out for help from the Powerpuff Girls in the form of a reference to a Beatles song, and the girls quickly spring into action from Pokey Oaks and go over to Mojo's lab to save her, only to realize that they've been tricked. From here, the episode pretty much just becomes an action sequence that's admittedly pretty fun and enjoyable to watch, as Princess is able to counter a bunch of different tactics that the girls use in order to try and harm her. We could see several first-time powers from the girls, including Buttercup throwing a fireball, Bubbles using a thunder wave, and Blossom generating some static electricity, all as attempts to subdue Princess, which of course quickly get countered with powers of her own as well. Meanwhile, throughout all of this, Mojo is trying to aim his weapon at the girls so he can blast them with the laser and remove their powers with the Antidote X. Yeah, I mean, overall it's a pretty enjoyable action sequence full of lots of different moments that really bring a lot of excitement to the table. There's also another experimental moment where Blossom uses her ultra high powered vision to read the label that Mojo put on his weapon for some reason that outright states it contains the Antidote X meant to take away the Powerpuff Girls' powers, forcing her to spring into action and tackle Buttercup out of the way before she gets hit by it in a slow motion sequence. It's silly fun and I enjoy the exaggerated expressions we get to see as the characters move in slow motion, especially Princess's reaction from excitement to defeat as she realizes Blossom's going to push Buttercup out of the way. This goes on for a little while in what feels like a stalemate as the girls are constantly jumping and dodging out of the way of the laser so that they don't get hit by it, while Princess is busy berating Mojo on the side because he can't seem to hit them, eventually pressuring him so much to shoot the laser into his bathroom where there's a bunch of reflective tile surfaces that send the laser all over the place, giving Blossom an idea for how they can put an end to this once and for all. And it's a pretty clever solution, I would say. I think this was a cool way to kind of introduce the method that the girls ultimately had used to defeat Princess, because things seem to kind of just be stuck in a stalemate at the moment and they needed some sort of method to get out of it. This of course being their coordination and using the tiles to reflect the laser back at Princess, ultimately hitting her and zapping away her powers. This brings an end to the episode where the girls manage to grab Mojo and Morbucks and throw them both in prison, wrapping things up in a pretty nice conclusion.
It should be punishment enough to have known Puff and lost it, than to have never puffed at all. Really? Yeah, but you can do some hard time anyway, sucker.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I think this episode is good. The action seems to dominate the majority of the episode, as well as the screaming conversation between the two characters, so there isn't a whole lot of detail or depth to really go into this one. There's not a lot of double meaning behind it, there isn't a moral again, and that's not to say it's unfortunate by any means, it's just that this is a very typical episode of the show, in the sense that it gives us some good comedy, good action, and a satisfying conclusion. This one, at least to me, doesn't seem to have many ideas or concepts behind it that it wants to communicate to the audience or explore. Nah, it's just here to present us with a fun villain of the week type scenario where the girls have to beat a bad guy, or two in this case, and save the day. Not every episode of the Powerpuff Girls has to be some super deep and meaningful analysis on an idea or have a very interesting experimental animation technique introduced. No, sometimes we can get a standard villain of the week episode like this one, and I'm completely content with that. I will say this episode does seem to have quite a few different pop culture references in it compared to other episodes. I mean, of course the series is full of pop culture references all over the place, but this one seems to have an abundance of them.
Aren't you the evil villain, Mojo Jojo? I feel the power! Help! I need somebody! Help! Not just anybody! Help! I need the Powerpuff Girls! That's a spicy meatball!
Newman.
I figured that little montage right there would do a better job of emphasizing them as opposed to me just kind of reading them off, so hopefully that works. But yeah, overall, Mojob is a pretty good episode, and I don't really have anything negative to say about it. It's just pure, simple fun.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
And next we have Pet Feud, and I hope the pun on this one is pretty obvious. It's another episode in which the girls attempt to get a pet, although instead of taking home a villainous cat voiced by Luke Skywalker that mind controls the professor, it's a pet biogenetically created by the professor himself. Now, if the previous season was anything to go by, pets and the Powerpuff Girls don't really seem to mix, and this episode here exists only to further support that conclusion. I'll admit, I never liked this episode as a kid, and even now as an adult, I'm not really a fan. Trust me, it's nowhere near the level of daylight savings in terms of my disdain for the episode, but if I had to rank a bottom 5 episodes list of the first 4 seasons, this would probably be in it for the sheer simple fact that I don't like Bebo as a character, nor do I find any amount of this episode enjoyable, outside of the first opening sequence. A lot of the humor seems to be missing, the action doesn't really do it for me either, and I really don't like the part where Bebo goes around eating everybody. I've mentioned this in previous videos before, but the sort of concept of people getting eaten and swallowed whole always makes me feel extremely squeamish and nauseous. Like it flat out makes me sick to my stomach as some sort of subconscious reaction thinking about it. So that being said, if it seems like I'm glossing over this episode pretty quickly, that would be why. The premise of this one is quite simple. The professor has created a pet for the Powerpuff Girls after a week-long endeavor of hard work and science. He explains that this biogenetically engineered experimental bipedal organism, or Bebo for short, is designed to be the perfect pet in all ways except for one. You can only feed him once. As we learn in the episode, feeding him more than once results in him developing a nasty eating addiction, causing him to continue to eat more and more and grow to a monstrous size at a rapid pace. Why on earth the professor designed him this way, I have absolutely no idea. Like, I know I'm splitting hairs by asking this, but why didn't he just design Bebo so that he never had to eat at all? I mean, the obvious answer is that if that was the case, we wouldn't have a conflict in the episode, but it seems like such an oversight, especially because all it takes is 2 individual people feeding him on separate occasions and everything just spirals from there. And the episode presents that to us as we see Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup all feed Bebo on separate occasions as part of an instrumental montage, which, like I said, is admittedly a nice sequence of events that has a pretty well-timed backing track to it in the way it immediately responds to the imagery on screen to convey emotion. Hey look, it's Pikachu. But things quickly turn for the worse as Bebo begins to grow arms and eventually goes around eating more than just food. Furniture, appliances, even drywall isn't safe from Bebo, and before long he runs out into the city of Townsville and begins devouring all sorts of buildings and cars and even people, and that's where I draw the line.
We're playing hide and seek with Bebo.
And where is Bebo?
Well, if we knew that, it wouldn't be hide and seek.
Call me weak if you want, but I'm well aware of the things that make me feel uncomfortable, and this is one of them. Long story short, glossing over all of it, eventually Bebo eats so much he blows up and explodes into a bunch of other tiny Bebos, and every single person in Townsville gets their own as part of the professor's failsafe he programmed into the organism. Because that's sure not to cause future problems.
Right, once in a while. Got it. Cool.
Mayor, you can't have one. Give me those.
And while I do admittedly find this joke pretty amusing, it doesn't make up for my overall dislike for the ending. It's kind of like daylight savings in the sense that it doesn't have a resolution. Now there's just more Bebos that could go around eating more, and now we have an even bigger problem on our hands. I'm not saying they should like eliminate all of the Bebos or something, but like I feel like maybe Bebo exploding into a bunch of other Bebos wasn't the way to go. Honestly, I don't have much criticism to give from a structural standpoint because the episode is paced pretty well and it has a satisfying premise, rising action, climax, and conclusion from a storytelling perspective. It's just that I have made it abundantly clear I don't really enjoy the story being told because of the rather unsettling events that occur. You know, at the end of the day, everybody has their own personal preferences, interests, bias, and dislikes, and this just happens to be one of my least favorite concepts you could possibly include in any story of any kind. Same reason I'll never watch any of those Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movies, because I would rather dedicate 5 years of my life to reviewing a terrible reboot that's nothing more than an insult to the original source it was based on, than suffer through witnessing that. And as you may know, I made that choice. I can't really knock the episode as a bad episode, it's just one that comes down to a personal taste, so I'm not going to sit here and act like it's on the same level as some of the worst episodes of the series when it's not. The lack of a satisfying resolution does bring this episode down for me quite a bit, but that's the only major negative criticism I can give to it. I understand that some people are into this sort of thing and it will never click with me because I just don't get it, but yeah, I'm pretty much done with Pet Feud at this point, so I'm just going to move on so I can stop thinking about it and probably never bring it up again. Kudos to Editing Me for having sifted through the episode footage over and over again and putting himself through that in order to put this portion of the video together. I hope he came out okay on the other side of that.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Next up, we actually have a pretty interesting episode pairing to talk about here. The first half of Season 2, Episode 9 is titled Imaginary Fiend, a pun on the phrase imaginary friend. As you can probably guess, the main villain of this episode is indeed an imaginary friend that happens to be pulling pranks on a bunch of the different Pokeyoke students, as well as Miss Keen. Patches is his name, and he's the culmination of the new student of the girls' class here in the episode, Mike Believe. You know, like make believe. Yeah, this episode's full of plays on words, isn't it? Now, a good chunk of you watching this video probably already knows this, as I'm assuming you're already well versed in the realms of Craig McCracken, the series creator. But in case you aren't, he's also the creator of another popular Cartoon Network series from the early 2000s you may have heard of before. That, of course, being Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. I don't know if this has ever been confirmed or not, but I chalked this episode up for being either an inspiration or more likely a first exploration into the concept of imaginary friends that would eventually lead on to the greenlighting of that series as Craig fleshed out the idea more. Again, I don't necessarily know if there is a confirmed source out there proving that this episode is the direct inspiration for Foster's Home, or if this was an experimentation, maybe a test run, but there is definitely an obvious connection here given that both series were headed by the same person. Either way, Imaginary Fiend as an episode puts some of Miss Keen's other episodes like Daylight Savings and even Schoolhouse Rocked to shame, because this is an instance where Miss Keen is actually presented in a manner that she isn't necessarily in the wrong for the way she responds to the events that are taking place around her in her classroom. Honestly, this is how Schoolhouse Rocked in particular should have been structured in the first place, because all of the scenarios that take place are framed in a manner so that Mike appears to be the guilty one rather than the imaginary friend that is actually the cause for all of these occurrences. At the same time, it does kind of feel like a little redundant given that it's basically the same concept of the classroom being disrupted by an evil entity, it's just that the source of where that crime comes from is different. But I'll be completely honest, as much as I love the Gangrene Gang in that episode, from a structure and pacing perspective, I think Imaginary Fiend is the superior one. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of back and forth comparison here because I already reviewed Schoolhouse Rocked in this exact same video, but I do want to illustrate at least how the episodes are different in a lot of ways here right off the bat, despite me making that immediate connection, such as the ways the episodes start.
Fuzzy, the loser. Bubbles, the winner.
Man, Ace, Bubbles sure kicked your goal. I mean, it's a good game, Ace.
A pretty drastic difference if I do say so myself. With the narrator's immediate introduction, there's a heavy emphasis placed on the word friend, or rather, friendly, which obviously alludes to what this episode is going to be about, especially in the sense that it's a contrast to the character we're introduced to on screen in the form of Mike, an introverted new student who's joining the class today. You know, now that I think about it, this episode is also similar to Stuck Up in a way, in the sense that that episode was also about a new student, Princess, which also just so happens to be paired together together with Schoolhouse Rocked. But outside of that, these two episodes really aren't that similar, so I just find it to be more of a neat detail than anything. Mike is a character that I'm sure a lot of kids can relate to, either in the way that they see themselves in him being shy, or they knew a kid in their class who was shy like him. So we're going back to the childhood relatability again here with this concept, along with that of the imaginary friend, which is another concept that kids around that age are pretty used to. I suppose it's worth asking the question, did Shadow Streak ever have an imaginary friend? Well, yeah, I think I did. Although, they must have been bing-bonged because I don't remember them. Nah, dark humor aside, I pretty much did what Wilt suggested in the Foster's pilot.
Some kids aren't that creative, so they just copy what they see on TV. What are you gonna do?
My imaginary friends were just cartoon characters I saw on TV or video games or something. But Mike Believe here, as Miss Keene introduces him, is a pretty sad and lonely kid who appears to have trouble making friends, seeing as he sits by himself in the sandbox at recess and suddenly starts talking to himself while all the other kids kind of observe him from a distance. And I myself have actually been in the position of the new student and meeting a new student coming to my school before, so I definitely have the experience to harken back to when I watched this episode from both sides of the coin. But what's interesting is that his imaginary friend Patches isn't quite so imaginary after all. Now, of course, we could sit here and argue the semantics of why Mike was able to manifest Patches here into being a real imaginary friend, going so far to say that Patches was Mike's inner fear and or disdain for everyone around him, since he may have had deeper feelings of thinking that the world was out to get him, or everyone around him didn't like him, which the latter could definitely have been the catalyst that set Patches' misbehavior off in the first place. I don't really know if this is just something that anyone is capable of, or if Mike just has a super imagination, but given that the conclusion of this episode has the girls doing the same to think up an imaginary friend to defeat Patches, I think the ultimate point of this is that it doesn't really matter, because it was more of a fun concept to explore than to have all the logistics of it figured out. That sort of thing is more important when you're designing the rules of a world than an entire cartoon series is meant to take place in, rather than a one-off idea for a non-serialized 11-minute cartoon series. Personally, I think this could have been a cool opportunity to have him come in and tempt Mike with the Patches thing, but I also understand that there may not have been enough time to introduce him into the premise of the episode alongside everything else going on, so that may not have been the best idea. Just a thought. Again, credit to this episode in particular needs to be given in the way that it visually frames Mike as if he's the one causing all the trouble. Yes, it is later revealed to the audience that Patches is present in the space and committing all of these harmful acts, but I appreciate the way that the board artist staged these moments like the paper ball and the hair and the paint so that we see the action occur off screen and then later cut or pan to Mike rather than directly showing him doing the acts, because it supports the truth later on that Patches was doing this. And again, Miss Keene is justified to take action against Mike, because why would she or anyone else believe the imaginary friend is real? And also, Bubbles never lies.
Sit down, Mike.
But...
Sit, Mike.
But...
Sit.
But...
Sit.
But...
Sit.
But... Oh, will you sit down already? Miss Keene, you want us to take care of him for you?
I also love how when Mike begins to speak back up against Miss Keene, they just do this whole back and forth of Miss Keene saying sit and Mike saying but over and over again. And then when Buttercup comes in to suggest they'll take care of him, it just adds icing on top of the cake. Like, what were you implying here, Buttercup? Were all three of the girls going to just take Mike outside and beat him up? Were Blossom and Bubbles okay with this? I mean, they flew up with her, so like, what was the plan here? Well, I don't really know, but the whole class just sort of moves on to spelling words in the front of the room, and Miss Keene seems to think that her way of getting back at Mike's behavior is to publicly shame him in front of the class, because that's sure to not have any harmful effects on this developing 5-year-old psyche, right? Dang, you know, the more I think about it, the more I'm starting to think that Miss Keene might be the most evil character in the series all along. Forcing children to go outside and die of heat stroke, obstructing the girls' ability to save the day, looking the other way when bullies attack the innocent students, and now traumatizing children through first-hand embarrassment in front of their peers. Granted, a lot of teachers are guilty of that one, but still, Miss Keene is kind of a supervillain in the show if you think about it. I mean, Mike outright states his lack of confidence in himself, but that doesn't stop Keene, and she puts him up against Blossom of all kids, the straight-A student. So the poor guy doesn't even stand a chance, until Patches sabotages the moment for him.
And how about you, Blossom?
I spelled it. What?
Huh. They must not be fans of Green Day. Anyways, this is the point in the episode where we get our reveal that Patches isn't quite imaginary after all, because he gets cocky enough to start outright dismantling the establishment and reveal himself via this method of writing on the chalkboard, which I always thought had this almost horror-like inspiration to it. Like, it's cool too. I love this idea, but it feels like it's bridging that gap to the occult almost. It parallels something you'd see in a psychological thriller movie or something, and draws attention to an interesting connection between the imaginary and supernatural, which fall in tandem with each other quite often. And speaking of parallelisms, let's talk about the girls' superpower to share imaginations with each other and create a super strong bunny imaginary friend that can defeat Patches in the imaginary realm. This is strikingly similar to the ability they discovered in Dream Scheme, and even though this is dealing with imagination as opposed to dreaming, they both still deal with the girls cooperating inside each other's heads, so I thought this was a cool and useful repurpose of an ability that was established earlier in the season. I also really like how we get to see the girls' personalities clash when they're developing this imaginary friend as they bounce ideas off of each other, agreeing to keep certain traits but also throw away others in order to compromise on creating the best imaginary friend possible for the situation at hand.
Hanging out with all your other imaginary friends.
Then do I have the perfect friend for you?
You mean that Coos jerk? No thanks.
Also, yeah, I guess I forgot to mention that before they managed to initiate the creation of their imaginary friend, Bubbles actually suggested Koosalagoopagoop, a reference to Dee Dee's imaginary friend from Dexter's Lab. But I love the fact that here we have both Buttercup and the bunny friend both refer to him as that Coos jerk in a mocking tone, which is an appreciated in-joke that you'll probably approve of as well if you've seen that Dexter episode. The imaginary friend the girls come up with goes unnamed, however, which I find to be a little interesting because it's difficult for me to address the character in a proper way, but the show carried this attitude with a lot of different aspects where it really wasn't important in the story, so it isn't surprising to me at all. Just a small detail I noticed. In the end, it ends up beating Patches and sending him away to imaginary hell, and the episode ends on a positive note where everybody's happy and Mike is now friends with the Powerpuff Girls. Too bad we'll never see him again, so who knows how long that friendship lasted. I guess another detail I may as well bring mention to is that this episode contains a very popular Easter egg. Probably one of, if not the most well-known Easter eggs in the entire series based on how frequently I see it on the internet. That of course being the moment where Blossom gets knocked into the pile of clothes and comes out looking like Eric Cartman from South Park. It's cool that it's there. I think it's a pretty direct reference compared to some of the other subtle ones the show makes, but yeah, I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge it, especially because someone would probably call me out for not doing so. So overall, Imaginary Fiend is a pretty likable episode, I would say, and is essentially a better version of Schoolhouse Rocked. Not that that episode is a bad one or anything, but I appreciate this one more. It's almost as if Imaginary Fiend is the second verse to the song that Schoolhouse Rocked was the first one to. Plus, Miss Keen isn't as unlikable as some other appearances, and again, the concept of this episode is a fun one to see explored in a rather creative way. Speaking of creative childhood concepts, let's carry that over to the next episode, shall we?
Buttercup without a witty retort? Huh, imagine that. So once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. At least I think so.
So, what fun childhood concept do we get to explore in this episode? Why, cooties, of course. A concept that I've always wondered about ever since I was a young child, but never really bothered to investigate the origin of at any point in my life. So I decided to do it right now for this video. The term cooties is thought to have originated from the Austronesian language family, which contains a word kuto, referring to a parasitic insect. Although the first recorded uses of the term originates from British soldiers having used it during the First World War to refer to the lice that they had gotten while in the trenches. This led to the invention of a handheld game involving the tilting of capsules into a trap, which then later evolved into the game of Cootie, released in 1948, that some of you watching may actually have nostalgic memories of, myself included. This was adopted into child lore, which I never even knew was the term for what I was talking about until I was researching for this episode, but it perfectly encapsulates a ton of these childhood concepts, as I've been calling them. Season 2 is honestly the most chock-full season of child lore, as I'm going to be referring to these as from now on. Like, when I look at any other season of the show, yeah, they've each got a thing that sets them apart, and with Season 2, it's easy to point all of the explorative child lore ideas that just fill this season to the brim, and we still have like 9 episodes left to go. But yeah, anyways, somewhere along the lines, this cooties idea translated into a fictitious disease that children get, usually from the opposite sex, but not always, when they've come into contact with them. It's a century-old culture thing at this point. Why am I talking about this? Well, because as I said, it's the main idea explored in this episode, so much so that the episode title is probably one of the best puns in the season in Cootie Gras, a play on the French term coup de grace, which refers to the final death blow used to end the life of a wounded person or animal, typically as an act of mercy, although not always. Go figure, this episode has the girls fearing for their lives because the central student of this episode, Harry Pitt, poor kid, is running around the playground attempting to kiss all the students, and the Powerpuffs are no exception as they too fear the plague that cooties may bring upon them, despite the whole rowdy rough boys thing from the last season, but try not to think about that. I think this episode is a little weird, maybe even uncomfortable to say the least. I mean, I don't really get why Miss Keene fails to intervene here when Harry is going around and overstepping the personal boundaries of a lot of the girls in the class, but as I've begun to establish, Miss Keene is actually kind of a failure of a teacher in a lot of episodes, and I guess this episode here is just another example of going against her case. Man, I'm really not trying to come across as a Miss Keene hater because I really do appreciate the role she plays in the girls' lives, but she really seems to have more misses than hits this season as I continue to work my way through each of these appearances she has. Yeah, I don't know. What Harry's doing really isn't okay or acceptable even for a kindergartner, but at the same time, it's probably accurate to depict the fact that there are a lot of teachers out there who wouldn't intervene with this sort of thing, and I'm sure there are many of you watching that one immediately comes to mind for, so I guess there is an ounce of realism in there under certain circumstances. But anyways, basically the girls catch wind of Harry running around and doing this, and they fear that they'll catch cooties from him, so they start fleeing every time he gets near them just like everyone else, and it is noticed by Mojo as well, who sees the girls escape the scene in fear, giving him quite the vile idea of recruiting Harry to be his secret defense that's sure to prevent the girls from stopping his ingenious plans, and his method of recruiting is absolutely top-notch.
Hi.
Hey look, it's another one of those clips that I've always loved. Just a simple hi, followed by the dramatic brass instruments, is all the establishment we need to make a slightly humorous introduction to these two teaming up. Ironic that this season also has not one but 2 episodes featuring a student from the girls' kindergarten class teaming up with Mojo to defeat them. Although in Harry's case, it isn't necessarily out of evil. I actually don't know what Mojo promised him, whether it was money or candy or what, but he seems to go along with it regardless despite no motive ever being presented. I never really noticed how this and the previous episode were similar to other episodes in the same season either. Not exactly carbon copies, but similar, and that's a key distinction to make here. I do not think these episodes were lazy or lacking in creativity at all, just that there are some pretty observable comparisons between them that I drew notice to. And speaking of similarities to previous episodes in this season, the girls end up having a nightmare about Harry's cooties after they go to sleep that night, in which the show brings back the OST from that episode as it depicts all of the girls being traumatized by their irrational fear of what Harry's cooties could potentially do to them, including sights of body horror and other unpleasant imagery into this white space void, complete with slowed down moments and everything. I will say I do appreciate the stylization detail of coloring each of the girls in their respective primary color fully rather than just drawing them regularly the way they do Harry. It makes a distinct visual diversion from their usual coloring in order to isolate the dream from reality, and it once again harkens back to all 3 of the girls effectively sharing the same dream together too, so they end up connecting with this shared experience. I guess I really forgot how often of a thing this was this season. Usually I only think of Dream Scheme and Paranoia for this concept, but lo and behold, it actually shows up more often than I remembered. Anyways, it's at this point that the girls get a call that Mojo is robbing a bank nearby, and we're treated to one of Mojo's best moments so far this season.
Just put the money in the bag. Doris.
The fact that Mojo has the courtesy to at least read the name tag of the bank teller he's sticking up speaks volumes to his groundedness as a supervillain. It's kind of resemblant of just another manic Mojo in season 1 where he was depicted as an ordinary citizen that went to the grocery store and asked where the eggs were when he was trying to buy some on his off day, and he's displaying similar traits to that once again here. This isn't something you would ever expect from a tried and true archetypal supervillain, so the fact that he goes out of his way to address Doris here is unexpected yet amusing. Of course, course, that groundedness quickly loses itself when the episode turns into a massive Godfather parody as Mojo comes to realize that he can truly defeat the Powerpuff Girls through the fear that they have of the cooties that Harry carries. If you're a fan of the Godfather movies, then you will really have an appreciation for all of the references that this sequence of the episode takes after the girls get scared away. There are certain lines, certain events, and even certain characters that call to it, and it's used in a way that actually progresses the plot of the episode forward to an extent. It basically exists within a montage of showing all of the damage and power that Mojo is able to attain without the girls standing in his way because they're stuck at home out of fear for what may happen when they encounter Harry again.
What are we gonna do? We're defenseless against the cooties. I say we hide.
I always loved this shot of the girls hiding under their covers and talking about what they needed to do in order to solve the problem. It's a very nostalgic feeling because I used to do the same thing where I'd hide under a blanket with a flashlight and either play a video game or read a comic or do whatever, really. Just a nice memory from childhood that this time frame always seems to re-evoke whenever I see this episode. I also really like the montage of Mojo running towards the screen in the darkness with the various synonyms for money flashing by, and the intense theme song that accompanies Mojo when he's on his various rampages throughout the show feels even more fitting during this moment than it does in a lot of other instances because it really emphasizes the strength and intensity of evil that Mojo is capable of enacting. Oh yeah, and there's a Scarface reference in this episode too.
Oh, by the way, have you said hello to my little friend?
But nah, the vast majority of references in this episode, like I said, are to The Godfather, and we get to see a lot of interesting moments throughout this montage. What's really interesting about this episode, though, is that it probably has some of the most adult material of any episode in the show, because we get imagery of Mojo smoking a cigar, which is incredibly rare in the Powerpuff Girls, seeing as even back in the 90s, smoking in cartoons was subjectively debated with the war on drugs taking place. And not only that, but we see the mayor held at gunpoint while he communicates to the Powerpuff Girls over the phone after being taken hostage, which is extremely surprising. Yes, we've seen blood and guns before, but to see a pistol held against the mayor's head is a step up from the invincible Powerpuff Girls deflecting the bullets off of their skin, you know? Also, the new arrangement of music that plays during the sequence is great as well, and I know it's been a while since I've praised James Venable, but his work still stands as being incredible for this series. Now that the show has gone on for nearly 50 episodes, there's been less unique pieces compared to what felt like every episode of season 1 getting its own score, but when a new piece of music does make an appearance here and there, it is still recognized and appreciated by me, and a lot of it still works super well. And the last detail about this montage I want to acknowledge, I promise, I love when Mojo approaches the podium that we can see his criminal organization is called the Mofia instead of the Mafia. It's just perfect. And alright, I guess that brings us to the climax of the episode then. So Mojo ends up having the mayor call the Powerpuff Girls into the office so that he can trap them in a pit with Harry Pit, go figure. Now, yes, the obvious thing to point out is that the girls should be able to just fly out of this pit right away and avoid Harry altogether, but understand that for the purposes of the story and for the girls to overcome their fear once and for all, it is necessary for them to realize that cooties are not a real thing. I will say that I think it would have been smart to at least show the ceiling being closed so that way it's at least implied they can't get out of the pit even if they fly up, and that could have even led to this cool moment where Harry starts like climbing up the walls like Spider-Man or something to further add to the tension, giving it an almost horror-like element. I think that would have actually been pretty fun now that I'm saying it out loud, but I will say this is an overall flaw in the writing of the episode because it really doesn't make any sense, especially considering there was a joke within the same season of Buttercup realizing she was running when she could just fly. Now, granted, I suppose you could make the argument that maybe fear is something that causes the girls to forget they have powers, but that's also counteracted by the fact that the girls fly instinctually away every other scene where they encounter Harry. So this isn't really a reason why this one would be any different. I mean, they are 5 years old, so I could totally see them being blinded in fear and not knowing what to do, but again, other scenes have depicted otherwise. In the grand scheme of the story though, I suppose the episode wouldn't be capable of reaching a resolution if the girls were to just fly away from this, so that would just push back the ultimate conclusion further away. So honestly, the only thing I would have changed is maybe making it more visible that the girls were incapable of flying out of this pit for one reason or another. Also, why the heck is there a giant concrete pit in the mayor's office anyways? Like, what is this doing here? Obviously, with this being an 11-minute cartoon, pushing the cycle down the road isn't really an option due to television restrictions, so, you know, I can live with this, even if it is noticeable. In the end, Blossom realizes that the cooties weren't real to begin with, though, after Harry kisses her, and the girls in turn overcome their fear, much to the satisfaction of Harry, I must add, and the girls fly up and beat Mojo up, putting an end to his scheme.
Love is in the air. Can't you just smell it?
And it still blows my mind that they got away with that line even to this day. Yeah, overall, Cootie Gras is surprisingly a risky episode by television censorship standards when you really look at it. I wouldn't necessarily call this peak Powerpuff Girls or anything, but it is still a standout episode for its portrayal of these concepts and material. In fact, it is an episode that I tend to forget even exists in the series until I go back and watch it, where I come to appreciate it all over again. It's a good episode. I don't rank it at the very top of my list, but I think there's a lot of merit here. Also, another idea that I just thought of while writing this is that it actually makes a lot of sense that the girls would be afraid of Harry's cooties because they did something similar to the Rowdy Rough Boys in season 1 that resulted in them exploding. Now granted, there's some very specific undertones associated with that, which I'm not gonna get into, but it could be argued that it makes sense that the girls would be afraid of also exploding if it happened to them. I think the simple explanation as to why the girls are not affected by it is that the Rowdy Rough Boys' chemical makeup was merely unstable given they were created in a prison toilet rather than a carefully monitored scientific lab. But hey, I am not here to evaluate all the semantics and nuances of the world of the Powerpuff Girls. I'm just here to talk about the episodes. And as an episode, I think Cootie Gras is pretty great, much in part due to its creativity that the team had in telling this particular story.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Ah yes, here it is, the Powerpuff Girls' best rainy day adventure ever, and what I consider to be the absolute best episode of the entire series. I have loved this episode ever since I was a child, and I think this is absolute peak writing when it comes to the comedic potential that resonates within this show. As a diehard fan, I find it difficult to believe anyone who's in on the Powerpuff Girls couldn't find something to appreciate in this episode specifically. It may not have any giant monster battles or super villains to fight in it, but this episode perfectly encapsulates everything about this series in one package. The only weakness that this episode truly has in my eyes is that if it's your first ever episode, a lot of it will be lost on you because all of the references that it makes about itself will not make any sense without having the context of the other episodes that the show had produced to connect everything to. But in my eyes, that's actually awesome because it allows this episode to become recontextualized depending on the lens that you choose to watch it through. The meaning behind other episodes in the series that I've prayed before, like Ice Sore, The Bare Facts, Dream Scheme, Mime for a Change, those episodes are all great, but whether or not you have context of the series, it doesn't really affect the experience that one might have in watching those episodes. Whereas with this one, it transcends that, and it does offer multiple perspectives. There's only a small handful of episodes like this in the entire series, with another from season 3 immediately coming to mind, but we're not there yet. This episode may not have a clever title pun, but it's unique in the way that it is named differently from every other episode in the series. There is no play on words, there is no pun, there is no double or triple meaning. In fact, it's probably the only episode that is as straightforward, generic, and bland of a title in all 6 seasons, and that only further accentuates the absolute brilliance of the episode. The premise of this episode is simple. Everything about this episode is simple, and yet it's one of the most complex ones. I feel like so much happens in such a short time in this episode, despite it being arguably the most basic premise of the entire show.
The city of Townsville, and it's raining.
It's a rainy day in Townsville, and nobody's out and about, so the girls are forced to play inside for a day. That's it. The entire premise of the episode is that it's a rainy day and the girls have to play inside. Once again, calling back to that child lore, I might add. This was something that I relate to heavily, as I was forced to play inside all the time on rainy days as a kid, especially over summer vacation, because it wasn't nice enough outside to run and play sports or adventure out and ride bikes and whatever else. So instead, we were forced to be inside and play pretend with our imagination a lot of the time, if we weren't playing video games. Sometimes I'd have the neighbors over and we'd hang hang out and read or watch a show or build Legos, you name it. But this premise in general is a super relatable childhood activity to me. I can't speak for current generations, but it was certainly applicable back then. Anyways, the entire concept of the episode revolves around the girls making up a story for themselves that they're going to then act out, which is important context because the title's length inherently reflects this, almost as if the girls themselves possibly named the episode due to its lack of creative writing compared to, again, practically every single other episode of the show. Usually there's some sort of significance to it, but this feels like it was what the girls would call this experience that they're having. This begins with an idea that Bubbles gets while they're all trying to come up with an idea of what to do.
Since we can't be the Powerpuff Girls outside, maybe we could play the Powerpuff Girls and fight crime right here at home? Sorry. That's a great idea! But where do we begin?
The comedic timing of this episode is absolutely perfect from start to finish, I swear. Honestly, it's gonna be difficult for me to not just go through every single individual joke in the episode and acknowledge it. Like, there's a part of me that really wants to sit down and just praise every single facet and detail that's present, but I also don't want to spend an entire hour of this video on this one episode alone, so I'm trying my best to keep it concise. Rainy Day Adventure, which is what I'm going to refer to this episode from now on just because the title is a mouthful, is what I would consider to be the Bare Facts equivalent of Season 2. The Bare Facts in Season 1 was a standout episode for really showcasing the entertainment that can come from the clashing of the three girls' personalities and the way that they told the story of the mayor's kidnapping. Similarly, Rainy Day Adventure does the exact same thing of putting all three girls in a room and having them talk to each other the entire time. Of course, we also get to see them use their imaginations to reenact the events of a Powerpuff Girls episode through playing pretend, and that adds an extra layer of commentary that this episode evokes over the series as a whole. It's a little meta, sure, as we are inherently watching the Powerpuff Girls create an episode of the Powerpuff Girls where they swap places with each other in order to depict an average day in their lives, and this comes in the form of numerous portrayals such as Buttercup taking on the role as the monster, Bubbles becoming the mayor, and Blossom's very on-the-nose portrayal of Miss Bellum.
Sorry, Mayor. There was traffic this morning. Well, don't let it happen again!
I truly don't think there's anything I need to add or say about this one. I mean, it speaks for itself. But it's totally something that kids would do, and so it's difficult not to appreciate the joke, but it doesn't get a lot of time to sink in before one of the all-time best mayor moments in the entire series takes place.
I'm on my way! I fell in the mud.
I think this is hands down, without a doubt, my favorite gag involving the mayor of the entire show, because it absolutely encapsulates how much of a lovable fool he can be. The fact that he just picks up the phone and immediately plays into Bubbles playing pretend with him is not only amusing, but adorable too, that he actually goes along with her. And then of course the dude literally runs across the hall and smashes through the window only to fall to the ground below. And then Miss Bellum just walks on screen for no reason. Why was she outside? Why is she here? It just makes no sense. And then he just responds, I fell in the mud. It's just perfect. It cracks me up every time. He's such a lovable idiot in the first 4 seasons, man. And speaking of lovable, the next dialogue sequence between the girls fits that bill just as well, once they begin arguing about the semantics of what the rules of pretend can be. Buttercup rolls up dressed as Blossom next and wants to change who she is, but Blossom chimes in and says she can't do that, and then pretty soon the entire thing turns into an argument because they both have different definitions on what the rules of pretend should be. Again, I would be lying if I told you that I never experienced this. When I was younger, there was a group of us kids in the neighborhood that would all get together all the time to play together. And among us was myself and this other girl who basically led the group. Between her and I, we kind of organized everything, and for the most part, we usually had a good time and got along. But from time to time, there were moments like this where we would butt heads over something completely pointless, such as the rules of pretend. And in retrospect, this argument that Buttercup and Blossom have is a perfect representation of my own experience.
No way! You be Bubbles. No way. You be Bubbles. You're Bubbles. You're Bubbles. You're Bubbles. You're Bubbles. I'll be Bubbles. You can't.
Also, we get this amusing sibling moment where the two older siblings argue over which one has to play the youngest, which further serves to enforce the trichotomy that exists amongst all of them. And their father comes running into the room to try and calm them all down after he hears Bubbles is crying because they're fighting over this completely petty game of pretend. It's such a childish thing to do, but that's what you need to remember. The girls are children. And the writers absolutely nailed that in the way that this is all presented, with them all screaming to their dad over top of one another, trying to say that they're right and the others are wrong, and after the professor hears Bubbles' explanation of why she's crying, he realizes it's some minor thing that shouldn't even be an argument. And he takes an admittedly wise approach in asking the girls how they can solve the problem instead of solving it for them. Good parenting 101 right there. Seriously, bravo, Professor. Best cartoon dad ever, changed my mind. Unfortunately, it ended up biting him in the end because now he was asked to play with his daughters in order to appease them, but it sort of works out because he goes along with it and we get yet another super charming family moment among the four of them all playing together. It just warms the heart, it really does. The professor tries to make his exit pretty quickly though, since he does have his important adult work things to do, and honestly most parents would probably do something similar if they have important things to do. Let's be real here.
Now help us!
All right. Fly, 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 fly. Pow, bye, 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 bye.
And the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls!
And as hysterical as that punchline is, I would be remiss if I didn't also point out the way the girls essentially replicate their version of them fighting a giant monster.
Dun, 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 dun. Choo, 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 choo.
There's a lot of intentional voice direction given to the actresses in the way that they acknowledge what they're doing and inflect their vocals to make themselves sound like they are children playing pretend. They didn't just read the words off of the script like they normally would talk in a regular monster battle. No, they legitimately changed their performance to make the characters come across more like kids playing pretend to be superheroes, and I really appreciate the details of the girls saying choo, choo, choo over and over again to represent the sound that they make when they fly all around the place. So much thought and care was put into depicting these events in a manner that references itself. Like sure, you see media references to other media all the time, but media referring back to its own self in a way such as this is interesting because they aren't necessarily breaking the fourth wall either, which is the more common version of something becoming meta, so to speak. At no point does this episode acknowledge that the girls are cartoon characters in a fictional TV show, and that's what I appreciate so much more because it manages to be self-referential without doing the easy thing of just breaking the fourth wall and straight up stating to the audience that they are being meta. No, they're just replicating themselves within themselves. Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy the Deadpool style of humor, but I'm also aware that it's way easier to do that. Hence why I appreciate this episode even more. It manages to be self-reflexive in a way that requires me as a viewer to pay attention to what it's doing rather than being fed the acknowledgement of what it's doing, if that makes sense. All of this to essentially say that I really like watching the girls pretend to act out a monster fight, and the exaggerated mannerisms of Buttercup going down or Blossom getting knocked out by the professor puts a smile on my face. But the episode doesn't end there because Blossom raises another great point. They may have defeated the monster, but now they need to determine who is behind it, and so we get to see the girls pretend to be a bunch of different villains in their cast of characters, which is even more amusing to see. Like, yes, we got to see Bubbles pretend to be Mojo Jojo in Los Dos Mojos, and let's be honest, a lot of people love that, so why not have more of it here?
With my magic banjo, I brought the beat to life. Ding, 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 ding.
I realize I sound like a broken record because all I'm doing is saying I love this and I love that, but I can't help myself. This should be expected considering it's my favorite episode of the entire cartoon. So if you're getting annoyed by me constantly gushing over every little thing, I do sincerely apologize. But I can't help myself. I just need to praise it. It's such a little thing, but the way that Bubbles pretends to play the banjo and makes the banjo noises with her mouth, it's the cutest thing. But hey, we already got Bubbles pretending to be Mojo this season, so now it's Blossom's turn, and she does an excellent job at that.
Only the greatest scientific mind this side of the galaxy could create such a beast. And because I have yet to meet a greater scientific mind this side of the galaxy, I can comfortably say that sentence comfortably.
And so this brings us into the final third of the episode, where Blossom dons the role of Mojo Jojo, and her sisters are tasked with finding her evil secret lair so that they can fight each other in one of the most important epic battles of their lives. Or so Blossom believes, because this next thing that happens is yet another super relatable moment that I encountered myself as a child as well. It's the realization that many children men have short attention spans. Blossom falls into the same trap that I myself fell into time and time again, which is assuming that my peers would commit to seeing a game to its full end. I can think of several different instances where I was either playing pretend or hide and seek or something around the neighborhood, and some of the kids would just up and quit without saying anything or communicating that they were bored or they were tired or done or whatever. And so I was left alone for a good amount of time before I just quit the game on my own and found they had moved on to something else an hour ago. It was inconvenient to say the least, but it also taught me that people's brains all function differently, and some people grow bored of things faster than others. There's nothing wrong with this, of course, but as a child, this could be extremely frustrating when it feels like you were forgotten about and nobody could be bothered to communicate with you. Granted, as an adult, it's still extremely inconvenient and annoying when people don't communicate with you, which is exactly what Blossom witnesses when she realizes no one is coming to find her hidden under the sink. And she enters another room where Buttercup and Bubbles have moved on to playing the Atari game Pitfall on their Nintendo 64. Yes, I could nerd out here and say, oh, this isn't technically accurate, but I'll let it pass. I appreciate Blossom's creativity in this situation because she manages to bring the pretend game back into the interest of her sisters by continuing on with the narrative of her being Mojo Jojo. Whereas in my personal experience, I probably would have gotten upset and just stopped playing with them for the rest of the day, so I respect her maturity in that sense.
And what possibly could your diabolical plan be? A stuffed animal? Or maybe you're gonna throw your big shiny bucket at me.
Once again, love the line delivery of Bubbles here. It never fails to make me laugh. The episode wraps up in that final battle that they had alluded to before Blossom went and hid in the bathroom for 2.5 hours, with Buttercup and Bubbles giving chase after she pulls the game cartridge out of the N64, and they finish their game with all of them rolling into each other and laughing on the floor before the sun comes up, and Mojo Jojo unleashes a giant alligator monster to destroy the city for real, mirroring the events that the girls depicted in their pretend game just mere hours ago, ending the episode on a nice note that brings everything full circle back to the beginning. Yeah, Rainy Day Adventure is still my certified 100% best episode of the Powerpuff Girls, and watching it for the 500 millionth time here for this video hasn't changed my opinion on that. I don't think anything ever will. It really speaks volumes on how much I love this episode, given that there really isn't any sort of big battle or fight at all. In fact, there's no villain. This is literally just an episode about the girls with a brief cameo appearance from their father and the mayor. There's so much I appreciate about it, and there's things that I haven't even said yet. How about the detail that the episode begins with a very dull tone in the narrator's voice as he describes the day being dreary and miserable thanks to all the rain. Literally, the opening sequence pans around the city of Townsville, showcasing everyone being sad and disappointed that the weather outside is miserable, preventing people from being able to do the things they want to do. Every sentence the narrator speaks ends with, "because it's raining," and the monotony of him saying this over and over really sets the uninteresting atmosphere thanks to his tone projecting a feeling of disinterest in what's going on. The mood is set to be bleak, bland, and, well, uninteresting. It's like the episode sets up that this is going to be a dull episode, nothing's gonna happen, and then it just so happens to be one of the most creative episodes in the entire series. It's like a visual oxymoron. It completely subverts the expectations that it starts the episode off with setting, and ends up providing one of the most enjoyable watches of the whole show. This is easily one of the most well-written episodes of the Powerpuff Girls in my eyes, and I only highlighted like half of the jokes. Another one of my all-time favorites is when Blossom is done giving her first Mojo Jojo speech, and then Bubbles just flies right into her and punches her through a wall.
Take that, Mojo Jojo! Bubbles! What part of this pretend game don't you get? What do you mean?
The sheer response Bubbles has here saying that Blossom's performance was so convincing has irony written all over it. This is a creative writing masterpiece from start to finish, and I can really tell the team behind this one really enjoyed themselves in making it. Also, you know how I've mentioned how I just have random phrases stored in my head that I recite from time to time, such as the "but enough about that" line I referenced during my season 1 review, or "for crying out loud, Marianne" from Supervillain? Well, Buttercup's dummy response to Bubbles landing on her head? Yep, that's another one.
I'm not the real Mojo Jojo. I'm Blossom in a bucket. Well, you were just so convincing. What do you want me to do? Pretend! dummy.
Oh, and also the ending of this episode is also great for not only bringing the events of the pretend game to life, but for bringing the narrator's disappointed tone of voice back with a completely different context. Whereas in the beginning of the episode he was disappointed it was raining was what set the mood of the episode, now he's ending it with disappointment that the pretend game is over, and by extension, the audience's disappointment that the episode is ending, because now it's sunny outside. After a blast of an episode like that, yeah, I think most would be disappointed that Rainy Day Adventure has to come to an end, like all great things. The inversion of the meaning from the introduction to the conclusion was the best possible choice to make, I'd say, in wrapping things up, and this episode just goes to show that you didn't need great crime-fighting action in them for it to be fun and entertaining. The Powerpuff Girls' best Rainy Day Adventure ever is a fan favorite for a reason, and without a doubt deserves the recognition it gets and should continue to get for the rest of time. It is a great showcase of how amazing this cartoon could really be. The cuteness is immeasurable, the humor is non-stop from start to finish, and I always look forward to watching this episode every single time I run through the series. Best of season 2, best of the series, all-time favorite, right here. I can practically recite the whole thing from memory at this point.
Playtime is over, so once again the day will be saved for real thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Oh, I wanted to be Bubbles.
Hey look, it's our first sequel episode of the series. One detail about the Powerpuff Girls that I've always found interesting compared to a lot of other cartoons is that in certain circumstances, the show was actually willing to make follow-up sequel episodes to a previous one that had occurred earlier in the series, or even in the same season in this case. It doesn't happen too often, and there's only a handful more of these to even talk about under this category, but this is the first one that the series ever did. Just desserts, a direct pulling from the idiom of someone getting their just desserts, refers to the idiom itself and the way that the events play out in the episode, as well as a certain character's association with dessert in general. Yeah, remember the episode Supper Villain? Well, we've got a follow-up to Harold Smith's story here. In case you've either forgotten the events of that episode because it's been a few hours of video runtime, or you skipped ahead to this episode's review in particular, that episode featured Harold Smith, the Powerpuff Girls' next-door neighbor, wanting to become a supervillain on his own. He ended up taking the professor hostage and threatened to melt his head off his shoulders, only for Blossom and her sisters to defeat Harold during the dessert portion of Mary Ann's dinner. That episode ended on a cliffhanger of sorts in which we see a close-up facial shot of Mary Ann angrily stating that the Powerpuff Girls ruined her dinner. And this episode is where we get to see what happens next. Also, I appreciate that this episode, as well as the previous one, follow each other in the naming of their titles as well, with dessert obviously coming at the end of supper. It's a subtle attention to detail that follows the sequential order of events just as the episode does. It's a progression. This episode does actually do a brief recap at the beginning to let the viewers who may not have seen that episode know what happened, just like I just did. So at least there's a little bit of context given, but it's very blunt and short. I suppose it's important to remember that back when this episode would have aired, serialized Western animation was not a very common thing compared to the way it later evolved once things like streaming and the digital age really took over on the internet. So it was important for the episode to provide this context just in case, and I appreciate that.
Average home. Average man, Harold Smith. Average family.
This family stinks.
The whole recap is given with the narrator describing everything as average to really set in the idea that this guy was meant to be an average middle-aged man in an average suburb living an average life. Did you get the idea that this was supposed to be average yet? It may be a little repetitive, but it does get the point across and essentially establishes how we need to view this character, and this episode for that matter, over the next 11 minutes that take place. Not having this context isn't necessarily a detriment to enjoying the episode, because I still think this one stands on its own even without knowing what happened before. The only thing you're really missing here is the motivation behind the villains of the episode. Without knowing what happened with the Smiths, it's easy to be confused on why this random family next door wants to destroy the Powerpuff Girls, so I do think it was a wise choice to have this intro moment, even if it is chopped up and leaves out a lot of details. Runtime is always a tough restriction to work with in a case like this. So diving into this episode, we pick up after Harold has finished serving his prison sentence with a montage that mirrors the montage we got in Supper Villain, except except it takes place within the setting of the prison and him making license plates rather than the setting of him going to work at a mustard factory. The parallelism here is excellent at emphasizing that Harold Smith's life continued to be mundane even after he was arrested, so his efforts to make his life more interesting were ultimately in vain because his punishment for doing evil was essentially to have him continuing to live the boring, monotonous life that he was living before, except in prison and without getting paid. A worse environment. A pretty fitting punishment, if you ask me.
You'll never guess what's for breakfast. Slop!
Marianne, on the other hand, spent the last week plotting a follow-up scheme to get revenge on the Powerpuff Girls for ruining that marvelous dinner she worked so hard on, and so upon Harold's return she convinces him to give the supervillain thing another shot, this time with her knowing support as opposed to him keeping it a secret from the rest of his family. And you know, I suppose there is a good lesson in there even if these characters are not meant to be cheered or liked. I mean, it's just good practice that you don't keep secrets from your significant other because in the end you're not only going to hurt them, but also yourself, and being selfish like that is something that just never really ends well for anybody. So to see Marianne supporting Harold in this sense is a good affirmation that you shouldn't be afraid to hide your goals from your partner, assuming they're a supportive person. Obviously there's nuance and the toxic relationships are absolutely a thing, so this isn't a set in stone rule that should always be followed, but I'm just saying, I do appreciate that we do get to see these two support each other despite them being evil, because even though I don't agree with their actions, I agree with the trust in the relationship. In the first episode, the family dynamics seemed to be a little separated, where Harold was kind of on his own. I don't know if there was a lack of love or anything like that between them, it wasn't really important to the episode, but now that the dynamic has changed because the rest of his family is supporting him. Everybody's working together. They've all found this opportunity of hating the Powerpuff Girls to bring them closer. Changing gears from that more serious conversation, I honestly think that Just Desserts does everything that a sequel episode should do, because this episode takes the wackiness of the original and just continues to expand on it even further. Supervillain, which just had Harold in one silly little pajama styled outfit, has evolved into this with the rest of the Smith family members.
Bud Smith! Marianne Smith!
And Harold Smith, the man with a sparkler on his head.
Sadly, Harold got the short end of the stick on this one, as the rest of the Smith family didn't have time to make him a new outfit while they were busy working on theirs during the week that he was in prison, so he is stuck wearing his old costume from the last episode. But that's okay, because Marianne took to the trouble of finding a bunch of new upgrades alongside the suits and weapons that the characters have now with the Smith family minivan.
Behold, Harold!
I love you, Marianne.
It's just ridiculous how all out Marianne has gone on this compared to the previous episode where she was pretty calm and collected the way you'd expect from an average neighborly woman. And it's actually kind of cool that Just Desserts feels more like a Marianne episode than it is a Harold one, because he already got his time in the spotlight and had his chance. It's quite clear that this is now Marianne's revenge story more so than it is Harold's. He's just along for the ride. And I like the way that it depicts Marianne as being a more competent villain than Harold, because she has a more powerful driving force behind her. As we saw in the kitchen a few mere moments ago, Harold had pretty much given up on the supervillain idea that he had stirred up in his brain, whereas the time away allowed Marianne to stew in her anger and revenge, and now she's going full supervillain more than Harold ever did, all thanks to that dinner that Blossom ruined. This sort of excitement that Harold gets in his eyes when he hears Marianne saying these things is almost like a spark to rekindle their relationship in a way. Like, we never really saw Harold get this excited or happy over anything other than when he was watching the girls get defeated on the news within the first 2 days of Mojo taking the mayor hostage. It's almost like it's addictive for him, or it's some kind of stimulant that makes him happy because he's otherwise a miserable person. And Marianne's actually pretty evil too, because she has calculated exactly when the Powerpuff Girls and their father would be leaving their home to go run errands, allowing her family the perfect window of opportunity to barge right into the Utonium residence and destroy everything inside, only for her to then later walk over and see their reactions to the destruction of their home as some sort of sick satisfaction in her having gotten her revenge. It's pretty vile and messed up. Her reaction, though, to seeing the girls being closer than ever before is priceless.
Harold! Harold!
What is it?
Shut up and get in the car! Bud, Julie, get in the car! I said get in the car! No!
Man, I don't know how they managed to get Kath Soucie so riled up here, but her performance is absolutely incredible. In this freakout, I can really feel the rage and intensity of her screaming at her family. The sheer hatred for the girls and the desire to beat them once and for all is so strongly conveyed through nothing but the way her voice is portrayed. True voice acting talent right there. From here though, the episode sort of spirals into this chaotic Benny Hill-like car chase scene where the Smiths end up driving their minivan all throughout the Powerpuff Girls home as they attempt to run them over, I guess? I'm surprised they aren't using too many of the missiles. I mean, it's pretty cartoony that this massive minivan can suddenly fit inside their house and drive up the stairs and through the hallways. Like, how massive did the girls' home have to become in order for this to happen? The way that Harold just smashes through the side of their house wall and then has to like reverse or whatever and his kids are in the way is again another simple but amusing gag. This whole sequence is just fun. It's silly fun, almost as silly as the professor backing out of their driveway earlier while he was still blindfolded after playing with his girls. Small details, they're everywhere. I love them. Eventually, Blossom has a sort of Buttercup moment from Down and Dirty where she just kind of says, alright, enough's enough, and then the three punch the minivan into instant debris to put a stop to all that nonsense. Like, they could have ended this chase sequence at any time, and they just kind of had this realization like, wait, what are we doing? And just put an end to it right then and there.
Time to get Powerpuff time! What's wrong with you people?
I couldn't have said it better myself, Blossom, and after Marianne tells them she wants revenge for the girls ruining her dinner, Blossom just says that's not a good reason at all, and then the girls just beat him up and lock him away in prison. And that's the end of the Smiths' run in the Powerpuff Girls. It's a pretty abrupt ending, I will say. We sort of get this speech from Marianne expressing her sheer hatred for the girls, and then Blossom's just like, that's not a good reason, and they lock him up. So I will say the episode does kind of come to a halt. I don't know that extra time would really fix the issue because it isn't really going to change the conclusion, I don't think, but that is a minor criticism I could provide. Not quite as abrupt as Rainbow the Clown's ending because at least Marianne got to have her final shining moment of professing why she's doing what she's doing, but it kind of ends the same way where everything just sort of halts immediately. Not the biggest fan of when episodes end this way, but it's fine. All in all, Just Desserts is an enjoyable, fun episode to say the least. Like I already said, it's cool that we get to see the return of a plotline that ended on a cliffhanger within the same season, and it just amounts to an angry woman upset because some kids ruined a dinner because her husband held their father at gunpoint around the dinner table. Like, what does she honestly expect? It's not like her husband is innocent here. It's kind of wild though how just an average family actually managed to make more returning appearances in the series compared to some other more powerful or intimidating villains such as Roach Coach for example, or Abracadabra. But both of these episodes are fun ones, so there's nothing wrong with that in my eyes. I don't know how much more you could really do with the Smiths beyond these two episodes, so I'm glad they didn't come back for a third one because I feel like their potential was sort of fully explored with these two. But it was definitely a fun 2 episodes to watch for sure, and I always get a kick out of them, as many fans do.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Alright, now this is an episode I've been waiting for. Not necessarily for a good reason though, but because I need to get something off my chest about this episode. I don't really care for it. Yes, I know, boo, hiss and guffaw at me all you want, but the reality is that I truly don't think Twisted Sister is an episode to really write home about if I'm being honest with you. And it's not that I don't like Bunny, but she's probably my least favorite officially named Powerpuff Girl of the whole bunch. And truthfully, I just find this episode to be rather boring. Bunny is hardly a character as it is anyway, seeing as she can't actually communicate with the other characters in any meaningful way, and she doesn't have very much agency in the story here at all, outside of You know, the fact that she lets all the criminals out of prison. It's more like she's just a plot device, a representation of the girl's immaturity and implications of children instructing someone in a manner that doesn't fully encompass the scope of what they're trying to accomplish. And in that regard, I do appreciate the episode because it is an accurate depiction of what is essentially a young, inexperienced individual engaging with the world for the first time would do based on the instructions that are given to them by another inexperienced individual, the Powerpuff Girls, seeing as their instructions are pretty vague and a certain level of knowledge is required to actually comprehend what the girls are asking, which Bunny clearly lacks. But even though I do appreciate the concept that it's going for here, I just find that this episode doesn't really pull me in the way that a lot of other ones do. Seeing the girls wish to essentially create their own sister is sweet and cute, and I'll never deny that, but I just find the episode to be lacking on both fronts of the show. The comedy really seems to be absent from this episode. Like, it doesn't really feel like it's going for anything humorous at all, and the last minute of the episode really seems to imply that this episode is meant to be watched more as a tragedy rather than a comedy anyways. There's nothing wrong with the Powerpuff Girls wanting to get emotionally dark, and there's other episodes in the series that we've yet to get to that I think do a much better job at conveying this sort of level of atmosphere and emotion than Twisted Sister, so we will see better examples of this as time goes on. I just think that this attempt is more of an outcome of mediocrity. I feel the need to make this absolutely clear because I know a lot of people do like this episode and do love Bunny, and that's great. So I don't want it to be misconstrued that I hate the episode. I don't hate it. It's just that I would probably consider this to be in my bottom 5 for the season because it's not very exciting or interesting for me personally, and I don't find that Bunny is very engaging as a character, seeing as she's more of a vessel for an idea than anything else. On top of that, the action is also pretty lacking in the episode once Bunny gets introduced, so that isn't really helping things either. Before that though, well, it's pretty hype. I mean, this thing goes on for like a minute straight as we get to see the girls do a bunch of different things to help fight crime and help the people around the city. In fact, I think it might be the most instances of the girls saving the day featured in one montage so far this season. We get things from Buttercup scaring a bear away, to the girls shrinking down an asteroid, to them rescuing someone in a hot air balloon, to them completing a broken train track, which had to have hurt if this massive train is driving right over top of them. And best of all, Buttercup dives straight onto live dynamite body first to take the blast. If that isn't badass, I don't know what is. And so yeah, the premise of this one is similar to Too Poop to Puff, in which the Powerpuff Girls get tired of having to save the day all the time, and they try to come up with another way that someone can fill in the role so that they're able to take a break. I actually never really noticed this before, but this season really seems to have a lot of ideas in it where the show team decided to provide 2 different takes on the same concept or something similar, if not exactly the same. I already mentioned this with Imaginary Fiend and Schoolhouse Rocked, and now we're getting something similar here with Twisted Sister and Too Poop to Puff, with the latter being the one I actually prefer more. This time, instead of the girls deciding to make the city solve the problems themselves, they instead decide to create another Powerpuff Girl to fill in the role while they're off duty, which essentially turns into them creating their own sister and using the exact same method that Professor Utonium did, at least on paper, but with a twist. They don't follow the exact same recipe, and the results are shocking. I've come to appreciate that this episode does sort of cement the standardized visual progression of depicting the birth of a Powerpuff-related character within the context of this show, and most future media as well. Like, I realize that Mr. Mojo's Rising did this first, so this isn't exactly an original thing, but this does cement it, as it is the second reflection of the intro in a different context. We get the girls adding the extra ingredient to the concoction, which results in an explosion with a giant burst of bright white light, and then the characters that created the new one are shown laying against a wall in the aftermath, and they wake up to see the new character standing in front of them. Oh yeah, I guess the Rowdy Rough Boys episode did it too, although that was in a completely different setting, but the same principle applies. Initially, it was just kind of cool to see a real depiction of the Powerpuff Girls intro in Mr. Mojo's Rising, but animated in a slightly different way and from a different perspective. But now we are getting the iconic sequence in a new context with a new Powerpuff Girl. It kind of makes me wonder if the people who storyboarded the intro sequence, i.e. Craig and other members of his team, had any idea of just how iconic of a sequence they were depicting with the first 30 seconds of that intro. The Powerpuff Girls opening has been parodied time and time again, both within the context of the show itself as well as specials and other cartoons, and this is even extended into web animations and fan videos and all sorts of things of that nature. It's just really cool to see how far this short little intro sequence has traveled amongst Powerpuff fans, because there aren't too many cartoon intros that I see get replicated as much as this one does. And the same goes for the narration as well. Also, the sheer amount of items that the girls add to represent everything nice really serves to showcase their individual personalities once again, because each girl throws things in there that they personally find nice, even though it doesn't really qualify as the sort of thing everything nice items that the professor presumably included in his version of the recipe as depicted in the intro sequence. That and the fact that the girls replace sugar with spice and artificial sweetener and dirt and twigs and stuff probably isn't helping either.
Stuffed animal, a calculator, a mackerel, more flowers, a compass, boxing gloves, ribbon, art, band-aid, a smiley face.
But after Bunny is introduced and the girls sort of establish the dynamic that they are expecting from her, the episode rapidly increases in pace in a very noticeable manner to where it actually became distracting to me when I was watching it through while writing this review that never really dawned on me before now. See, the episode gives us a quick montage of Bunny flying into the city where she misinterprets a situation between the police and some robbers because the officers had already gotten the bad guys cornered. However, she sees the officers with weapons and assumes they're the bad guys, so she ends up locking them in prison. Given that her sisters gave her no real description of what police look like, Bunny makes a very simple mistake and causes all of the villains to get released from prison. Then, Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup catch wind of this on the news, fly into the city, and reprimand Bunny of her title almost instantly. Personally speaking, it's just way too fast of a transition, but I think the problem stems from the fact that the first half of the episode was dragged out a bit longer than it needed to be during Bunny's whole creation and everything. However, at the same time, I find this problematic because I find the first half of the episode more enjoyable prior to Bunny's introduction to the story. So essentially, I'm personally stuck at a crossroads because I like the first half more, but I can't deny that it is responsible for all of the pacing issues that the second half of the episode has. Bunny does not show up in the episode until we are already 4 minutes in, and excluding the introduction, this episode only has a runtime of 10 minutes and 17 seconds, so there was still a little bit of time to work with here, but she's basically introduced almost halfway into the episode. As much as I love the opening montage of the girls saving the day a bunch of times, for the sake of the story, it probably should have been cut down, as should the sequence of the girls creating Bunny. But again, I regret to even say that because those are the two more enjoyable aspects of the story relative to everything that happens after, for me personally. So is that really the right call? I would say no. Personally, I think the rest of the episode should have just been rewritten to either accommodate better pacing or tell a completely different story entirely involving Bunny as a character. I mean, is it really fair for the girls to just show up and see that Bunny failed and then immediately ostracize her by saying she's not cut out to be a Powerpuff Girl after all? Slave the Day did this much better, where we saw multiple attempts of Billy trying to help and screwing up over and over again, so Blossom's reaction felt warranted at that. But here, the girls just jump at her throat after she failed one time. It's really not fair to Bunny at all.
I guess you're not cut out to be a Powerpuff Girl after all.
No, Bubba.
No.
Not only that, but then the episode almost immediately does a 180 on this, as the girls instantly get pummeled by all of these ordinary average human criminals while they scream out for Bunny to help them. And personally, while I guess I understand the argument of strength in numbers, I do admittedly find it difficult to believe that the Powerpuff Girls would fail to defeat a bunch of normal crooks when they're clearly capable of taking on much tougher foes. It honestly truly feels as though the girls are purposefully nerfed in order to give Bunny her time in the sun, or rather, moon, and have a redemption arc that pivots almost as quickly as her first attempt did. And then we don't even get to see the fruits of that labor get picked because Bunny instantly explodes after that due to the chemical imbalance in the formula that was used to create her. Add further to all of this the fact that the girls don't even see Bunny explode, so their effective last communication with her was them just yelling at her. And that leaves a pretty dissatisfying resolution for me because the girls don't get any closure. All they do is see a piece of Bunny's shirt float down and then they just blame themselves for being bad and then that's it. Like, I enjoy the cute way that Bubbles said she sploded, but outside of that, the girls take it way too hard on themselves over what just happened, and we don't get to see any sort of recollection or self-reflection over that allows them to arrive at any decent conclusion. What was the lesson that they learned here? Do they revel in this at all? We don't see the girls process this or deal with any sort of feelings over the events that played out, and it truly leads to an unresolved conflict that makes the episode feel incomplete, especially because this is very much the first time they ever have to revel with the concept of death. And not to get too dark because I know it's a grim subject, but everyone has to encounter that experience at one point or another. So it would have been nice to see the Powerpuff Girls kind of react and respond to this a little bit more than them just bowing their heads down and then listening to this sad music for 30 seconds. Now, I'm not saying that the episode would work as a half-hour episode instead of 11 minutes, because I still don't enjoy the way the premise was handled in the first place, but it really feels like the timing of this episode is all over the place, and it doesn't really reach an ending that makes sense given the events that we've witnessed play out. I do think a 22-minute cartoon probably could have done this story a little more justice. If we got to see more interaction between the girls and Bunny to make the emotional response at the end more impactful, and then watching the girls respond and talk to each other about it, even if it's only a couple lines of dialogue, would be way more fulfilling that way. For example, the girls in this episode knew Bunny for what can be interpreted as a few hours at most, and relative to the audience, it was about 5 minutes, which they only spent about half of with her, while the other half was Bunny out on her own. I normally love the way that sound reflects the mood and atmosphere in the show, as most of you have probably watched these videos have caught on to by this point, and while I find that the music that plays during the final minute of the episode is very well done, it's a little too over dramatic relative to how I as an audience member felt about the character that I've witnessed inherently die on screen, because my connection to Bunny is about 5 minutes of time. Also, I normally love the narrator, but I almost want to say that this is the worst outro he has in the entire series, and that includes the later seasons, because the over dramatic crying goes on for way too long, and it isn't funny. It isn't accurate to the connection that the audience would have with a more significant character's passing if that sort of thing were to be shown in an episode like this, and it's a total mood killer for the episode to end on such a downer note when that's not the sort of spirit that the show normally employs. I don't know if this was trying to be satirical at all, or if it's over dramatic on purpose for the sake of commenting on something, but if it is, that didn't really get communicated very well, and if it is meant to be serious, then like, I get the idea of ending an episode on a very sad and depressing note because it would have an impact on the viewer for it not being status quo, but the irony is that Bunny's death is inherently mandatory in order to maintain said status quo. To me, that marks this episode's conclusion as a failure in my eyes because it used its opportunity to end an episode outside of the norm and completely squandered it by taking us back to the status quo anyways. Even though it's not the standard way an episode ends, it still puts us back to the same place we were in the beginning, and the Powerpuff Girls have no resolution to them wanting a break from saving the city all the time. So the problem that was introduced at the very beginning of the episode is still there at the end. It feels like a waste of time a little bit. At least with Too Poop to Puff, it acknowledges that this didn't change anything, and that's sort of meant to be an unsatisfying conclusion while also ending on a rather humorous note from the perspective of the citizens. But here, there's no acknowledgement of that. So even if I found Too Poop to Puff's ending unsatisfying, I would at least be able to say that the show acknowledged it was meant to be. Again, I do think that the music that was written for this sequence is exceptionally well produced. It just doesn't fit the events that we just witnessed within this particular story. There wasn't enough time or build up for this payoff. So it inherently feels as though I'm being forced to feel a certain way when I just flat out did not connect to the story in that way the episode wanted me to. And maybe this is just a me thing because I see how this is open to personal interpretation and consumption of the story, but I will say that I am normally a feeler when it comes to watching media, and so I am very open to feeling something and getting an emotional reaction out of myself based on the events that are being displayed to me on screen. It's just that these events don't really do it for me. At the very least, I can compliment the title of Twisted Sister because it's a reference to the popular musical group who've made several hits back in the 80s, while also obviously commenting on the fact that Bunny is a Twisted Sister relative relative to the normal sisters that the girls are, so it makes sense. Yeah, I didn't originally intend to be so negative on this episode when I first started writing the review, but the more I've thought about it, the more I've begun to realize that this might very well be my second least favorite episode of the season right after Daylight Savings. But again, to reiterate, I really do like the first 4 minutes of the episode before Bunny appears because they're fun. They're enticing, especially in the action department thanks to the montage, and it really sets the episode up with such a good establishing sequence. Honestly, this montage should have just been dropped in front of Too Poop to Puff instead, and that would have given us a better version of that episode than we already had, which was already fine enough on its own. But I don't know, call me a certified Bunny hater if you want, but I just don't see the appeal of the character or the episode that she's in, because her story is told in such a simple, short manner that it hardly allows for any level of detail or interesting ideas to analyze or discuss. Which is disappointing because even though that's not the main priority of the series, usually episodes are pretty good at having at least one level of depth worth thinking about in most of the stories that it tells, intentionally or otherwise. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Twisted Sister. Hopefully you're not too disappointed, because I usually hear people asking me about what I think of the character, and, well, I guess I don't really care for her much. Not a bad episode, I just don't care for it, and that's the distinction here.
The day is saved thanks to Powerpuff Bunny. Oh, go to a commercial.
Man, this is probably one of the best episode titles of the entirety of Season 2, I'll say. Cover Up, a literal reference to the fact that Buttercup's got a personal attachment to her special blanket that she believes makes her a tougher fighter, hence cover, while also having a figurative meaning behind the fact that she's trying to hide this secret from her sisters, hence the phrase cover up. She's trying to cover up something, that being the blanket that she covers herself up with. I seriously appreciate this series so much for having such creative titles, and I know I've said this before already, but I cannot stress it enough. The names behind these titles were just so thoughtful that I have to praise them where I can. Once again, we're leaning into an idea that exists within the realm of child lore in the form of a special item that exists as a form of emotional support or comfort. This can come in many forms, but the most common that a lot of people probably can relate to is some form of special blanket or doll specifically associated with sleep, especially because it's psychologically associated with rest and pleasant relaxation. Similar to the double meaning of the episode title, these items are a form of comfort that can calm the individual attached to them and help them sleep. In this episode, I really appreciate the fact that they chose to have this revolve around Buttercup as opposed to the other two, because she seems like she would be the least likely to have an item like this, hence this being the perfect story idea for her character of the three sisters. I mean, it's already established that Bubbles has Octi, so that's a dead giveaway, and she's not ashamed of that at all. Blossom, maybe having one could have been cool, but I think given Buttercup's tough personality, it would definitely be the most shocking for her to have the comfort item, and that makes for good storytelling and character development. If Bubbles had a blanket like this, or we were just using Octi, it wouldn't really mean anything because it's already expected from her. It's far less interesting of a story to witness as opposed to Buttercup, who, given preconceived notions, immediately piques the interest of the audience because of how unexpected this is. Now, I will say this isn't my favorite Buttercup episode or anything, but I don't find it to be bad. What is interesting to me, however, is the fact that Buttercup gets 2 episodes dedicated to her specifically in this season, whereas the other 2 girls only get 1 each. Again, that's not a negative criticism or anything, it's just an observation. This episode can essentially be broken down into 2 different halves, with the first primarily showing off Buttercup's peak crime fighting skills as she's able to take down a gang of robbers, a really cool looking metal cyclops flying dragon monster thing, that was a mouthful. Admittedly, the design on this is very different from most of the monsters in this show, but that makes it stand out in a good way. I always found this design in particular to be very interesting to me because of its stark differences, given that it's made of metal as opposed to flesh or slime the way most of the other monsters in the show are. And then of course lastly there's an insect-like lizard-esque monster with claws that snap closed very quickly. The way Buttercup defeats this one was always kind of messed up to myself as a kid because she inherently cuts off one of its hands and then uses that hand to cut it into a bunch of pieces, which only gets more graphic when you think about it versus what the cartoon actually portrays to us. I mean, yeah, visually on screen it's pretty tame, but like, when you think about it, It's during this sequence where we get to see Blossom and Bubbles just sit back and relax and let their sister take care of things, which only further establishes this to be a Buttercup-centric episode. With every progressing distress call that the girls get, however, Buttercup seemingly becomes more and more late to every instance as she begins to get carried away with her personal time, eventually leading to Blossom's frustration with it all.
Be there in a sec, Mr. Mayor.
I've always loved that panning shot of Bubbles waving while Blossom looks around the room from a first-person perspective. It's just got that interpretive humor to it that a fan like me would really appreciate. But yeah, then the two girls discover their sister believes she gains all of her strength from her bond with her blanket, and admittedly mock her a little bit for it. So Buttercup gets defensive and sets out to prove them wrong by beating yet another monster off screen as a testament to her strength. And even though we don't get to see the actual fight for this one, I do still appreciate the transition from day to night as we watch the girls fly out of the house in a curved trail separately. The time of day changes, and then the three of them all return home together, with Buttercup believing she had proven her point. Then the second half kicks in, and Buttercup discovers that her blanket has seemingly gone missing, hence the main conflict of the episode.
We'll be there as soon as we can.
Leading to her tearing up the entire house trying to search for it frantically before they have to go out and fight some more crime. But alas, she's incapable of finding it before her sisters grab her and force her to go out into the city to fight the monster that's terrorizing the town. Personally speaking, I will admit that this particular aspect of childhood that the episode is playing with here is not one that I can relate to, as I never really had a personal item that I was really attached to as much as other kids may have been. Like, don't get me wrong, I had my fair share of toys and I did have my usual pillows and blankets and stuff, but I never really found comfort in an item of any sort in the way that Buttercup does here in this episode. So I apologize for not having much personal experience or commentary to add to this particular concept the way I kind of had with previous episodes dealing with these relatable and nostalgic ideas. I mean, I know my sister had one, as did several of my friends that I remember having sleepovers with in elementary school, but yeah, I even confirmed with my parents on a phone call that I never had any such items as a kid, so apologies for not having much to say here with this one. There's just no personal experiences I can really relate to. But despite not having that personal connection, I can recognize that the episode is written well and the structure of cause and effect that the episode follows is very effective in getting its point across. So it's still a solid episode if you ask me. I mean, the good thing about this episode is that it's actually kind of showing those kids that have a connection like this that they don't need to rely on an item in order to be capable of doing something, which is a good moral and advice for those that may need it. The rising action on the climax of this episode essentially served to trick Buttercup into thinking that she needs her blanket in order to be a strong fighter, but then the twist at the end reveals that that wasn't true at all. Basically what happens is Buttercup thinks she's incapable of fighting the monster that's terrorizing the town until Blossom shows up with what she thinks is her blanket, and then she destroys the monster in just a few punches. However, it turns out that Blossom just grabbed a different blanket and Buttercup was tricked into thinking it was hers, which results in her breaking out in another panic of trying to find her blanket back at home again until the professor appears to give it to her, fresh out of the dryer.
Oh, Blanky, I love you, I love you, I love you,
I always found it heartwarming that Buttercup ends up giving her blanket to the professor and tells him to have it when she realizes she needs to let go of this attachment. It's just a sweet thing that a child would give their parent a gift like that, and the fact that the professor basically imitates Buttercup by giving himself confidence is just a nice layer of icing on top of the cake. Yeah, I will say that the episode does provoke a good lesson here in not only giving kids the confidence to be able to do something, but also promote maturity as they grow out of that temporary phase of their life. Even though this episode isn't this deep, it does begin to touch on the surface of discussion in growing up through childhood and developing into an adult as one ages. I myself had my fair share of childlike tendencies, as we all did when we were younger, that we were expected to grow out of as we matured, and I pretty much have grown out of most of it. But let's be real, there's always going to be a part of us that's still a kid at heart. For instance, my parents thought Pokemon was just going to be a phase in my life and I'd grow out of it by the time I hit middle school or something, but no, I've been a fan ever since I was 6 years old and there is no growing out of that. Same for video games in general, because I had enough awareness to realize that these things were created for general audiences and the notion that they were only for children was a very narrow-minded point of view. It makes me very appreciative of the internet for allowing nerd culture to explode and become more of a norm compared to what it was, like, several decades ago. But anyways, before I get too carried away on that tangent, the episode only briefly alludes to it. That isn't really the subject matter at play, just a nice added bonus of interpretation. Now, I will also say I really do like the fight that Buttercup has with this monster, even though she's losing for the first bit of it. The episode balances out some of the other episodes we've recently talked about because this is more action-oriented than comedy-focused, so it's nice to jump over to the other side of the spectrum for a bit. There's another visual gag involving the monster too, because it's initially established to be this super devastating creature as indicated by all of the destruction to the city around it, and the cars being on fire, and this sonic wave that destroys a bunch of buildings. But then we actually get to see what it looks like, and it's a pretty amusing contrast to the setup we were given. And then it actually turns into a somewhat interesting fight as we see Buttercup take some very forceful punches from the monster. It's a nice turnaround to show that, yeah, Buttercup's strong, but, you know, when she's in a weaker mindset like that, she isn't capable of saving the day. And then when she gets her mentality, of course, back, she's able to knock this thing back into next week. The action in this episode is really good all around, and that's probably my favorite part of the entire episode if I'm being honest. As a final note on Cover Up, I also did want to call your attention to the fact that Don Shank won a Primetime Emmy for the pairing of Twisted Sister and Cover Up in an Outstanding Achievement in Animation category, so I thought that was worth mentioning. Kudos to him. Overall, yeah, the episode's a nice watch, and I definitely appreciate the interesting scenario it put Buttercup's character in. I really think this episode would not have worked as well if it was one of the other two girls. And again, that episode title? Perfect. I don't think you could name it anything better.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. I am a good narrator. 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 I am a good narrator.
Oh boy, here we are. It's that episode. You know, the one that everybody points out for being the darkest episode of the show and is immediately obvious to any long-term fan whenever they go to watch any video about this show being dark and not for kids and blah blah blah. So there's no denying that Speed Demon is definitely a dark episode of the Powerpuff Girls, and I'm never gonna discredit that. But I feel that it's so over-acknowledged nowadays to the point that the shock of this episode's darkness no longer impresses me the way it once did many years ago. Like, yes, there is an aspect of the episode that's extremely disturbing when you think about it, but it's been pointed out so obviously so much that I feel like it's just become a predictable thing to say at this point. It's really lost a lot of the specialness it once held. I mean, who's really surprised anymore when someone says, "Oh my gosh, can you believe how dark the Powerpuff Girls was?" I feel like everyone knows at this point. I don't know, maybe I've just sort of outgrown the whole appeal of the Powerpuff Girls having dark episodes, because even though a lot of them are still towards the top of my favorites list, including this one, it's not purely because they're dark, and that's not the reason why I watched the Powerpuff Girls in the first place. Besides, if I wanted darkness in a kid's cartoon, I would just watch Courage the Cowardly Dog instead. So I'm not trying to be a killjoy when I mention this or anything, but I do want to acknowledge that I feel as though there's so much attention surrounding darkness in this series, and the fixation on it is so overblown to be greater than it really needs to be, to where the surprise or irony of this has practically lost a lot of its significance. That being said, Speed Demon is another great episode title, because just like Cover Up, and many other episodes in this series for that matter, this episode has both a literal meaning that is pulled from another phrase or pop culture media, the literal meaning typically referring to someone driving something particularly fast, and the figurative one being the fact that the Powerpuff Girls fly so fast and gain so much speed that they warp 50 years into the future, where they see a demon has taken over the world and destroyed everything they know. It could have also been derived from the Michael Jackson song, or potentially the comic book character. I think both could apply given the context of popular culture references that exist in this show. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm struggling to find many unique things to say about this episode that haven't already been said before, given how overly talked about this one is relative to almost the entire series, but I really don't want to sound like a broken record either, so in terms of the episode's atmosphere, yes, I would say this is the darkest episode of the show, and I do agree that it is pretty disturbing. I know some people like like to cite a season 4 episode as being the darkest, but really I think that's not applicable because in that episode it's only dark for the last 2 to 3 minutes, whereas in this one it's dark for basically 8 out of 11 of them. However, rather than fix on the literal story that plays out, I'm instead going to compliment the details that allowed this mood and atmosphere to exist and come across as effective as it does, primarily starting with the visual effects and soundtrack. For starters, I find it very fitting that the episode begins with Buttercup staring at a clock and counting down the seconds until the bell rings that they're out of school. This is the first major element of the episode that introduces the concept of time in a manner that isn't immediately obvious on a first-time viewing, but suddenly alludes to the main event that's about to happen. The shot of the numbers being reflected in the color rim of her eyes also aligns in the very visually distinct way that is a nice added touch. This is also further cemented by the fact that the math lesson Miss Keen gets carried away with while teaching her students seemingly alludes to time travel, both in the equations that she seems to write on the board as well as her verbal narration that she communicates to herself while working through this mathematical theoretical.
Therefore, as one approaches the speed of light, the distance between the two successive points shrinks to 0. However, for the people back home, a considerable amount of time would pass, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 years.
I also don't know if this was an intentional detail or not, but the map of the United States that appears in the classroom when Buttercup is staring out the window is shaded in a very dark red, which is very atypical for a geographical map. In fact, I don't think there's a single map of the world out there that probably exists for a student's classroom that is shaded in a dark red like this because it's super impractical, so I'm honestly inclined to believe this was an intentional color choice because it serves as foreshadowing to what happens to the planet once the girls travel through time. If this is true, this is a pretty clever detail that I've never seen anybody point out before in regards to the episode's visual motifs and foreshadowing. If it's not intentional, well then it's just a happy little coincidence. Also, while Keen's explanation is a bit of obvious foreshadowing, what's cool is that the text on the board has split-second references to other time travel moments in pop culture, such as a flux capacitor referencing Back to the Future and a drawing of the Star Trek Enterprise. Also, as someone who studied physics in college, I can definitely say that a lot of the things that Miss Keen is saying and some of the formulas written on the board I do recognize as being real. So the fact that they went out of their way to put actual physics equations on the board instead of making up some random gibberish is appreciated by me. Except for pi, that's clearly an error. She is correct about Einstein's theory of relativity though, in that as you approach the speed of light, time progresses at a different rate. This concept has been tested on Earth with the clock experiment, in which two synchronized clocks start at a resting point, then one is put in an airplane and circles around the globe while the other one remains stationary, and then when they're brought back together, the one on the ground is slightly ahead of the one that was in the air. Look it up sometime. But if you want another example and a good movie to boot, just go watch Interstellar, it's the same principle. Another thing I really love is when the girls leave the school and are sort of ad-libbing on them leaving Townsville for a weekend to go to the Bahamas.
Get over here right away, boy! I seem to have accidentally flushed myself down the toilet!
So that's 2 mayor impressions we've gotten this season then. I love that. Almost as much as her comeback when Buttercup challenges her sisters to a race home.
Which one of you slowpokes wants to race me home? Who you calling a slowpoke, fathead?
Man, Bubbles is on one this episode, isn't she? So yeah, then we get what is probably the coolest sequence of the episode, in which the girls enter this 3D CGI time funnel that presents a new, visually striking technique to effectively communicate to the audience that something major is happening here. I'm really glad that Season 2 wasn't afraid to experiment and actually took some risks in episodes that Season 1 never really did. If you didn't watch my Season 1 video or don't recall, I complimented episodes like Ice Soar for its use of lighting and effects to emphasize heat, as well as Mime for a change for its play with color and sound. But this sequence here in Speed Demon takes everything to the next level by introducing an all-new spin on the medium with 3D visual effects. Is it perfect? No. But if you pay attention, you can see some chroma keying bleeding over the outlines of the girls, and given the technology at the time, it's pretty passable. I don't know if these stars around them are CG themselves or if they're imprinted, but the background is definitely a 3D visual effect. Also, the stretching of Buttercup as she races faster and faster further emphasizes the speed as her matter begins to deform a bit due to the high speed and force she's undergoing, which was another detail further emphasizing the sequence. Top that all off with the freeze frame where we see a panning shot of the girls frozen in time for a moment, almost as if it's the pivotal apex of speed that allows for the triggering of time travel to occur, which is another cool effect. And then it finishes off with one final wide long shot as the color of the time funnel changes from blue and purple to an orangish brown, indicating the rapid changing of the setting they're about to arrive in. The exit funnel that they emerge from, landing in their yard, is also a very 90s computer graphic effect. But I love it all the same. It reminds me of 3D shapes that I think I saw at one point in the game Adiboo, if anyone remembers that for PC. Way back in the day.
I told you I'd win. You already start
Plus, we get a hint of that sibling rivalry again where they arrive and Buttercup brags about beating them, while Bubbles accuses her of cheating and all that. So that was enjoyable too. But that brings us into the next portion of the episode, in which we witness the girls visit 3 major locations that all revolve around the major support characters in the girls' lives. Each of these locations has striking visual imagery that evokes the depiction of a dystopian future, apocalyptic even. I get major Fallout vibes from this in particular. There's a distinct lack of color in plant life in general really, that promotes an ominously underlying atmosphere, only further cemented by the fact that the girls have no idea what's going on. I compliment the episode for providing a very immediate tone change compared to what we were witnessing a mere moments ago, with the girls joking around racing each other like children would, to just throwing them into a dark, red, barren landscape where everything is seemingly deteriorated away. The lighting and color choices of all of these environments is very prominently slathered in red, with many typically bright-hued environments being shown in a rustic color scheme instead, such as the professor's lab. Normally when we see the lab, it's either depicted in a white or blue color scheme, but here it's a lot of orange and gray, which is a stark contrast from said norm. Even the smoke that emits when the professor attempts to recreate the concoction of the girls has a weird lighting choice, as the accented outline of the smoke is depicted with a lighter orange color as opposed to a typically darker outline such as black, which only further creates a feeling of lighting through color. This is the sort of thing that I complimented in episodes like Bubble Vicious, where pink was clashed against blue to create lighting effects, and I think this is one of the series' greatest strengths in general, because I seldom ever see animation try to create lighting using color in the manner that the Powerpuff Girls does. It's something I also complimented in Supervillain when Harold goes to the restroom to wash his face. It's just so visually unique that every time I see it occur, it blows me away. Absolutely one of my absolute favorite visual techniques used in this cartoon that I hardly ever see in any other show. What's even more disturbing about the tone of the episode though is the way that the characters react to the girls returning, because each of them have a different response, which I find even more intriguing. Miss Bellum appears to come across as though she resents them because they never showed up when the mayor made the phone call, and so she blames them for everything that has happened. Whereas Miss Keene appears to be traumatized into a state of paralysis where she doesn't even acknowledge the girl's presence and continues to recite the same statement over and over again in a never-ending trance. And then there's the professor, who seems to think he's hallucinating because he's already reconciled with the fact that the girls were gone forever, or at least that's what I interpret from his reaction anyways. It truly is dark, and this is a major step up from Tough Love from season 1. I mean, while that episode would have an orange sky and red color scheme too, this episode goes above that by putting more detail into the sky and adding various shaded strokes to emphasize the turmoil and discord that has overtaken the world, as opposed to keeping the sky in one shade or even a potential gradient of 2 colors, as we've seen before. We've never seen the city portrayed in this sort of style, nor do we ever really see it again, so all of these stylistic choices stick out more in favor of this episode, which is probably a contributor to why so many people remember it, and that's a good thing. It visually stands out. I mean, that's what I really appreciate about the episode more than the events themselves, is just getting to look at everything in its disintegrated state. The board artists and set designers really did a phenomenal job at setting the stage, and like I mentioned, the music in this episode is absolutely supportive too, because it complements the mood and further enhances the feeling of certainty that both the girls and the audience are experiencing as everything unfolds. I don't know how he did it, but Venable once again created an amazing score for one of the most standout episodes of the series, and it's impressive how it evokes such a hopeless emotion out of me. This is the kind of music that I would think of when I imagine an end-of-the-world scenario, you know? Everything is gone, humanity and society as a whole have crumbled, and there's only a remainder of people left struggling to survive. It's a depressing setting to be sure, and hopefully one that never becomes a reality. This gives me the same feeling that Gygas from Earthbound does when you're fighting him in the final boss fight, both visually and audibly. And speaking of eldritch horror-like qualities, him shows up for the final confrontation with his most sinister appearance in the entire series, as he basically lets the girls on to what happened in their absence. Granted, it makes you wonder why him never attempted to do something like this before the Powerpuff Girls even existed, but we're not supposed to think about that. Either way, it becomes quickly apparent to the girls that fighting their way out of this situation isn't going to change anything because the damage is already done. And while the action is present, most of it occurs off-screen as we only witness the shadows of the girls and him going at it while we read a bunch of propaganda written on this wall, which I think is a more impactfully striking moment for the audience than watching the fight play out itself because of the implications behind this.
Are you finished? first.
It really goes to show a big what-if scenario in action. At this point, the girls' efforts to stop him are useless because, as he says himself, he's already won. He takes all of the girls' punches like a champ and then just gets up completely unfazed by it, which is very striking because the girls are almost always capable of defeating someone with their fists and other powers, even him in other episodes. But this time he's gathered so much strength over the entire world that he's practically invincible against them. It's like he's toying with them, playing with them, because he knows there's nothing they can do to fix anything. Even if they were to hypothetically defeat him, they're still 50 years into the future, so it's not like they can just live in this future and things go back to normal. The only way out of this is to turn back time. Another cool aspect of this sequence is that I really love him's transformation design. It's probably the most satanic he's ever looked. I mean, it's pretty on the nose, let's be real. But even with this giant transformation, he doesn't use it to physically battle the girls. It's an intimidation tactic, and he ultimately resorts back to his old ways of psychological torment to get under their skin as he brings out a bunch of citizens of Townsville who blame the girls for all of this happening. Granted, I don't agree with this because the girls technically don't have to keep the city safe, and they do it because it's the right thing to do, which is what makes them notable heroes. And besides, a very special Blossom proved that they aren't even willing to pay the girls a reasonable amount of money to keep them safe, so there isn't a financial contract or anything that they need to abide by. There is no obligation, so the citizens are honestly just bitter and shouldn't have become dependent on the girls to do everything for them the way they did in Too Poop to Puff. It's actually kind of interesting to me how previous episodes in this season sort of established the dynamic that ultimately comes back here in the same way that season 1 did with some of its episodes. And even still, despite not agreeing with the argument of the citizens, it would be pretty traumatizing on the girls and have a bunch of people that you thought cared about you and love you tell you that you're the reason the entire world is nothing but chaos and misery. It's like a step above tough love, where before they were told that they were hated by the people they thought loved them, but now it's extended beyond personal relationships to a global scale of all of humanity's suffering being the result of these 3 girls racing each other home. The fact that something so sinister could happen from them doing something so innocent has got to mess with them mentally. And it does, because they immediately fly up into the sky with these looks of hopelessness in their faces, and then plummet back down to the surface of the earth and warp back to the present day with feelings of panic and fear rushing all over them. And there's the earth shaded in red in the corner, just like that map I called out in Miss Keene's classroom. Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it was an intentional foreshadowing. I don't know, but it's cool if it was. So yeah, that ultimately ends off Speed Demon as a whole, as the girls basically realize they can't leave the city because everything would crumble in an instant. I honestly think it's not the most cheerful ending of the show because it solidifies the status quo in a way that makes the girls feel forced to remain as if they have no agency. I mean, they do have agency to leave, but they basically can't because then everything gets worse and that'll weigh on their conscience. This also gets contradicted by later episodes, which kind of makes me think that this wasn't the best conclusion to arrive at. Within the context of the episode by itself, it makes perfect sense. But relative to the remainder of the series, it actually kind of doesn't, especially given an early season 3 episode. But on the whole, I really do appreciate Speed Demon for its visual imagery more than anything else, and it's always a joy to come back to this one because of all the extra details and added elements that I complimented here. The story to the episode is pretty simple, given that it's just a hypothetical exploration of one potential bleak future in which the girls either failed or disappeared, which is why I find so many other elements of the episode so intriguing. Somebody once asked Craig what happened to all of the other villains in this episode, and he proclaimed that they all died, which was probably a joke answer, but it's a little morbid and not something you're really supposed to care about because it isn't relevant to the story. I don't know, I think I've made it clear with several episodes of this season so far that I think the logic of shows such as this are meant to be left to the wayside given that they're fictional and it isn't really the point. There's nothing wrong with getting invested in the lore and chronology of a series, but it's also important to consider the type of media that is being consumed when deciding whether or not to invest in that. Something on a deeper scale like Lord of the Rings absolutely warrants it. The Powerpuff Girls is not meant to be that deep of a property. It's just an episodic cartoon meant to entertain with action and laughs. I understand that it may sound hypocritical of me at first to say that I find the overanalyzing of a show like this to be unnecessary, but the distinction is that I'm usually digging into the components that make the show great, or the ideas that it's talking about, as opposed to the in-universe setting and timeline of events, and that's the key difference that needs to be identified when talking about the comprehension of overanalysis of a cartoon. I think reading too deeply deeply into the physics and the logic is missing the point, whereas thinking deeply about the themes and ideas and concepts and techniques and everything that makes the show what it is absolutely worth the discussion. Because personally, while I may overanalyze a small detail here or there, it's because I'm enamored in the chemical makeup of the show's DNA. I'm merely fascinated by the structure and the elements that the staff of the show worked hard on integrating into the cartoon to make it both fun to watch and able to be appreciated from a technical point of view, leaving a lasting impact on the viewer because of how memorable it was. But I'm also not here to ruin anybody's fun, so if people want to speculate on hypothetically possible or impossible scenarios within the lore of this series, more power to them. That said, Speed Demon is a great episode that will probably leave an impression on most viewers that watch it, but I wouldn't recommend it for a first episode in the same way I wouldn't for Rainy Day Adventure. Having the context of other episodes first will definitely make the first viewing of this episode make a lot more sense, plus it won't set the expectation that every episode of the series is as dark as this one is. Yes, there are still more dark episodes to come, but this is the apex of it, that's for sure.
So once again...
Psych! So once again, the day is, was, and forever will be saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. I'm never gonna drive over 55 again.
It's always been interesting to me that A Very Special is not the title of the signature drug episode of the Powerpuff Girls, despite it being very elusive to that. And what I mean by this is that this episode's title is Mojo Jonesin, which works well because it's a reference to the slang term jonesing, which is typically used to refer to having an insatiable craving or addiction to something. But surprisingly, the episode A Very Special Blossom is about a completely different subject matter entirely. I guess you could chalk this up to being another parallel between two episodes within the same season, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to say there's anything more in common between these episodes outside of that. That being said, if you ever wanted to see an episode where Mojo plays a drug dealer, well, this is the episode for you. Now, if you remember what I said about the episode Major Competition from season 1, that was always an episode that I didn't really like as a kid, and Mojo Jonesin falls into the same exact camp because I outright hated this episode when I was a child. To 7-year-old me, an episode that centered around these random, ordinary, everyday kids I don't care about getting the same powers as the Powerpuff Girls, and then beating them in a fight felt like an insult to me because I didn't want to watch these no-name kids save the day. I wanted to watch the Powerpuff Girls save the day. While I didn't pick up on the fact that most of these episodes were paired together back when I was 6 to 8 years old, somewhere along the line I did and eventually figured out that Speed Demon was paired with this one all the time, which was tough for me because I really liked Speed Demon as a child but hated this one. So I always knew once Speed Demon was over and the commercial break ended, I was gonna have to wait 11 minutes before I'd be able to enjoy the next episode of whatever show was up next because I had to sit through this first. But now, as a full-grown adult, this episode's fine, I guess. Pretty standard don't do drugs episode that you'd expect from a cartoon out of the 90s era, although admittedly it does put an interesting spin on the concept, but it never really gets too far out of hand. Also, if you read into the episode a little too deeply, you can actually make up interpretations such as the fact that drugs are actually capable of defeating the Powerpuff Girls, as well as the fact that the Powerpuff Girls are on drugs 24/7 because they're literally made out of it. I mean, that's obviously not what the writers were going for, and I clearly see that, and I'm not gonna go with that interpretation, that's just silly. But the implications of Chemical X being treated like a street drug just kinda leaves those gateways open to be viewed in that manner. So to a certain extent, it can't be helped. Even if I don't agree with that mindset and choose not to arrive at that conclusion on the episode.
Yes, you too can have the same superpowers as the Powerpuff Girls, simply by using this. Yes, this contraption contains the amazing Chemical X.
But as an episode, I think it's perfectly well put together and just kind of gets its point across relatively simply. The episode begins with the best part of the story, where the girls fly around the school and do a bunch of cool formations in order to impress a lot of the fellow students at Pokey Oaks, and then proceed to head on home, where the episode shifts focus over to these 4 kids who all seem to share the same admiration for the Powerpuff Girls and what they're capable of. It's a pretty interesting set of characters, as we get a handful of of different students that go to school. Some may argue that this falls into the vein of token archetypes to be fulfilled as some sort of commentary on a lot of these drug PSAs that were made during this time, and I guess I can understand where that's coming from, especially considering outside of the episode, the only student we've ever seen before to my knowledge is Mary, because the other three seem to be entirely new here. But at the same time, the show does directly acknowledge this, and this feels a little too intentional for it to be a coincidence. We've got Jeff, Joey, Kim, and Mary, who seemingly find themselves walking down one of the streets within the city of Townsville, and stumble upon Mr. Mojo Overcoat, who offers them Chemical X for free as long as they have fun. And so the kids get a taste of what it's like to be the Powerpuff Girls for a few minutes before that high wears off.
Oh man, I'd do anything for some Chemical X right about now.
Anything?
Joe Overcoat!
Yeah, admittedly as an adult, I can see this is pretty on the nose as far as the drug conversation is concerned. I mean, you've got these kids who meet a stranger in an alley and accept a weird substance which then seems to affect them in an overly stimulated manner that causes them to feel really good for a brief period of time before it wears off. And then the kids go back to where they met him the first time and ask for more, to which Mojo then promises to give them more as long as they beat up the Powerpuff Girls in return. Lo and behold, these first-time addicts cash in their friendship with the girls in favor of their own selfish desire to have their powers. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there isn't a lot of depth to this episode compared to most of the other ones we've talked about in this video thus far, and so it ultimately leaves me with a resonating feeling of disappointment that seems to have continued to echo from my childhood, because even trying to find more interesting things to talk about regarding this episode is just a more difficult task for me to accomplish than most of the other ones I've written. I really don't think this is the show's best work or anything, and I don't know that this was necessarily mandated by the network either. Maybe it was, and if it was, then it wouldn't surprise me, but maybe it wasn't. It does seem kind of weird that the Cartoon Network would mandate something like this though, because I don't know that the network was necessarily looking to have the same level of publicity or PR, for lack of a better term, as a channel like Nickelodeon or Disney would seek out, but maybe I'm wrong. If this wasn't mandated though, then the creativity of this episode relative to the others is several steps down, which is why I feel very unenthused about this one. It just feels very by the numbers and straightforward, without very many risks being taken here. Plus, the action and comedy both seem to take a back seat in favor of the narrative that's being presented too, so that isn't necessarily helping things either. Like, yeah, drug dealer Mojo is amusing to see, but he doesn't have any super great lines or memorable moments that capitalize on the characters, so it feels like he could be a whole lot more than he is here too, especially given that he's the one named in the title. I'm just not fond of the idea of these ordinary kids who just learned how to use superpowers mere minutes ago being able to defeat the Powerpuff Girls so easily for the sake of the story, and I really feel as though they could have learned the lesson in a better way. Now granted, I would be quick to admit that if the Powerpuff Girls just beat up these ordinary kids, that isn't exactly sending the right message either, and would also not be the most delicate way to handle the scenario, although it would be pretty funny. But it feels like the strength of the girls is sacrificed in order to present a proper message about drugs being bad, and I just feel like there was a better way to go about it than this. Yes, I realize this isn't something we're supposed to think about, as the Powerpuff Girls' defeat is just a vessel to cause the kids to realize that what they're doing is wrong and cease their dependence on the Chemical X before it causes any more harm, which is a very real thing that a lot of people tend to realize when they see how their addiction affects others around them, although it's not always successful. But it just feels as though the don't do drugs trope has too much of a presence to where it outshines and overrides a lot of the other potential directions that the episode could have gone, because Cartoon Network would obviously have an issue with this episode if it didn't end on the conclusion of drugs being bad. So they kind of forced themselves into a mandatory conclusion, and the episode doesn't really seem to want to risk diverting from that course. And don't get me wrong, I also agree that drugs are bad and can really hinder a person's life, so I'm not against the message of the episode by any means. It's just that for a show that manages to be so creative and different with a lot of the ideas that it tackles, this episode just feels by the numbers and doesn't do enough to separate itself from the general feeling that a lot of anti-drug episodes of cartoons tend to emanate, making it less special than it could be.
Well, if you destroyed the Powerpuff Girls, then by all means, take over Townsville. It's all yours.
I guess I'll go over a few aspects of the episode that I do enjoy though, just so I can balance out this negativity, because I don't want to come across as though this is a bad episode. It's just plain. When the kids attack the girls, I love the shot of Blossom spiraling down to the ground and the way the background rotates around her. It's a really cool method of depicting the descent to the ground from a new perspective. At the very least, the episode never flat out describes what's going on as being drug related, so a lot of it is interpretive at the very least, which makes it come off less condescending and in your face than other shows may have around this time. I find it silly and stupid that Buttercup makes a comment about Mojo putting some funny stuff in the Chemical X that messes with the kids' heads, as if that's a hand-wavy justification to prevent Chemical X from being viewed as a drug in other episodes, and the fact that the episode seems to divert off of the drugs and onto not talking to strangers is a small deflection that at least makes me smirk. It is true that talking to strangers is another thing that kids shouldn't do, and so it still fits even if it's not the obvious message of the episode. But yeah, as a whole, Mojo Jonesin is not an episode that I ever really look forward to and isn't one I ever really find myself compelled to talk about much either. It's fine and serves its purpose, but it's far from the best of what this show has to offer. Our final episode pairing of the season, however, definitely falls under some of the best, and I'm eager to move on to those episodes now, so let's just do it already.
So once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Oh, I just love these stories where you laugh and learn.
And now it's time for one of the most well-regarded and widely discussed episodes of the entire series, Something's Amiss, which I have really been looking forward to getting into because I absolutely admire this episode for making Ms. Bellum such a badass character, unlike anything we've ever really seen from her before. As I've mentioned previously, Sarah Bellum is the character that essentially gives the mayor his ability to run the city because, as the episode says itself, she's the brains behind the man. And it's true. The entire joke with her not showing her face is the fact that her brain and mind is her best asset and is quintessential to a lot of the mayor's success in running the city. Without Bellum, the mayor can't do anything. Sarah Bellum is easily the best female role model in the show to the girls, and it's really cool because it illustrates a strong and intelligent woman is perfectly capable of running a city despite societal expectation that a male needs to be in power, which was pretty progressive, especially at the time. Like, not to get into social standards and the whole dialogue that comes along with that, but women are intelligent. People are intelligent, and the stigmas that had existed for hundreds of years is absolutely frustrating to me, knowing that this is the sort of mindset that people as a species had for generations. Even back when I was a kid, I remember being taught about the sort of dynamic between boys and girls as far as what the common American household should look like and the gendered roles that men and women were expected to have. So I'm glad the Powerpuff Girls went out of its way to make this super interesting character that was able to depict a prominent and strong woman that was more than capable of handling things for herself and others on top of that in the show. Whether you're a man, woman, they, them, etc., doesn't mean you are or are not incapable of being a responsible and well-informed person. That has nothing to do with it. I've always loved Ms. Bellum's role in the show because she's such a big picture type character who's capable of seeing things for what they are outside of the girls' more inexperienced and younger perspective. She provides an adult outlook on things which contrast the girls nicely while also providing them with a new point of view and helping them grow as individuals. The Rowdy Rough Boys is the perfect example to refer to because she's the one that gives the girls the suggestion on how to defeat them. In this episode, it is revealed that she is replaced by Sedusa in order for her to rob the bank and the jewelry store and get away with all sorts of crimes around the city of Townsville, unbeknownst to the mayor who's being coerced into giving her the day off, so to speak. The episode frames everything in such a way that it isn't immediately obvious to anybody that it's actually Sedusa in disguise on a first-time watch.
Ooh, mama, this techno music is dope.
This just screams, how do you do, fellow kids? But it's such a funny depiction of an older man trying to get hip with them, so to speak. It's a great gag here. I always loved this. Anyways, something's up with Ms. Bellum because she's acting a bit strange toward the mayor. And she does this several times in a row, with the first just being her giving him a kiss on the nose, and then it just escalates from there into weirder stuff. And by escalating, I mean escalating. It's actually unbelievable how the show got away with this. I know I'm not the first person to acknowledge it, and I won't be the last because, in my opinion, this is the most visually obvious adult joke in the entire show, and given how on the nose it is, it's actually unbelievable that this snuck under the radar. I mean, can you imagine being an executive watching this episode in order to sign off on it and letting this, of all things, get through? Well, actually, on second thought, executives are usually the most dense individuals in the whole room, so never mind, I totally see them not being intelligent enough to pick up on what's going on here. Unreal that the show got away with this, though. Unreal. I'm not going to explain it, but it should be pretty obvious, and if it isn't, well, I'll tell you when you're older. In between all of these instances, though, we are seeing Miss Bellum run into the mayor's office much later in the evening and calling the girls, reporting that everything has been stolen from X, Y, and Z location. Anyone with a keen mind may pick up on the fact that something funny is going on here, but I think the real dead giveaway is the overdramatic reactions that Bellum has every time she talks with the girls at the scene of the crime.
That criminal was thorough. Very.
I was so afraid. I wish I could have called you sooner. Oh, I'm so sorry.
When have we ever seen Miss Bellum ever play up the theatrics and cry and deflect guilt onto herself in all this? Never. This is the detail we're supposed to pick up on, that something is amiss here. Oh, yeah, and the pun of the episode title is "Something's Amiss" sounds like something's amiss, referring to something feeling not quite right, in case you didn't know. Great pun, also a callback to Mommy Fearest when the narrator said a similar sounding line. But I like how this depiction shows us that Sedusa may clearly have the looks of Bellum, but she doesn't know her well enough to know her mannerisms and the way she would respond in certain situations. I actually like how this is essentially Sedusa's main weakness here. Yes, she can change her form, so to speak, by donning different disguises, but she can't replicate a pre-existing person's behavior without face-to-face experience with them ahead of time. I actually think this would have made for another great Sedusa episode where we got to see her learn from this experience and have her replace someone else, maybe Miss Keene or someone else prominent in the town, but with her having studied this person as an individual more first before enacting her plan, whatever that may be. This is probably what gave her an edge in Mommy Fearest, because she prettied herself up to look like some person that the girls and the professor had never met before. And as is implied with Bubbles' revealing of Sedusa's identity in that episode, it was clear that the girls had encountered her before that episode, canonically speaking. I mean, we did end up getting aspirations in season 6, and we'll get to that episode someday, but I do think we could have gotten a fourth one in between somewhere that had her learning from Something's Amiss. At the same time, though, the way the episode ends would ruin the tie-in that Aspirations eventually had in season 6, unless they change something to have her punishment be a lifelong permanent loss. Sedusa does appear to be doing a decent job at staying under her guise, as the girls have failed to pick up on her mannerisms as shown in the brainstorming scene where the three are hanging out on the beanbag chairs and trying to think of who could be committing these crimes.
How about him? Oh, too trivial. Gangrene Gang? Juvie. Oh, yeah.
And I don't know why I find Bubbles' exclamation of "Fuzzy Lumpkins" so amusing, but I do. That amusement quickly fades as things turn serious for a second though when the girls get a phone call to rush on down to City Hall, where we learn from the mayor that Bellum had been kidnapped by Sedusa and is being held at a $1 million ransom, at least according to Blossom's audio.
Bring $1 million in unmarked non-consecutive bills to Miss Bellum's house.
The note actually lists $100 million though, so there must have been some sort of mix-up there amongst the staff. Maybe a decimal point was missing somewhere. It's possible. This fireplace scene is such a nice moment though. I mean, despite all the seduction stuff that took place earlier, we can clearly see how much the mayor cares for Bellum as his advisor, not to mention the fact that he straight up admits all of his success is thanks to her, stating that he's got a life of achievements and accomplishments, and it's all because of Bellum. And it's awesome that we get this admission out of the mayor. The fact that he could be selfish and take all the credit for himself the way most humans would is to be expected, but no, he's a man of character and can acknowledge that his success isn't thanks to somebody else. Giving her that credit is the best thing he could do, and he did. That earns my respect for the mayor as a character in seasons 1 to 4 more than any other moment in the show. Not to mention the fact that it's also another Big Lebowski reference, because Craig sure seems to love throwing in references to this movie wherever he can. And like, at At the time this episode was made, The Big Lebowski was probably only a year old, if that. So it was a relatively recent movie at the time of this episode's release too. It's not like he was referencing from decades prior the way most of the pop culture references were in the first seasons of the show. This and the Pokemon stuff are easily the most recent examples up to this point, for sure. Granted, unlike the film, this scene is played more straight as the girls are actually listening and taking the mayor seriously, but the fact that they were able to recontextualize this half joke of a scene in the original source material to a wholesome moment that remains one of the most memorable of the show really shows how transformative work can be a great thing. Based on the note that was faxed to the mayor, the girls are able to see point blank that Sedusa is admitting she's the one behind all of this, which honestly may or may not have been a foolish call on her part. Yes, she's prepared with a plan as we see when the girls show up and get easily taken down by her hair gel, but it still probably would have been advantageous to her if she remained hidden and signed the note anonymously, giving her the element of surprise on the girls when they inevitably showed up. I mean, she has to know the girls were gonna show up, right? And they do, to which we get a surprise twist made apparent to us.
Well, think again! Sedusa!
Much to the shock of Sedusa, with the girls having outwitted her initial plan, in which she was going to have Miss Bellum thrown in prison while made up to look like Sedusa so that she can continue to run around as Miss Bellum for the foreseeable future. Unfortunately for her, the jig is up, and now she's got to take out the Powerpuff Girls the old-fashioned way, by sticking them to Miss Bellum's glass window. Admittedly, it is kind of silly that the girls can't just like bash their head against the glass to break it or anything like that, but it's in service of allowing Miss Bellum to shine by taking Sedusa on mano a mano in what is easily one of her most shining moments of the whole show. To take on a full-blown supervillain as just a normal human being is awesome, and it shows Miss Bellum has got some raw physical strength to her that she's been hiding this whole time. That one kick to the stomach in particular looks extremely painful, and I can only imagine what that must have felt like. Ouch. But yeah, after the two duke it out amongst each other, and we get this really cool freeze frame shot of Bellum tackling Sedusa through her glass window, Bellum ends up escaping from the pool first while Sedusa comes to terms with the fact that the pool water completely destroyed her hair's ability to be controlled, essentially subduing the only advantage she had while also allowing Bellum to realize the water can free the girls out of the hair gel, and then the four of them give Sedusa a punishment worse than death, a haircut. Oh, and well, they throw her in jail too, I guess. Overall, this entire fight sequence is just a satisfying sight to see and one of the highlights of the whole season, especially because the girls aren't the ones doing it for once. In nearly all of the episodes we talked about, it's always been the girls saving the day, but the fact that Ms. Bellum is the one doing it this time and saving the girls makes it more significant. It highlights how unique and admirable of a character Ms. Bellum truly is, and completely supports the entire idea of her character in the first place. Anybody that looks at Ms. Bellum and reads her at face value, pun intended, clearly misses the entire point of her character, and shame on them for doing so, because I truly believe Ms. Bellum to be one of the best characters in the entire show, and I'll stand by that through and through.
Girls, where on earth did you come up with $1 million for the ransom?
It wasn't really $1 million. It was the mayor's dirty laundry. The lights.
Some Things Amiz really gets me excited about the Powerpuff Girls as a series in general because I always look forward to watching this episode every time I run through it for these reasons. It's a satisfying episode from start to finish and probably one of the peak episodes of the entire season, maybe even the entire series. Unfortunately, outside of side cameos, this is the last time we're going to see Sedusa as a main villain until season 6, so we've got a long time before we're going to end up seeing her again. Like I mentioned, I do wish that Sedusa got more episodes because I actually like her as a compelling villain and I feel there was a lot more the show could have done with her concepts than what it ended up doing, the example I named earlier being just one possible story idea. Even though the Powerpuff Girls never really had season finales that were made to be a big event or anything like that, I do think that this episode pairing along with the next one is probably the most fitting finale episode to have in the season, so its placement feels like it's right where it belongs and is a conclusive episode to wrap up most of it. Of course, it's not the final episode though, because we've got one more to go.
So once again, the day is saved, thanks to Miss Bellum and the Powerpuff Girls, the cuties of Townsville.
Ending off Season 2, we have an episode that is easily one of the weirdest schemes Mojo Jojo has ever come up with to defeat the Powerpuff Girls. Slumbering with the enemy, a pun on fraternizing with the enemy, refers to the fact that Mojo Jojo has invited himself to the Powerpuff Girls sleepover that they are arranging to have amongst all of their friends by donning a disguise of that of a young girl and referring to himself by the name of Mojisha. Yes, throughout this season of Mojo attempting to defeat the Powerpuff Girls by building an Antidote X gun to shoot them with, or use the Powerpuff Girls' own fear of cooties against them to torment them, or taking control of a laser death weapon built by the Amoeba Boys to blast them to dust, his ultimate scheme that we end off the season with is him going to a slumber party. How the creative team behind this episode came up with the idea for this one, I have no idea, but it's certainly something. I mean, Mojo really gets into character here with him going through every possible extent to partake in the festivities of the slumber party and dissuade the girls from feeling like he's a threat to them, only for him to then act when their guard is completely down. It is a pretty good scheme for as silly as it is, and Mojo is ultimately successful in the end, so it did end up working out for him. As the original phrase that the episode title's pun is referring to, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And Mojo has certainly done that here as he weasels his way into the trust of the Powerpuff Girls to the point of them dressing up and dancing and looking at magazines together. All the while forming a bond that causes them to let their guard down. And actually, a fun fact I'd like to share with you all before we dive into the episode is that this was actually the basis of a one-time marathon event that Cartoon Network did back in 2003 when the channel aired a 10-hour late-night block of nothing but Powerpuff Girls and called it the Powerpuff Girls Sleepover Event. This block started as part of a Cartoon Fridays night and ran all the way until 6 a.m. the following day. And even though I don't have a distinct visual memory of this stored in my head, not to mention the fact that I wasn't staying up until 3 a.m. to watch the Powerpuff Girls, I do remember watching part of this at the beginning of it when it was airing, given that I watched Cartoon Fridays practically every Friday night at that point in time, and I remember seeing the bumpers for it. The good old days. But enough about that. Diving into the episode, we begin with a pretty nice instrumental montage of the girls making invitations to their sleepover party, and then flying around the city of Townsville handing them out to everybody while Mojo observes them from his massive telescope in order to discover that this event is happening. Hence the origin of his grandmaster plan to invade their sleepover as one of the girls that was invited. Not even the professor is able to see through his disguise when he lets him inside to join the rest of the party though, and it's sort of ludicrous that his entire strategy hinges on him not being discovered through this disguise as Mojisha, and Buttercup even comments on this by asking the question, but I guess to everybody in the room besides the girls themselves, nobody seems to notice.
Who does Mojo think he's kidding? Hi, Mojisha. Hi. Okay, but what's he up to?
So again, we've got all the background characters being a lot dumber than the main characters are, which has just come to be expected at this point, given that we're now at 50 total episodes of the Powerpuff Girls. And wow, yeah, this episode here makes 50 individual episodes of the Powerpuff Girls that we've discussed so far. It's actually kind of crazy how far we've come. Man, to think we're basically a third of the way through the seasons. That's so weird to think about. But I digress. While most of the friends the girls invited over are too busy having fun to pay attention to the potential evil acts that Mojisha could be up to, the girls are honed in on him like a hawk, as we see that come across over the first 3 activities of the night. First, there's the tea that Mojisha made herself that the girls mistake as being poisoned in an attempt to prevent the rest of their friends from drinking it, only to realize that it's actually legitimate tea and they were being overreactionary to it. That's then followed up by this really fun destruction sequence where the girls all play hide and seek together and Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup just skim past everybody in the entire house and gun straight for the lab where they suspect Mojisha is hiding to come up with some sort of evil chemical or contraption that will destroy the girls within their own home. And I mean, they rip the place up, destroying literally everything in the lab, much to the professor's chagrin that this is going on during their sleepover.
What are you doing?
We're playing hide and seek. And we gotta find Mojisha. Yeah, she's up to something.
Oh, like hiding behind the plant in the living room?
The look on his face says it all, because they cause a lot of damage, so I completely understand why the professor would be so upset about this. I mean, who wouldn't? But as he points out, it turns out that Mojisha was just hiding behind a plant in the living room, so once again, the girls were wrong about her. After heading back up to their room to check on everyone, they entered to see Mojisha is running around with this sharp object, attempting to seemingly stab all the other kids because the girls are running around and screaming. Only for yet another reveal to be that they were actually playing pin the tail on the donkey, and the size of the pin was greatly over-exaggerated. All three of these instances are perfectly well framed to imply that these could be opportunities for Mojisha to perform some evil act, but the fact of the matter is that she doesn't, and that eventually leads to this moment where the girls let their guard down because they seem to believe she actually means to have fun with them, which is still a little weird given that it is Mojo in disguise, but at the very least she isn't doing anything truly wrong. And so that of course leads to the montage of the girls all having fun together dancing, looking at Craig McCracken, Don Shank, and Gendy Tartakovsky in a magazine, and yes, those headshots are included to be members of the show's staff as a subtle yet fun reference to themselves, which I have no issue with whatsoever because A, they're the original minds behind the series and making it what it is, and also they don't call attention to it. These headshots could have been anybody, and they just happened to fill the slots with pictures of themselves because why not? It was either them or generic background characters. But then we get the reveal at the end of the episode where Mojisha ends up waking up and goes downstairs to the lab where she does find some Antidote X and runs back up to the bedroom to reveal it's Mojo after all, where he splashes it all over the Powerpuff Girls to ultimately defeat them in the end. So it is pretty cool that we get to see Mojo's plan here was to play the long game and build up the trust of the girls enough to the point where they would let their guard down and not expect a betrayal like this. And to especially perform the act while they're sleeping gives him even more of an element of surprise that really makes this one of his most successful plans he's ever pulled off. I mean, he does outright defeat the Powerpuff Girls here. They do lose their powers and become normal little girls. It's just that his ultimate downfall here was the result of his mocking of the other ordinary normal girls in the room, calling them weak and helpless as if they aren't capable of defending themselves, which in turn upsets all of them in the room and they end up smashing him in the head with pillows over and over again while the Powerpuff Girls just sit there and watch it all play out. Mojo's hubris got the better of him, and now he's got to suffer the consequences. It's a fun ending though that has a bit of empowering undertones to it, which is nice, and I respect that. Good messaging to promote for sure, as the episode ends off here. This and Something's Amiss both share that in common with one another. Overall, Slumbering with the Enemy is yet another one of those sillier episodes that you wouldn't ever really find in any other show. I mean, what other superhero series could you get away with the main bad guy dressing up as a young child and joining the slumber party that's being hosted by the superheroes? It's such a simple yet unique premise, and I can't really ask for much more out of it than what we got. What's also fun about this episode pairing though is that there's special bonus features in the season 2 DVD of the Powerpuff Girls 10th anniversary DVD box set that features commentaries provided by both the mayor and Mojo for Something's Amiss and Slumbering with the Enemy, respectively. It's actually a fun little side commentary that adds an extra layer of rewatchability to the episodes as we get to hear both Tom Kenny and Roger L. Jackson reacting in character as their respective roles in order to provide some insight on how they would respond to the events of the episode after the fact and watching it back. And I gotta say, a lot of the things that Mojo says in particular really crack me up.
I can't believe they're wasting screen time when they're walking down the steps.
Mojisha!
Look at how cute I am. I mean, she is. What are you doing looking in the microscope? I mean, come on, really? Okay. This part is stupid. You can turn it off here. It's pretty much over. No, really, it really gets dumb from here on. You will not be benefiting by continuing to watch. Please turn it off.
So I definitely recommend you check out both of these if you ever get the chance because they're really fun to listen to. Honestly, I kind of wish they made more for other episodes. I mean, the potential here was limitless.
So for the very first time, the day is saved thanks to the normal little girl.
But that just about wraps up my final thoughts on Slumbering with the Enemy, which means we finally arrived at the end of Season 2. Going back through the season and rewatching it for the analysis of this video has really given me a lot more perspective on the season than I ever had before because I still find that I'm discovering new things about episodes in this season that I either never picked up on or now I've come to formulate a different perspective or opinion about, sometimes for better and sometimes for worse. I'm glad I finally put into words the way I feel about certain episodes like Pet Feud and Twisted Sister, which are ones I'm not the biggest fan of, and the fact that I'm able to finally explain that out into the world kind of feels like a weight lifted off my back. A lot of people tend to go back and forth between whether or not Season 2 or Season 3 of the series is the best season, and even then there's still people who would argue Seasons 1 or 4 are the best, so I can certainly say I resonate with all of these ideas. It's really hard for me to say one season is definitively the best, and I know I made a ranking video on this before where I said Season 2 was, but after going through it this time around, I feel like I need to watch the rest of Season 3, because I might actually end up changing my mind and calling Season 3 the best one. We'll have to wait and see though. I've still got plenty more episodes I've got to talk about in that season before I can jump to that conclusion. Either way, Season 2 does have the Powerpuff Girls Best Rainy Day Adventure Ever episode, so that's pretty hard to top given that it's my number one. Plus, I'll be honest, after reviewing Season 1, I grew a lot more appreciation for some of those episodes than I ever had before. And it's actually risen a lot in my opinion overall as a season. Once you get through like the first 4 episodes, the remaining 9 are all great. Therefore, I'm not going to make any claims one way or another just yet as far as which season is better between 1 and 2, because I'd rather just save that for when the series is completely reviewed and I have all of my opinions written down and spoken out. That being said, next up is Season 3, which is another solid season of the show and a lot of other people's favorite season if it isn't 1 or 2. I'm eagerly looking forward to it, and I'm pretty excited to jump straight into talking about those episodes too. So keep an eye out for that as time progresses. If you'd like to stay updated on when that video releases, as well as some of my other projects such as my ongoing video series on every Sonic game, or if you're interested in other cartoon related video games, I've already made 2 videos on every SpongeBob game, and I intend to continue making videos about other animated IPs and their respective video game libraries as well. So if that sounds cool at all, feel free to subscribe and check out some of those other projects. As always, thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I really appreciate your support, and until next time, Shadowstreak signing off.